Check one, check one, two. All right, welcome in on the campus of the Ohio State University inside of the Schottenstein Center for the Ohio High School Athletic Association State Finals, the 86th annual Boys State Wrestling Tournament, and the inaugural Girls State Wrestling Tournament as well. Great one for the ladies this year. We've got the guys underway. They're going to be coming up here shortly. And as I join you in here on the Stark Media YouTube channel, it's always presented by the Eagles FOE 190 and Hilscher Clarke Electric Company. Welcome in, everyone. I'm TJ Downing, joined by Jamie Fausnight, Jim Bostic, and John Lowery. And as we are inside of the Schottenstein Center and have wrestling underway, been going since about 1 o'clock when the Division III bracket, the championship first round bracket, would get underway. We have already reached into Division I. And as we get ready to start breaking some of these things down, we'll remind you that these presentations on the Stark Media YouTube channel are also brought to you in part by Simon Says Promotions, CH Vallos and Associates, McNeill and Sons Tree Service, finally HereOhio.com, Spirit of Stark, Leathernecks Nation MC, the Sam Center, Save22.vet, Lindseys Pizza, and now our friends at H&H Truck Parts. All right, before I bring in Jamie Fausnight, I will mention that a few of our local Northeast Ohio competitors have won already earlier today. One of those being Tyler Clear out of Malvern, wrestling at 157. Landon Jenkins out of Carrollton at 106 was victorious in the first round. And a local matchup, Colton Barker out of Louisville would beat Andy Strader out of Minerva. We also had a chance to see Connor Norris. We've also seen Jacob Lyons out of Tuslaw. But Jamie, kind of update us on what's going on here as we've gotten into Division I with some of the Perry Panthers. I believe Ducey, Charles Curtis just wrapped up, and also we've seen McBurney out on the mat.
With a win, he was the first one to go. Then Emmerich McBurney had a win. Austin McBurney won. I think everybody won up to Ducey. Roar had a pin. Deuce lost to a returning state champ, 3-0 battle. Giltz won. And what's their other one guy? I forget his name off the top of my head. He won too as well. So they're off to a tear.
Got some good action rolling along here. We will be here all night with you. As I mentioned, the girls will be coming up here shortly, and then you will get into your consolation round. Jim Bostic, as we welcome you in. You've been on the grind here, partner, inside of this arena since about 7 o'clock yesterday morning. You got these brand new mats set up. You also were here alongside your friends at Wrestle One Tournaments, getting all the clocks operational and getting everything ready to go for the 86th annual state wrestling tournament. You know, I have to mention, partner, that friend of Stark Media Channel, friend of Jimmy B in the Room episodes, Rylan Hurley was able to get a victory earlier. We're going to get a chance to roll with Mike Hurley probably sometime middle of the day tomorrow. He'll jump on the broadcast with us. We'll check in with him and his brother Ryan in that corner, barking out some cadence out there as Rylan, just a freshman, was able to get a victory. But you know what, Jim? All 5 of Dan Rooney's wrestlers that he sent down here today, all victorious.
Woo! Love hearing that, man. Shout out to Dan Rooney and St. Vincent St. Mary's, man. That's awesome. I love seeing that.
Absolutely.
Especially, Dan's, been in that program now just for a few seasons. He's already, making his mark as a coach there. So shout out to Dan Rooney, man.
No, absolutely, guys. I'll tell you what, Dan, great episode, great job, and in the room up there at Akron St. Vincent St. Mary. And, TJ and I were there. Dan said they'd be ready, and he is not mistaken. Like Teach says,
I think the cool thing, Jim, was that even having those guys ready, when they wrapped up practice and we started interviewing some of the guys, Getsy won here earlier, but Rylan was out there with Mike and Ryan even after practice was over, and Skinner was already long gone out of the building, and the young freshman was still out there in the middle. And as I reminded you earlier this week, I had caught up with not only Mike and Ryan Hurley, but some other great guys. As we know that Batson has now taken over on Mat 3 from Glen Oak. We'll catch up more on that here in just a second. But, to be able to, as a freshman, to see a guy that he went out there, he won his district title, and then the next morning was out there putting in about 5 miles worth of road work, swimming, getting the massage, getting the treatment from his
Yeah,
Uncle
wow.
Mike.
Yeah, you
You
told
know,
me that. I was like,
it's pretty
wow.
cool.
No. It's well, let's be honest, right? I mean, the Hurley's just a great name in wrestling, great history there. They know what to do. They know what needs to be done. They've been there, done that, if you will, and they're getting that young man prepared. And that's the thing, right? Freshmen come down. I looked at that 106 bracket at D1, 9 freshmen. So to come in with a freshman, one of the big things, and Jamie will, definitely concur, is keeping the big bright lights out of their eyes. Come down here, absorb a bit. But I'll tell you what, man, and sometimes it's not just freshmen.
Right.
It can carry on even to the older kids. My oldest, when he was a senior, came down in later years. He admitted to me, he said, Dad, he goes, I was still overwhelmed. And he goes, I said, son, that's all right, brother. I said, you were there. So, but nope. Great time here. A lot of changes, a lot of differences. We've talked a little bit about them, right, guys? I mean, the new mats look beautiful. Rudis Company, what an effort by them. Just outstanding. And I know, Jamie and I talked a little bit about this, right, Jamie, about the old traditionalists, right? I'm the old dude in the seat. I kind of miss my red and green, but you made some good points, man.
I agree. I do too. But I'll tell you what, it is neat. It really does pop out of the gym, and it does really look cool. There was concern. A lot of people were concerned about the gray and the black, whether it would drown out the wrestlers from the arena. I haven't heard any complaints about it. I think the kids are popping off. I think you can see them really well. You guys were talking about St. V's. I didn't want to interrupt, but they're currently in 3rd place in Division II right now. Obviously, there's a lot of wrestling to go, but they obviously got out to a great start. That's half the battle.
That is, yeah. You know what? And something that I hear a lot of these coaches, telling the wrestlers. Me and Jamie earlier were in that warm-up room, and the pattern and the tone and all those teams was, hey guys, win that first match. Kind of like what Jim was saying. Stay out of the don't think ahead into the bracket. Focus on this first match. Win it first, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, it looked like Batson was down there on mat 6. He's leading 4-1, fresh into that 3rd period, $1:36 on the clock. Jamie, the one thing that people should know, because we're going to have that consolation round coming up here in just a bit, that if you lose that first round match, you've got to rattle off, 4 straight victories to be able to get in 3rd place?
5
straight victories.
5 for
will take
third. You only have to win 2 to place, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
2 will get you in the top 8.
Yep.
But it's like Jim said, it can be overwhelming. A lot of times it's funny. The freshmen that get here have been on big stages. That's why they're freshmen that are wrestling here. They're not the ones that tend to get overwhelmed. It's the one-time senior who had one crack at it, that comes here. And the cool thing is they weigh in. A lot of them weigh in last night, and then they get to come in, the day before and just kind of hang out on the mats. To me, it's one of the coolest parts of the whole tournament. Your kids weigh in. You lay on the mats with your team. There's no pressure. You just kind of soak in the environment. I think that's a big part of it. I think that's the thing you have to do, rather than the first time you walk out on this floor is you're about ready to put an anklet on.
No, spot on, and you guys know, right? But all of us being coaches here, bringing kids down, it's always nice, to drive and get here the day before, if you will, have a chance to walk in the arena, let them walk the arena, look up into the stands. And, not quite all the people, the noise, but you're going to see the bright lights, the big, scoreboard, and hopefully those nerves settle just a little bit as competition begins. Some other changes, guys, we've talked a little bit. Obviously, the biggest of the big change, right, is the women sanctioned this year. Of course, they had state tournaments the last couple of years, sponsored by the Wrestling Coaches Association, but formally recognized now by the OHSAA. So we're just moments away from the very first sanctioned women's bout. So we're excited about that. A couple other things I'm glad to see. I don't know what you guys think, James and Johnny, from being down here from years back. The semifinals are going back to 8 matches, right? So each division gets 2 semifinal matches, unlike the 2 semifinal. And as James pointed out, that consolation, it just helps to focus because, many times those semifinal matches sometimes are really your finals matches,
right.
So that's an exciting change. They're bringing back twisting around. And again, as we go to and fro on the teeter-totter, one of the disappointing changes that we've all talked about is that finals night, we're going to miss the uplifted stage. So the risen stage is out. Right. We're going to go back down to the floor. Jamie and I talked quite a bit about that. We feel that there'll be a little bit of talk about that as the season, finishes and as we prepare next year. That I think they'll try to find a way to bring that back. It's pretty daggum special, in that regard.
That's how they've always done the NCAA finals, and that's how they started doing this. I don't know, about 10, 12 years ago, it's been like that, and it wasn't like that back when I wrestled. Did you get to wrestle on the platform?
Yeah, I got the on the raised stage, man.
Okay.
It was cool. Yeah, you know what though? If you're not used to it, out in Fargo they do the raised mats too out there, and so it is different because you get that like WWE effect, from the impact and
Right.
jumping around on there. Now the good news is they do the Parade of Champions beforehand, so you can kind of warm up on it and get a better feel for it. But it is kind of it's talking about being in the spotlight and that raised mat. I think it intensifies the the environment here.
It definitely does. I definitely agree with that. It definitely does.
And the other change, if I may, guys, a little different from years past, is the awards. And again, pro con. There's some will like it, some won't. But awards this year will only be. It's okay. Liam's mom's back here. She's very excited.
She's excited.
That's
She's
all
ready
right.
for Liam to get it done.
That's right. We're not sure where Liam is, but let's go, Liam. But at the end, all awards will be given after the heavyweight match this year. So we will not wrestle 3 or 4 break award, wrestle 3 or 4 break award. So again, just a little different format. We'll see how it rolls. A lot of great changes, but again, the biggest of all, very shortly, our first women's bout.
I bet in the next 5 minutes they'll be on the board.
Yeah. Well, they
All
start at 5:05, so yeah, Jamie's
All
right. Yeah, they'll be on the board here shortly. So
We got upper middleweights out there. No heavyweights quite yet.
also shout out to Starr County's very own Brandon Batson from Glen Oak. Recorded a victory there, round 1.
And it looked like he got banged up a little bit in that match. It stopped at about halfway through the second. And,
Saw that, yeah.
And kind of worked with him right out there in the middle of the mat. And I believe he was able to finish that thing out 4-2.
Something to look forward to coming up here in the upper weights. Of course, I always say you're the heavyweights. We already know how loaded that weight class is, but we got a big match. A returning state champ from Olentangy Liberty. That's Dylan Russo, and he got Wyatt Walker, who's ranked 3rd in that weight class. So we got a 1 versus 3 first round matchup.
That's
here.
awesome.
Yeah, and Walker was 7th last year at the tournament. So.
One thing I didn't realize from the district tournament, guy had already taken off. We were heading to do some basketball. Aiden Faulkner and Roosevelt Andrews, that was a tightly contested match.
Right, it was. Yeah.
And obviously we know that Aiden Faulkner was able to kind of run through some of his other matches and really on that way to what we were calling, your top 3 guys: Roosevelt Andrews, Reese, and Faulkner. And I believe Faulkner wasn't the number 1 ranked guy coming in there. Seated number 1 was Reese out of Wadsworth, correct?
Correct.
Those were the last rankings I saw, the rankings.
And Roosevelt was able to defeat him and then take on Faulkner. And boy, I went back and watched you guys call that match. Faulkner had his hands full. That Roosevelt it comes at you like a bull.
Big, athletic dude. He's very aggressive. He takes good shots. He's very aggressive early, and he tends to slow down a little. But then, saying that, he did hit a great double leg on Reese to win in overtime. If I remember right, it was
yes,
overtime.
He did. Yes.
But it was a beautiful double leg. You don't see lots of high school heavyweights hitting shots like that.
Well, especially right in overtime. I mean, the technique in overtime, when you're supposedly down tired, he was ready to go. Yeah, it was awesome. It was awesome.
Well, in that weight class there, I was just looking at the bracket. Yeah, Aiden has a good one at first round against Robert Schneider from Hilliard Bradley. And if he, moving on, if he wins that one, he might get Mustafa Woody, Shaker Heights. I'd like to see that match. Yeah, that kid's
that's a big dude.
Yeah, big dude, and he's heavy top wrestler. His coach is big Greco guy. So.
Let's talk a little bit about college since we're here on the campus of the Ohio State University. Always fun coming back down here and getting to roll into town with you guys, man. Not really the prettiest day outside, but nonetheless, this place will be packed as the weekend goes along. 2 more sessions tomorrow, 2 more sessions on campus Sunday that will conclude with the finals. You'll be able to hear us doing some live commentary with the Ohio High School Athletic Association. Also, check out their Facebook page. Got a chance, Jamie, Jim, Ryan Mitchell, head coach at Grove City, to do a little live video action with our girl, Allie. We're going to call her Tim Street for the day because she's taking over his position as he's down there in Dayton, which we'll be back there tomorrow because the Northwest Lady Indians are going to play for a state championship against Purcell Marion. But Allie hold down the fort here on campus, and she did a little video. Go check it out on our Facebook page, over on the OHSAA Sports Facebook page. Share it out. Send it to your friends. Get everybody watching here as we give a shout out to everybody watching us here on the Stark Media YouTube channel. But to my point of being on campus, I had a great conversation with Tim Anderson earlier today, who is Aiden Faulkner's heavyweight coach on Brent McBurney's staff. And, you know, we talked about a lot of different things, and I actually didn't have his number saved. And he's like, hey, you guys going to be streaming that thing down there tomorrow? I said, yeah. I said, but I apologize. I don't know who this is. He says, it's the guy's ass that you used to kick. And then I'm like, okay, well, I kicked a lot of guys' asses. And so I was like, I need some clarification. And when he told me who he was, I was like, yeah, dude, I think it's the other way around. I spent my 2 years with you getting my ass kicked by you. But Tim Anderson, I talked to him about Aiden, right? We know that he finished runner-up as a freshman. I believe he placed between 4 and 8 last year, right?
Correct.
And as a junior this year, I think the expectations are to win it.
Absolutely.
If you do that and follow it back up by Sunday, or by next year Sunday, winning another one, do you still stay committed to a school like Central Michigan?
You know, Central Michigan is a legit wrestling school.
But if you're a back-to-back heavyweight state champ in Ohio, I mean, aren't the Big Tens of the world coming knocking on your door? I mean, nothing against the MAC, nothing against the Central Michigan's program, but Tim kind of clarified to me that really scholarship-wise in college, you get like 9 scholarships awarded for wrestling, so they really split them up. There's not a whole lot of full scholarship dudes out there.
Correct.
No.
Right.
So, yeah, and the other part of that is, I say year of the heavyweight here, Division I OSHA, but college, it might not be year of the heavyweight, meaning if you're recruiting, not maybe some of those Big Tens aren't looking for a heavyweight right now, that they might be heavyweight rich. So
that's a good point.
Yeah.
Where are the holes? What do we need to fill?
Yes.
What do I got sitting red shirt yet to fill in?
It really, it comes down to a lot of that, and some people, they don't get that and they get offended. Oh, why get an Ohio State recruit my kid? I'm like, they didn't need that weight class. That's why. Yeah, if they did, they definitely would have taken a 2-time state champ heavyweight. You know what I mean? So it's, that's the other X factor when you're out there recruiting. Do we need this weight class or not? Or will we need this weight class in a year or not? That's when you start, building that college roster up. So definitely makes an impact, though, on, where you decide to go and, what kind of offers you get.
Yeah, that is huge. Like you said, TJ, there are very few full scholarship guys. They don't just have enough money to throw around like that. So a lot are partial scholarships, and they stretch that 9 scholarships as far as they can, and who knows? Maybe he does get a different offer come down the road. If he's a 4-time place or 2-time champ, but there's a lot of work to be done before we can really look into that for Aiden. I'll tell you, he's my favorite. He's my favorite in that weight class to win it, to be honest.
Well, guys, over on mat number 10, real quick, just to throw, because we know we're anticipating the first women's match. We have our heavyweights in the Division I out on the mat, bout number 329. That's Joey Thurston from Taze Valley and Anthony Miller from Uniontown Lake. I know our camera's a little off that area. Matt's 7, 8, 9, 10 to our left just a bit, but we'll keep you informed there. Our boy Anthony, good luck there. Stark County Federal League young man.
It was interesting to me that I got a chance again to call that state semifinal for the Northwest Lady Indians the other day, and through the tournament they would beat CBCA. CBCA was the only team to beat them twice in the regular season inside of the Pac-7, and you're able to exact some revenge in the postseason, kind of like Anthony Miller did. He'd been handled by Colton Arnold. Let's call it what it is. Throughout, and in the districts, he got his chance for that 4th position to be able to come here and qualify. And Anthony Miller was able to exact some revenge on matches that he's lost in the past. That's got to be a pretty good feeling for a kid like him.
Sorry, Jim. No, you're in.
Well, absolutely. And that's the funny thing about wrestling is, you want to wrestle those guys as many times as you can, so you can see where
Right.
the gap
And
is.
every match is different, right? Every
And
match
right.
presents something
And
different.
realistically, we broadcasted the Lake Jackson match, and I watched it at home, and he had Arnold in danger to start that match.
Yep,
And,
first period.
Colton wrestled through it and put him on his back and ended up pinning him, and Colton pinned him every time this year. But it's a world of difference when you drop out of the semi round and you drop right into that Conci semi round, and then all of a sudden you got Miller who's won 3 matches in a row, and that's what we talked about all week last weekend.
Well, and Jamie, I think you mentioned, you and Johnny both talked about this, the young man from North Canton that was injured, another heavyweight,
Right.
outstanding young
Brady
man,
Sullivan.
Brady Sullivan in the Federal League that, did not have a chance to go at it this year. So
Just imagine if you had him in the mix. Yeah.
He would have been at minimum top 10 ranked guy.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Probably higher, probably top 5.
Wow. Well, again, just sharing with you, 2-1 is our bout score for Miller. Miller down. In the second period, he chose the bottom position in the referee's position. So the Tays Valley wrestler Thurston on top. Again, leading at this point 2-1. No, I haven't heard the announcement yet, guys, but I know they'll make a big announcement for our first 100-pound women's match to go to the mat.
Might not even be 100.
Well, good point.
Just
Could
just
be.
by the
Yeah,
brackets,
depends where the brackets.
Like Siebert was the first Perry kid that wrestled. You never know, depending on where the mats are and how the brackets break up. It should be interesting to see what a cool thing it'll be for those two ladies to get a chance to be the first match ever at the Schottenstein Center.
And I think there'll be some flash bulbs of flashing. I'll tell you what, as we were rounding through Division I, we were looking at, and my goodness gracious, guys, I mean, through the years, you think about number of teams that bring down number of athletes to this tournament. St. Ed's brings 14, their entire team. The killer with that, right, is that there's not a senior in the group. Every one of those kids come back next year, right?
So, and here's the secret sauce to a program like that too. One, it's a numbers game, obviously, but then also, there's kids we read about week in, week out in the Plain Dealer, things like that are, St. Ed's greats. Those kids you don't read about, though, are the ones that actually win the tournament for them, because those are the ones that come through it for them in the consolation rounds and place 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th.
No, like Jamie and I were just watching here.
Yeah.
Great point, Johnny. Jamie looks at me and goes, "Hey, Jimmy, look here. St. Ed 4 beating the number 1, I think, out of Lakota, wasn't it?"
I forget exactly, but it was a District 4th placer knocked off a champ. I saw a Perrysburg kid do that too.
Yeah.
And it's like you said, your next comment was, "That's how you win the tournament."
That's how you win the tournament.
Yeah.
It's coming out of the gates hot. I can't wait to see how that race unfolds. Yeah, Ed's is the favorite because they got more guys. But you got Ed's, you have Perrysburg.
Let's real quick, if I may, Jamie. We're running right through here. Brecksville 11, Perrysburg 10, Wadsworth 10, Olentangy 9. Those are your top 5 as far as number of athletes here. Again, as you just said, a numbers game. But again, you may have the numbers, but who's going to perform?
Right. Well, you need that Ed's kid that's like the 14th kid that was 4th in the district. You need him to lose first round if you're going to be Brecksville pair. You need a couple of those guys to go 2 and out, or you can't make up for it. It's just tough.
Well, and again, great point there. 2 teams at 8, real quick. Sorry, John. Hilliard, Darby, and of course our friends there at Maslin Perry. Both those teams with 8. And again, right, James, first round, John, first. Perry, every kid wins. I mean, they're all except
Curtis. But
Curtis.
that was a good first
what
round.
What a great, and it's not over.
Well, Curtis lost to a state champ from St.
Right.
Yeah.
3-0.
Yeah, 3-0.
Yeah.
So that's a loaded weight class that Bennett from St. Ed's will get probably Van Dyke in that semifinal, and then they'll go from there. But what a loaded weight class 138 is for first or second.
Guys, that is the battle of the hair.
That is,
Are those guys sporting some do, man?
Sideshow Bob.
Wow. Sorry, John. I just had
I
looked. I was like, whoa. That's wow.
I'm gonna get a photo from my son. Has his hair like that right now.
Oh, really? Okay. All right.
That'll be maybe that's his inspiration. No, he actually talks to a lot of the on social media and stuff like that. He tweets and all that with some of the Ed's wrestlers and football players. I don't know if if Jarrell Miller's one of them, but it might be. But that is the new cool kid haircut they got going on. And which, I think I paved the way for that. Years ago, I showed you the picture, Jimmy, earlier.
I saw your picture there, buddy.
I rocked the same
You were
hairdo.
sporting that do, buddy.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, we've been talking about it all along. Jamie, who do you see across the way? I think I see him over there.
I don't see him.
Mat number 8, back and forth. I'm
Mat
pretty sure
8,
that's him.
Back and
Yep,
forth.
there's Mr. Anderson. That is him.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, he's right behind that guy. Yeah, Aiden Faulkner ready to get
There
his
we
day
go,
started.
boys. There we go. Well, I'll tell you what, Johnny, you mentioned that 32, 38, and 44, those 3 weight classes in the middle. 132 pounds, 7 state placers out of the 16.
That's insane.
138, half of the kids, 8 of the 16, all state placers. 144, 7 state placers. So, I mean, you're talking not only like you had talked about, James, Curtis hitting Bennett, a state champ, round 1, and we know what Curtis can do. I see it. I see it. Uh-oh. All right. Breaking news, SMG, breaking news. Jamie.
Match 346.
Can you swing that? You want to swing that?
Swing over, yep.
We got to swing this. It's a monumental time here.
Monumental moment here.
Here we go. Everybody's applauding. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. There you see it. Bout number 346.
346. You have Ava Miller from Taze Valley taking on Scotland Adams.
Love it.
Wow.
Love it.
Ava Miller Jr. with 37-2 record. These girls are no joke. These guys are coming in with 40 matches. 4 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago when they started this, they were wrestling boys, half their record, half their season, and they were just getting only so many matches.
And again, we talk about, first, second round matchups. My goodness. First round matchup, these 2 young ladies, as both you guys know, in the springtime, I work with our USA program. I put together our USA women's team, Dane Johnson, of course, our Ohio national coach. Both of these young ladies, Ava and Scotland, on the team last year. Actually, I think I was sharing with the guys. I believe I counted that we have 42 participants of the girls that were on our USA Ohio national team.
Wow.
So
that's amazing.
It's going to be exciting, boys.
Well, it speaks measure on the toughness of our state tournament. Even it's our first girls' state tournament sanctioned by Ohio Athletic Conference.
Yes.
And those are the kind of numbers going into it.
Yeah.
And we're just talking about, those weight classes, the middleweights even for the boys. I mean, people, ask me, especially when I was in the South, why is Ohio wrestling so great? That's why.
That is
our
why.
state tournaments.
No, it is.
I mean, insane. The competition levels.
We've said it multiple times that I believe that the difference is our depth. You go to some of those other states where, in most states, you get the top 1 or 2 guys together. They're going to be the real deal. But when you get down to you look at the Northeast District and you look at guys that didn't make it out, they'd be state placers, state qualifiers anywhere else in the world, other than where it's competitive like this, the Iowa, the Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Illinois, those major states where they always have great wrestling. The depth is different. You find an average kid here that isn't competing today, that's just sitting in the stands watching his, a couple of his teammates. He's a hard kid to beat when you take him out of state and go wrestle at things like that.
Hey, we talked about TJ mentioned Michael Hurley earlier. I watched Michael Hurley at the senior national tournament my senior year, upset 4-time state champs from just all over the country, and he was I believe Mike was just a 2-timer here, but I mean again there's that toughness you see Ohio perform at the national level. That's why.
Well, guys, a lot of times guys get a little disappointed. They don't understand why some of our better, more numbers of upper echelon wrestlers go out to Fargo and wrestle the national tournament. One big reason why, guys, if you look around this arena, there's college coaches all over, right? Yeah. I mean, these college coaches come to this tournament pulling the best of the state. And Fargo's great. It's a national tournament. A lot of college coaches there. But for many of the other states, that's where they're finding a lot of their people. They don't come to a state tournament like like we
Yeah.
have here in Ohio.
Jim, she got the pin over there.
Yeah, the women's tournament is officially underway, fellas.
Wow.
All right.
In style, too, with a pin. All right.
And that looks to be Ava Miller from Taze Valley.
That
I'm
is
not
awesome.
positive what team she was on.
No, she had a T
Tees-
there,
yeah,
so
Tees
I'm
Valley,
going to
yeah.
go with Taze Valley. I'm going to throw it out there.
You know, a third placer at district just went out and pinned a second place district wrestler.
Wow.
Wow.
I'll
Hey,
tell
James,
ya.
that's a great point. Why don't you share a little bit of that? Just a little, we always like to be a little educational here with Stark Media. Again, you really don't talk about a quote unquote seed
Correct.
when you come to the state tournament. Share a little bit how this the bracketing works.
Well, kind of it all really begins at sectionals. Then they do an honest seeding at sectionals, right? The coaches sit around, they seed the wrestlers, they try to make it as fair as possible, right? Well, then once they get the top 4 there, it just goes into a formula: a 1 versus 4, a 3 versus 2. All through each quarter of a bracket to make a 16-man bracket, and they opposite bracket the 2 finalists from both, the third and fourth and the first and second. And it just makes it a perfect formula. So, last week we had districts, so the top 4 from districts moved on here, 4 different districts, which makes the 16-man bracket. And you have a 1 versus 4, a 3 versus 2 in each quarter part of the bracket. And they try to, they don't try. They actually make opposite brackets from the district tournaments that they come from to make sure that a district finals match is not a district semis match here. Now, I do believe if there are multiple state champions in the weight classes, that they do make sure that they're opposite bracketed. That's
yes.
new within the last, I'd say about 5 years. But it's as fair as it can be. It's a formula, that they just plug in and there's the brackets. We had the tournament Saturday night, districts last week, and Sunday morning the brackets were done.
It's awesome. Well, I'll tell you what. Unlike, right? I don't know if you guys have looked at it yet. I'll be honest with you. I have not looked at the national, NCAA bracketing yet. I did get a call from my son today. A little disappointed with some of the way some of those lines ended up.
I didn't look at them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say much. I'll let you.
No.
I'll let you say and see when you see
A lot of the Buckeyes.
But
man.
the word was not just the Buckeyes, but a lot of the Big Ten wrestlers really did not. It
They
seemed
snubbed some Big Ten
overall. So that was his analysis. I haven't looked at it, so I'll be interested on your take as the weekend goes on. We'll talk about that later.
At that level, man, the cream rises to the top.
There you go.
You know, it's those. It's so crazy because anybody can beat anybody at that thing. Every kid that is wrestling in that tournament is capable of catching every other guy in his weight class. The consistency and the pedigree is what stands out and what creates guys like Spencer Lee, who was an incredible high school wrestler, an incredible college wrestler. But there's so few and far between of Spencer Lee's, Logan Stevers, and 4-time national champions like that.
Yep.
So there's a lot of potential upsets that can be had at the NCAAs, which makes it
awesome,
great
right?
fun.
Makes it just exciting. Going to be out west this year, I think, if I remember right.
That's correct. Yeah.
It might be Tulsa.
Is it Tulsa?
So I forget.
Oklahoma?
Yeah,
I don't
we'll
remember.
get that to you, but definitely can watch it on TV, watch it online. Just exciting action after you see some of this and you take it to the next level at the college level. Just incredible.
Well, and at the women's college level, 48 NAI programs in the country. So
Wow.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
That's
so-
awesome, and that's what's gonna make it grow. There are schools of thought that the participation of the girls is saving wrestling. It wasn't that long ago that the Olympic they were ready to shut down Olympic wrestling. It wasn't even that long ago.
It was.
And then all of a sudden the number of people doubles because of all the girls, and then you have the UFC bringing more and more attention to what wrestling does as well, and now we're further than we were before they were ready to stop wrestling a couple years ago. You can look at this tournament, for example. It's only 4 years old technically. This is the first year it's sanctioned by the OHSAA. These girls, we have 3 girls that might be 4-time state champs this year.
Wow.
Haley Snyder out of Warren, she's a 3-timer. Josie Davis out of Sydney. That one I can't wait to see at 125. And then Elena Jackson from Minerva. You know, there's two Fargo champs here for the girls. And they're not even one of those two that I just mentioned, or those three that I just mentioned.
Absolutely.
The McKenna Croft out of Jackson's 29-0. Savannah Isaac is 24-0 out of Toledo Whitmer. They're just some of the best the best girls in the country when they go out and win Fargo. You know, so there's a lot of high pedigree already out of Ohio in just a short amount of time.
Well, I can tell you guys, every year, you know, been putting that team together for the last several years, and it's grown every year, which has been exciting. Every year the numbers have gotten bigger. It's going to continue, and our girls are going to definitely compete for a title nationally here very soon. But looking down here, we talked about Aiden Faulkner, of course, coming up over on the far side. Mat number 8 right here below us. I'm not sure it'll be Mat. It looks to be Mat number 9. Aaron Reese out of Wadsworth, right? The number 1 ranked up to last weekend. Again, as Jamie said, some of the last rankings he saw. Again, throw those rankings out the window. You know, that time is done. As we tell our kids when they step on that line, you know, or get a line assigned, your record's 0-0. Every level starts a new tournament and a new record for you.
Yeah, I used to preach to my kids, you know, if your name's on the line going into today, you have the same opportunity as anybody else. Why not me? Why not me? What did the other guy do that I didn't do? Why do I not deserve to win this tournament? You can convince a kid. I've had kids like that. All it takes is somebody to believe in them and explain to them that it can happen. You know, a lot of times what it takes for a program to build is a young kid like that to see an older kid from his school do it. You know, that's how dynasties are started. You know, but really a kid just needs to know that he has the same opportunity as everybody else. Nobody's going to come in here and they're just going to hand him a state title. Every kid has to earn it. And really, you earn it way before you get here.
Oh, my.
You know, you earn it way before you get here.
Champions are not made from November to March.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true. Great off season makes a great season, and that's every sport really. But yeah, I think you know, wrestling you do get a lot more opportunity. You know, because it's, you know, individually you can do all kinds of different cross training in your off season, and you don't just have to get on the mat. And you know, I see a lot of kids that even do that, or you know, a lot of multi-sport athletes. You know what I mean? That are playing baseball or doing track in the spring. We're talking about one of the Carrollton wrestlers, I think, is a baseball player. Is it Jenkins or?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
I think it was Jenkins you guys have been talking about a little bit there. Now, guys, as again, we sit here, you've been down at the arena, if you've ever been down there before, of course. And I did hear one thing that may come back next year, which I'm kind of excited about, like the semifinals. I'm really glad they're going to do what they're going to do. I've heard the big board might come back.
I would like to see that. I would like to see that.
Don't disagree with that. I'm all about the big board. That used to be one of my coaching pieces as we try to talk about, you know, creating and being a part of that, if you will. So I did hear that. So we shall see. Maybe next year we get the big board back. But looking up around, of course, the team scores posted on the, you know, LED monitors around. They're going pretty doggone quick. But if we can get in Division II, top 5, Wauseon, Buckeye, Akron St. Vincent. Jamie shared that with us. Columbus DeSales at number 2 and leading the pack right now. Always there, Graham local at this point. But again, as Jamie said, ton of wrestling to go just early on, but just sharing a little bit with you. You got the ones there for D3?
The D3 is in 5th place, you have Liberty Center. In 4th place, you have Archibald. 3rd is Edison. And 2nd is Barnesville. Barnesville's been growing like crazy out below us. And then Legacy Christians in 1st place. Now, obviously, we're first round of championship. A lot can change there.
That's
Division 1 is finally posted now. Wadsworth in 6th, Olentangy Liberty in 5th. I didn't see them all. They switched on us real quick. I'll have to jot them down. They do it really fast.
Legacy Christian brought down a lot of kids, man. They're, you know, it's interesting. I don't think they did so well in the state dual tournament. I think Archibald was the D3 state champs. So that's, you know, different thing. But Archibald also brought quite the crew down. They're actually all sitting behind us right now.
Yeah.
Shout out to Clarke Ford. talked about him on the way down. He's a
Yeah.
4-time state champ from Archbold, and they had a picture of him when you walk in of all the 4-time state champs.
Yeah.
So, but,
all the 4-timers, all the 3-timers. It's a really neat scene when you get here. They're showing them and by timeline of when they achieved their when they made their achievement, and one kid after the other. It's just so cool just to sit back and watch them go through them all. I remember watching so many of them when I was a kid. Actually took a little snapshot of my college coach, Sean Nelson, 3-timer out of where he's
North
up in
Royal.
Cleveland. North Royal, and I knew I'd have thought of it, but yeah, no, he wrestled All-American for Penn State. Head coached University of Findlay now.
all right. And just real quick on Mat 8, we got Aiden Faulkner, Maslin Perry. He's up, and he is on the footage.
Check out Mat 9, Johnny, while you're at it.
Mat 9. We got Reese too. Yeah, same district. So
I'm still trying to grab all that top 5 of those.
Then we got another third women's match over there on Mat 10, starting up now. Just great to be part of a historical moment here in Ohio, man. The sport. Love seeing that. Shout out to Archbold's principal. Came down to watch and support the wrestling team. Love seeing that. So I was just looking around the gym also. I see we always talk about Ray McDonald. I see him down there in his Rudis gear. I think looks like he's helping out with one of the female wrestlers that's wrestling right now on Mat 10.
He's all tied into Marysville right now. He's down here.
Oh, yeah, that's
and I know there's quite a few Marysville girls. There's a lot of Marysville boys. That's a really growing.
He said they got a big program.
Yeah.
Shout out to Nick Turner, Marysville guy. Wrestled up in Stark County for St. Thomas Aquinas back in his day. But he was telling me because he kind of catches on to the local scene, and I'm trying to think. The coach, one of the coaches, was old Dakota West state champion. I can't think of the guy's name. He was the senior national champ. He was the dude that beat Hurley in the senior national finals.
Okay.
Yeah, he went to Indiana and wrestled college D1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hey, real quick, I'm going to give you all the team scores again as far as the top 5 teams. Division 3, you have Liberty Center in 5th place, Archbold in 4th, Edison in 3rd, Barnesville in 2nd place, and Legacy Christian leading the pack. In D2, we got Wauseon and Medina Buckeye, who won the Medina tournament when we were there. That's a tough team. They're tied for 4th place, so that's 4 and 5 right there. Then you have St. V's in 3rd. St. Vincent, St. Mary's, Columbus DeSales in 2nd, and St. Paris Graham in 1st place. Then when you get down to Division 1 right now in 5th place, you have Olentangy Liberty, Maslin Perry in 4th place, Brecksville in 3rd, Perrysburg in 2nd, and St. Ed's already out to a quick start. They're not heads above anybody yet, but it'll be hard to keep close with them. It'll just be hard to keep up with them. With 14 guys.
Right. That's a hard act to follow. Yeah. Like I said, when you got guys that can perform and they, the quality of wrestling they bring to the table, it's what makes this tournament such a tough tournament.
Absolutely.
All right. And that last match there, that was Callie Lang, Marysville with the win.
That's the Lang girl.
Yeah. She beat her opponent from Rosalski from Conneaut, freshman. So Lang's senior, 34-1. Not too many seniors in the girls division.
It's a good mix, but there's more freshmen in the girls than there are in the boys. But Lang, that's Jesse Lang's daughter.
Oh wow, no kidding.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Wow,
she's tough. 34-1 coming into today.
Well, Jesse, if you're listening, man, North Akron representing.
Yeah. There's a lot of girls with big-time records, and we don't have them all on all the mats yet. We're still wrapping up some heavyweights. Aiden Faulkner's in the 2nd period with a 6-1 lead. About 10 seconds to go in the 2nd period here.
Yep, and then Reese is over here up 1-0 going into the 3rd period against his opponent.
He wins a lot of tight ones, man.
He does, yeah.
Does.
He's comfortable, winning that close match, and kind of part of his game plan, it looks like, week in, week out when we see him at stuff, so... shout out to Jeff Wu. He was the official that ref my state finals match years ago here at Schottenstein. He's bopping over there on Mat 9. Yeah, he's also does photography, broadcasts, and stuff work. So, he's also on the YouTube, and social media. Check out Jeff. Does a great job with everything. Dedicated official to the sport for years. I think he had about a dozen years under his belt as a main official here at the state tournament. So, shout out to him on that. And TJ, man, question for you. He's just back to the broadcast now. What's it like being back? I mean, this is your all mater, man. This is, what'd you say on the way down? Like, man, I've made this drive so many times. I go in the back of my...
I could do it blindfolded.
Yeah. Like, we got here. I mean, the nostalgia for you got to be even different.
Yeah, spent the greatest years of my life down here, man. I mean, a lot of people who've gotten out of high school, been in college, that first experience of being on your own, having some freedom. Took full advantage of it, man, that's for sure, and had a lot of fun down here. And, was fortunate to be a part of a lot of victories.
Oh, yeah.
Championships, Big Ten championships, national championship. Fortunately, we lost one, but you know what? I'll tell you, one of the toughest things to see when you come into here and you're walking back through the hallways, we come in, and you see some of the kids who have lost their first round match and the tears that are coming down because they, as I mentioned to you guys earlier, that, you'd have to win 5 more in a row just to be able to hit that third place spot. But to be able to get the podium, that's starting to become further and further from reality. The first time you lose and potentially the second time you lose. And, there's a lot of tears and a lot of emotions down there in those back hallways.
Absolutely. Hey, down here on Mat 5, we just missed Bridget Hilliard. Her dad helped with just some general knowledge of the girls. She won pretty handily down there. It was good to see her get off to a fast start.
That's awesome. Glad to see that. Shout out to Coach Hilliard and is that his brother Anthony Hilliard? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Shout out to Anthony.
They kind of corrected us on our YouTube channel when we were down there for the Carrollton match.
Actually,
she actually belongs to.
She was not very happy about that.
Oh, okay. Well,
she wanted people to know who her dad was.
Well,
okay, nothing wrong about that. I hope my daughter's the same way one day.
Rosie.
Oh yeah, she will.
Who's your daddy?
Real quick, how did the father-daughter dance go there?
You know what, man? It was a phenomenal time, and it's great to see the young ladies develop. It's great to see the athletic part of things. That's why I love bringing my daughter out when we do the duels, we do the tournaments. Before I took her to the daddy-daughter dance, she was at district tournament over at North Camp for a while. So to get that competition in your blood, to get it flowing and stimulating your mind early, that's something I want for her. And these young ladies out here, for her to be able to see that, even takes it to the next level, And Aiden Faulkner, he just wrapped up, handled his business. Looks like Reese from Wadsworth handled his business as well. So
you got Andrews coming up on Mat 6, I believe. Here,
two out of 3 studs from Northeast Ohio have handled their business. You got an Alliance Aviator lady that's going to be taking the mat here shortly too. She'll be taking Mat 9 down here.
We have a couple of our toughest girls in the whole tournament wrestling right now.
Abigail Mosden.
Well, no, she's coming up. She's a heavyweight. I'm talking about in her wrestling right now. They just mentioned McKenna Kraft. She's wrestling. I didn't quite catch what match she's on.
4.
She's about 344.
Nope.
Oh, she's on
8.
Deck then.
Mat 8. She's up on Mat 8.
I know they said Haley Snyder. That's one of the potential 4-timers this year. 110. Let's see where about she's at.
While Jamie's doing that, right on Mat 5 here, that's the closest to us. That's Lexi Grant, Cincinnati Oak Hills senior. She's up against her opponent, Kayla Grooms from Frankfurt Adena, sophomore, 13-7. And Lexi's record's 39-1.
Nice.
And I see why she's putting the pin right now on her opponent and saved by the bell.
I'll tell you what, guys, right across from where John pointed out, mat number 6, we have Roosevelt Adams from Andrews from Barberton, the number 2 finisher out of Hoover, and he's wrestling a Hilliard Derby 3, Connor Guerin from Olentangy Orange, 2 seniors. Both of them 41 victories throughout the year, so should be a good one right now. Andrews is on top, 2-0.
you mentioned we've already had a chance to see Bridget Hilliard at about 351. She was able to take care of her business.
Yes, she was.
Against the Gibsonburg lady, Brianna Montgomery. So this is going to be Ashlyn Pennington from Alliance. We'll see if we can't shift views for you here to check out what that young lady from Alliance is doing. Going to be a little tricky. See if I can use my go-go gadget arms.
Oh, she's on mat 9.
The bout numbers on the board are matching the bout numbers on the.
Yep. So they're right there in bout number 345.
Yep.
They're on mount number 9. That's going to be Ava Stiefel from Tenora taking on Ashlyn Pennington from Alliance. Also going to be coming up soon. We're going to get a chance to see Sarah Spoon from Minerva taking on Kira Cole from Miami East. Looks like Sabrina Schaefer from Alliance. She'll be taking on Molly Lupke from Brookville. I believe, yep, should be up on bout number 360. So a lot of the young ladies from around our area. Maddie Beggart had her on Jimmy B in the room. First episode, man.
Yep.
Punching out strong, man, with Maddie Beggart. Well, what did you ask her when you interviewed her partner? He said, your expectations are to be down here.
Yep.
Here she is.
Absolutely.
Now it's time to perform.
Dude, check this out. So Ashlyn Pennington was 4th in her district. She's winning right now 9-3 over her opponent, Ava Steffel, who was the district champ from Defiance in that district.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's, guys, it's going to be tough, as you go with these different regions. They come in here not seeing, the level of competition, let's say, depending. It's tough for these ladies this year. They had to do a lot of traveling to get matches in against other women teams as this continues to grow with our various high schools. But, I think we're going to see a lot of that, John, happen here this first round as we move through and take ourselves. Again, as we know, guys, one more round yet tonight, the consolation round. Start back after the women are over. We'll wrap right back around to Division 3, Division 2, Division 1, and right back to our ladies. But as always, we want to wrap around and say, again, thank you so much to our sponsors. Again, first one I'm going to throw out because, TJ, I have to know, Eagles FOE number 190. You've been an Eagle now for some time. How's that going, brother? Huh?
I'm no longer an Eaglet.
I know. You scolded me a few broadcasts ago. Said, Jimmy, I'm out of the eaglet nest, baby.
I've spread my wings and learned how to fly, man.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
It's great. Love having them on board. Make sure if you got an event, you got a vendor market type deal you're trying to do, check out their banquet facility. Seats up to 400 people over there at 303 Wyrick Boulevard Northwest. Check out Eagles190.com, their website. Check out all the scholarship funds that they donate to. The Jimmy Keeper Memorial Scholarship one to keep your eye on is Ashlyn Pennington's out 14-3 now with 42 seconds left in the second period. Also want to mention Hilscher Clarke Electric Company when looking for some residential work on your home. There you go. You're going to have that match is over. Ashlyn Pennington victorious. So she gets it done. Congratulations to her. We'll put some stuff out on our social medias. Check out our Twitter feed at Stark Media Team. Pass that along. Share it, retweet it, like it. As John says, pound that subscribe button, and let's get the word out here for not only the guy wrestlers here at the 86 tournament, but for these young ladies in the inaugural tournament. Hilscher Clarke also, when you're looking for a standby generator, make sure you contact them. If you're getting an electric vehicle, you're putting an EV charging station in your garage, check in with Hilscher Clarke Electric Company. They are really not just a leader in the commercial side of electric, residential as well. So check out Hilscher Clarke Electric Company. Maddie Beggart, she's on mat number 9. She's going to follow up Ashlyn Pennington.
There's a bird on mat number 8 in the yellow.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Hey.
Wow.
Oh, he's coming for you. Birdman.
Way to go, John. Way to point him out.
Flying any weather.
Jeez, TJ, looking over your shoulder there. We got some folks out in the chat there talking it up, or what?
Sure do, man. Yep, we got that match on there for you. Dang, just moved from mat 9 anyway. I can watch that somewhere else. Sorry about that, Robert O'Neill. We're just looks like we are on mat number 9 right now. That's Maddie Beggart down there.
Shout out to
Greg Smith. Shout out Buckeyes, man. Beat Michigan State today. 3 wins in a row. They've been a terrible basketball team all year long, and they just rattled off 3 more. If they win 2 more, they are going to get an automatic bid into the tournament.
Wow.
Worst
Buckeyes.
season under Chris Holtman. Hey, pretty cool that Liam's mom is no longer here. glad that Liam's mom is gone.
She was excited. What
She
can we
was-
say?
She did not.
You
care
know,
about
No,
us.
she's still back there, and
You
I'll
know-
tell you what,
you know what?
but that's the passion that
Yeah.
you guys told me about. You know, the wrestling moms.
Yeah,
I mean,
they'll rip your face
They're
off.
different.
Yeah.
Liam was up
Yeah.
13 points, and she was screaming like
I
that.
love
Yeah.
it.
All
But
I
that's how
know,
it goes.
all I know is next week, finallyhereohio.com, one of our sponsors, Chris, I'm calling you, buddy. Liam's mom has put it to where I definitely have to call. But no, again,
Tell
we
you what.
appreciate
Great.
Chris and his group over there. 30 years of experience. You know, someone struggling with any hearing, and Tim and I did talk at the district tournament. Check out their website, finallyhereohio.com. Chris, thank you to you and your team. If you stop by, give them a call at 330-492-1212. They're located at 1201 30th Street Northwest in Canton. And as always, tell them Jamie Fausnight and Stark Media said, hello. What are you seeing out there, Jamie? I see you.
Well, I'll tell you,
got it going,
I'm
brother.
looking forward. You know, I posted a thing on Facebook the other day. Hey, give me some feedback on some of the girls, and I'll tell you, at 135, there's kind of a crowd favorite in our area. Is Jaden McKinney. She's an Akron Manchester girl. She's 15-0. She's a returning state champ as well. But I don't know if she's at 135 because there's multiple state champions in 130 underneath. She bumped up like 2 weight classes. She wanted it like 125 or so last year. But there's a lot of eyes on Jaden McKinney. There's so many girls that have high credentials that I can't wait to see.
You know, Jamie, you being a North Canton guy, I believe the lone Federal League girls qualifier is Jordan Palmer.
Jordan Palmer, yeah.
I don't think there's any other girls from any
That's
of the other
right, and
Federal
I'll
League
tell you-
teams.
And I'll tell you, I think she has a good draw. I think she can get in the semis. She has her hands full in the semis, but I do look forward to seeing Jordan. She's let me see here. She's at 145, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that's correct. She's 145. I think she's got a good little draw to get herself into the semifinals.
Now we talked about that friend of Stark Media, Brad Bourneval, just walking by. Of course, last week we had a chance to have him on air with Josh Lowe and just dropped off some information. And again, Jamie pointed this out a little bit earlier, but he wanted to make sure, again, we had 3 of our area wrestlers knock out district champs in Division I. And
First
again,
round.
first round. And as Jamie said, that's where you win tournaments.
Yeah.
And we saw it from a Wadsworth young man, and you had mentioned the other 2 earlier.
I saw an Ed's kid. Those weren't necessarily, I think, what he was talking, but it was Ed's kids and a Perrysburg kid. You know, that's how you win team titles, of course.
Right.
But you know, not every district is created equally. You know, I mean, I'm not saying that ours was better in any weight class or anything like that, but boy, I'll tell you what, when you look at some of those weight classes and you see the cats coming out of there, it's brutal.
Oh, they're all tough. Yeah, you know what's interesting? I think will be interesting to see is we already know who kind of the power players are in Division I, Division II, D3 for the boys. But I'd love to see what manifests here in the girls tournament. Which teams, rise to the challenge. You know, who's gonna, in that team leaderboard here.
I'll tell you what, on what looks to be on warming up on mat 5 on deck is one of the ones, senior Josie Davis, 16-0 right now. She's 16-0 because she was hurt a little bit at the beginning of the season. She's a 3-time state champion. She's going for a 4th. She is not somebody who wastes a lot of time. I heard she's a first period pinner. She comes out and she gets after it right away. Should be excited. That's one of them that I'm really excited to see at 125 here. And of course I bring it up and then there's an injury on the match before it. So we're going to have to wait it out a little bit.
That's all right. Well, John, what you had mentioned, against the numbers, and we talk about, bringing qualifiers down for our women. Harrison, Orange, and Marysville all brought 7 qualifiers down. Alliance, Delaware Hayes, Findlay, and Gibsonburg all bringing 5. And right there, of course, one of our in-the-room segments, Minerva, the Lions bringing down 4 Lionesses, if you will, to the state tournament. So I'm with you, brother. It's going to be great to see how this team race shakes out and who will be the first state champion sanctioned women's team
cool.
at the end of Sunday evening.
It's going to be cool to see that. I was, really impressed today we got here, man, with the whole setup with the, OSHA did a great job, hosting, and then Ohio State obviously bringing it to the table. It's a great venue for something like this. I know during the pandemic, was there did they cancel the state tournament one year? Is
Right.
That, okay.
Yeah, that's the year that it cost the Louisville Leopards. They
Yeah.
they won the state duels. They beat Graham in the head-to-head duel meet, and then they had probably their best chance to win it all,
Yep.
and the tournament got canceled.
I thought so. Yeah, I was living in the town of Louisville at the time, so
Yeah.
I was really following them and cheering hard for them. And then when I found that out, I was heartbroken. Yeah.
Now remind us too. I don't know if you guys updated while I was gone, but the structure of the girls' matches, right? The ladies, they wrestle. They don't wrestle full 3 periods. Is it 2 periods? They
No,
wrestle
no.
full 3, but are they both 2 minutes? I'll tell you, Maddie Beggart's match just flew by.
Yep.
Not sure if she got pinned. Did you guys get a chance to
I'm
see
not
what
sure.
happened?
I
down
don't
there?
think she did get pinned. It was just a moving match, if you will,
Okay.
Teach. But no,
I didn't go out of
no.
bounds much.
Oh yeah, they stayed in. Clock kept running, but no,
She
3
looked like she was
periods,
trailing.
2-2.
Looked like she was trailing about 3-2 for the
It was
majority.
3-2. I didn't. Again, I'm with you. I didn't see how that finished up. I think Jamie's going to take a look there and give us a number there, but I think you're correct.
So here's a little interesting fact: number of high schools represented in the girls division participating, 134 schools.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, John. I was asking you and Jamie. I mean, through the years, and of course, I think the very first state tournament I came down and I watched. That was obviously a sophomore in high school, brought down trying to get the juices to figure out what it's all about. So that would have been 1978, 79. So all the years coming down, it's so cool to see all the different high school names, right? And
Yeah.
I used to go back, well, where's that high school at? I never heard of that. And I'd look up, Ohio map. It's going to be kind of cool because we're going to see some new high school names, I think, with these ladies that we've not ever heard before. I'm going to have to get the map back out and start tracking,
I
right?
see a couple others. Lebanon, they have 4 wrestlers in the girls division they're representing. Arcadia, they have 1 wrestler. I mean, and there's 224 girls wrestlers in the division for that today.
TJ, real quick, I hate to say it, I think Liam's mom's back, but I think it's with Andy this time. But
Or Angie.
Angie, is it Angie or Andy?
I'm not sure.
I'm not either, but
I don't know why all her wrestlers wrestle right in front of us.
yeah,
Chris,
could have been Matt 1, could it?
By the way,
Chris McCready's, where are you?
Yeah,
I need you now.
Liam won that match. By the way, Greg Smith. I see you posted. You want to know if he won or not. He said Andy, Greg Smith. That's funny. Thank you.
I can't wait to see this Josie Davis, guys. I'm telling you, she's over there as intense as anybody I've ever seen on the side of the mat from Sydney right here.
Oh yeah,
She's got the dog in her, fellas. I'm telling you, she's as nasty as anybody that we'll see in this ladies division.
and of course Josie traveled with us out to Fargo last year, and actually she's wrestling another young lady that went with us. That's Campbell Spleet from Menor. So again, 2 USA national women going at it in round at number 1.
All right.
Okay.
So
That is the ambiance of the evening right there. You got a chance to see our guy Ray McDonald down there on the side. He was coaching up one of the ladies, I believe,
he was coaching
from Harrison. Was it the lady from Harrison?
No, he was coaching
Marysville.
Okay,
Yeah.
from Marysville.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
That was Ryan Layton's daughter.
Jesse.
Yeah,
Oh,
Jesse
okay.
Layton's daughter. Yeah, and I was just noticing this, just a little bit of a difference in the weight classes. Like heavyweight in the girls division, 235.
Correct.
Yeah, and then I know in the lighter weights it's a little bit different as well down there.
Well, obviously, taking into account, different weights, body structures, and again, just a little bit separator of the women from the young men.
So, Jim, tell me a little bit about the you guys got these cool red coats on, all you OSHA cool cats. Well, what's the significance behind the red coat? Because everybody sees them every time at the state tournament. Everybody's like, "Oh, the guys in the red coats are the OSHA guys."
The British are coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy. No, I tell you what, John, when we came down, of course, Wrestle One this is the 3rd year that they've put on or put the clocks and computers in place and pretty well kept the structure for the tournament, right? 2 years ago, we were separated between 3 different high schools as they split up the state tournament where we couldn't come down to the shot. But then we got here last year. Oh, yeah, they handed out the red coat. It wasn't a ceremony, right? Thank goodness. But, again, if you notice, all table workers have those on. And you'll notice you go from the red coat to some of the entrance workers. You've got the red vest, right? It looks like the Jim Tressel red vest.
They're vested.
Yeah, they're vested.
Sure.
So I but I can tell you that all the guys that are working all the tables, those are all officials, right? Those are certified officials that are running the clocks, the 2-3 that you see there. The boppers are officials. So those are all certificated officials that are at the tables. And when we came down last year, as Russell won, they gave us a red coat and said, hey, this is the way we want it. You have to wear a white shirt underneath. You have to wear black pants.
Awesome.
You have to wear black shoes. I mean, there is it's a dress code.
Dress code, yeah.
I kidded with you guys earlier, right? The ceremonial box, right? I mean, it's these guys, these officials, pretty funny. Hey, it's time for the box. It's time for the box. So, yeah. So. Not really sure what's in the box. Sometimes I'm afraid to look. But,
I already think I know what was in the box.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
But no, that's it's cool because people notice that they see that you're in uniform. It's
quite official.
Yeah, it's very official, very professional. Shout out to you guys for doing that.
Now that's like you guys said, man. We've seen it for years. It's a mainstay. The other kind of cool thing is, every year you get a little pin to put on your lanyard for your pass. So, and this is the first year for the women's pin. So,
Awesome.
Some of these guys, they're pin heavy. So
racking up pins in the wrestling tournament.
Rocking the pins at the shot.
Jim got 2 pins already.
Yeah, the only 2 pins I'll ever get in the state tournament.
I got pinned in the state tournament. I didn't get a pin. I got.
Yeah, but you were wrestling. You were here. You were for real. So Jamie too. So hats off to you guys, man.
Hey, fellas, I just noticed that on deck after Angie's match, we have that
go
McKinney girl from Akron, Manchester.
What mat number was that, Jamie?
7.
That's right here in front of me.
Yeah, I can't wait for this one to be over.
No way.
Really look forward. I look forward to Jaden McKinney more than ever.
I have a different opinion about. I'm kind of digging it. So.
I hope her school, whichever one they hail from, have no more wrestlers that have qualified for this tournament.
I don't care if they wrestle more. I just hope they're in a different part of the gym.
I'm getting some really good vibes going on.
This match on mat 5 is taking forever.
Are you sure those are vibes, or is your back of your neck rising? Looking down, guys, at the area, mat number 10, very unusual. No action down there. There is a bout on mat number 10. I'm not really sure what's going on. I could see.
That's strange. That's odd.
I see our Russell One workers are there. I see about 436. Now that's Gracie Raspberry and Zayna Montazer.
They got the red coats working on it down there.
Oh yeah,
Red coat.
I see a couple of the Russell One group down there with the official. Wow. Okay. And the sad part about it is that the athlete on the mat cannot hear a word she's doing.
She's not helping the cause. All right, that'll do it.
That was
I don't even know where to begin.
There's a 1980s movie about this.
There's nowhere place to begin.
What's
I've been doing this for 10 years. I've been doing this for 10 years.
But you know what?
Everybody want to share that the match is over.
Yeah. But you know what's awesome though? That's how. That's this, competition. It's
Hey guys, I hate to tell you this. Across the way is another Lebanon wrestler. She's staying. Yeah, she's staying.
No way.
Oh yeah.
That's the electric fan of the tournament.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yes.
That's my number 1.
I like
That's
it.
my choice.
I think we're going a different direction with this thing.
Here's McKinney right here on 7 from Manchester, returning state champ.
What'd you say, Jamie?
I know that I got some
I
intel.
love
She's been working on a lefty headlock. That's a man. That's a.
Oh,
that's
really?
it's a Manchester
roll through.
staple. There's a takedown for her.
Beautiful, nice roll through. Come through. 2.
Oh, look at that crossface.
I'm sorry, I'm crying down here.
And she's further away, so there's no way she can hear her.
Jamie,
Absolutely.
Jamie, I think
Absolutely
we need to utilize your voice
It's up
as a
in the-
competition here, man.
She's actually up in the nosebleed.
She is not.
There's the
All right.
cradle
A
for
row
McKinney.
behind us.
All right,
Yes,
James,
that's-
number
there we
Matt
go.
5, your girl, boy.
Yeah,
Oh,
look-
right
oh,
now,
right there,
head
do
and
a
arm.
headlock.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah. As that thing tightened up,
She's going to
settles
stick
in
her
nice.
before they make the announcement that she's out there.
Yeah. Good position, hips
Yeah.
down, got that lock nice and tight. Wow, I'm not sure what's up there. Maybe the elbow was helping her keep it strong. I don't know.
Just take your time. You don't have to do that. You
Oh,
don't have to
no,
step
no.
over.
Just yeah, I was going to say she was good.
Oh, she got it
Yeah.
anyway.
Wow,
Out
that
to a good
James,
start.
it didn't last long, brother.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to. I said it.
Yeah, you
She
did.
don't waste time.
Yeah, you did.
McKinney's got her tied up over here. Needs to climb back up on top. There you go.
Little body scissors. John, are you okay?
I don't want to.
I personally,
Keep it together, fellas.
I personally am not.
Show must go on.
I am.
The show must go
Got to
on.
muster through,
I,
gentlemen.
I gotta say,
This is the first time in the last 2 months that wrestling has
Yeah.
rattled me to my core. I feel like somebody just put me in a spladle.
I got the
Wow.
opposite approach. I might be falling in love right now,
I,
guys.
that does not surprise me.
I hope
How did I not know that was coming?
Then go sit up there with her. Distract her.
that could happen soon. That might take place.
I did after the last match turn around, give her a high five, and say, "Remember, it's a 3-day tournament this time. Your voice has to hold up. Keep yourself together." Didn't help.
Spoken.
I tried, guys.
Seriously. If that energy
Wait.
stays the same the entire tournament, that is the Hilscher Clarke electric performance of the state tournament.
I see
Without a
Jordan
doubt.
Palmer across from us right now.
Absolutely. You know, either that or John's going to have to take one for the team. That's all we can say.
I'm willing to do that. I
Yeah.
am.
I
Good
don't.
man.
Yeah.
I'm committed to this cause.
And again,
McKinney up 13-0 here in the second. She is a hammer.
kind of romantic.
Let's go, Snow!
Oh yeah.
yep, she's back.
And there was blood time to
Wait,
stretch this.
Is that what it was? I thought
Yeah.
maybe John was trying to
No.
propose or something.
No.
Okay.
Hopefully,
When I heard a new name come, I was almost thinking that somebody was playing like a bad prank on us. Like, are we all like Impractical Jokers right now?
And if the camera doesn't do it justice, the amount of people that are turning around to look to see where that voice is coming from,
Right.
they all think it's
media.
John Lowry.
Guys, Matt, try to bring this back down just a little
Yeah.
bit. Matt, number 9, one of our Minerva Lionesses out there. That's
Oh, yeah.
Jada Schaefer, number 4 placer against out of Miamisburg, Cassia Zamet.
She's a stud.
Yeah, Cassia is definitely one we're going to watch,
Yeah,
right, James?
She's one of our picks to see the semis.
Yep.
She's a tough girl.
And it looks like the lady from Manchester just got a victory as well.
Agreed.
Yeah.
concur. Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
we also know, let's see here. Somebody mentioned online here looking for Matt 355 and 357. 357 was Gabby Garton from Doylestown, the Chippewa.
Correct. Yep. I did not see how Gabby did. Jim, we got a refresh on the screen there to show.
Drive! Yeah, baby!
Oh, she's gonna pay.
Yep,
There we
yeah,
go.
baby.
That's
Thank God that could be it, folks. Definitely getting a
Yeah.
first-class experience. This is truly how it works.
Coming up on mat number 8, North Canton's
I
Jordan
have-
Palmer.
I only have one question. Is she single?
I would imagine so.
Well,
I'm just
That's-
taking a shot.
so are you
Has
saying I
to
have a
be.
chance?
So you're saying there's a chance.
Oh, please, God, not another Lebanon wrestler.
Oh no! I'm scouring the bracket as we speak.
The older girl with the quick pen.
Yeah, that's it. Zamet with a win over here also. Looking at the clock and the time that was there, I'm going to assume that was a pin. Oh, yeah, guys, we do. Mat 7, great. Right in front of us, another Lebanon wrestler. Be prepared.
That's too funny.
What, that there's another one right in front of us?
There is.
There it
No,
is, bro.
there
yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see.
There is.
Just getting started.
Now I'm taking
Yeah.
that
There's-
elder girl for picking
I,
somebody so
I
fast.
think there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
there was like 6 from that team total.
All right.
And I mentioned that was a school that I hadn't seen on here before.
Well, I'm really questioning why they're always down at this end of the mat.
It's
You know,
pretty crazy.
nothing to have. Match 1, 2, and 3, maybe.
Oh, we got what's that NC right there?
It's North Canton. You couldn't hear me through the headphones. That's Jordan Palmer.
Okay.
In his defense, I didn't hear you either.
I said it like 3 times.
I did catch it. I knew it was coming up, but yeah, it definitely drowns out the
These
opposite
are
side of
not
the table.
noise canceling
Not at all.
microphones.
No.
Well, and one of our sponsors is on that does the noise canceling.
Oh, the ear. Yeah.
The technology.
Hearing
the
aids.
hearing aid. Yeah.
That's our boy McCready's, right, Chris?
We're going to need his
Chris,
help by the time this is over.
Chris.
Pretty, bro.
Chris,
Help
we
us.
need you.
Chris, help me. Help
Sign
me,
in.
Chris.
Chris.
Ooh, inside knee pick out of Jordan Palmer. She gets around that
Beautiful.
way. She's going to get her.
She's got
She's
it. Far
back.
arm.
Oh, get your head up. Oh,
Let it roll through.
she got some back, though. I think 2 and 2 there.
Take it. Nice start for the Viking from North Canton.
She's
Yeah.
wrestling Alina Brown from Logan, a senior at 16 and 3. So
Wow.
she's got a nice, she's got a nice record too. Jordan lost in a nail biter in the semis to the district champ, so she took 3rd.
Well, doing a nice job here in her first round match.
It's funny. She's very Tom Fausnight trained. She's she's a headlocker. She's a slide by fireman's. She's very physical. She just has to stay out of her own way. When things don't go her way, she starts to get in her own head.
Yeah. That mental side, we've talked about it extensively throughout the season. And boy, if there's one place it plays, it'll be down here. Ooh, head and arm over on mat number 10. Not a bread and butter, but definitely a move, very effective.
What's that?
Head and arm.
Oh yeah. Hey, there's a time and a place for it. There's always people that say that you shouldn't teach kids how to do it and all that stuff. The only times I taught the headlock was the day that I taught to defend it.
Yeah.
But you can have a good headlock. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is that you can't have coaches and kids develop their offense around it.
Right.
You have to be good with.
You don't
with
want
leg
that to
attacks
be
and
your
things like-
go-to.
Right.
You know?
There's definitely a time and a place for it.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Got to have what we called the big, right? When it was time.
The
you need that
Desperado
big
series.
Desperado
Oh
series.
yeah.
Oh, here we go. John's going to start singing. Of course,
Oh,
he does that.
Jordan's in trouble. She's super wiry
Half
or
his feet.
flexible.
I just wonder, is TJ still with us, or is
I
he?
am. I'm decompressing at the moment.
Okay.
All right, there's a lot of baggage to unpack here. A lot of it.
Palmer's still up 5-3, struggling to get away. She almost got turned there. Ooh, caught a filthy little headlock out of the corner of my eye on that 5. There's quite a scramble on that 5. That's
Yeah,
a crazy
well
match.
done. Well done.
That's the girl from Cleveland Central Catholic.
Catholic. Well, and what's good to know, guys, is I think all three of these Lebanon girls are going to win, and we're going to be right back here tomorrow. Quarterfinals.
Well, one thing, TJ, I can tell you about this tournament is if you look around at the crowd, there's a nice amount of people here, but it's constantly, whether we've noticed, it fluctuates in and out. You know, you have the D1 people come in, and if their kids win, they leave, you know, and then the D2 kind of come in and out. And then, come semis tomorrow night, everybody will actually be in their proper seats. Everybody's kind of just sitting wherever they want right now. But so hopefully we can take a look at her ticket stub tomorrow.
Yeah.
I actually did think about going to one of the guys in the vest just to possibly do a quick check.
The comments coming in.
Can they hear it?
Oh, yeah. Franco Mano. That poor woman will have no voice tomorrow, but appreciate her passion for the
Her
sport.
husband will be happy
Me too,
Monday.
yeah. I do love the passion.
Her,
yeah.
if she is not
I'd like,
single, her husband will be quite happy Monday, I'm sure.
I'd like a
And if
workers'
she
comp
is, she will
form.
be married to John Lowery by the end of the weekend.
That could be a real thing. Yeah. And you guys are all invited to the wedding.
Personally, I'd like to have a workers' comp form. TJ, can I solicit HR for that?
I'm not, I don't want to offend anybody, but I'm not sure I'm the best man yet.
You, John?
But
Well,
Offend
TJ,
anyone?
TJ gets to be the best man.
yeah, it's good.
You're old friends.
That's
Yeah.
right. Taft
gotta-
boys. Isn't that what you say, Jamie?
I'm gonna have to keep it tapped.
That's-
That's actually the
connection.
first time I've
Yeah.
ever said that, but
It's
it's
great.
been there so long. It was like a
You're
softball.
starting to understand.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old Norton farmer, it takes me a while.
Right. My brother gets it. I'm not going to get into all that.
This is
Yeah.
this
Keep
is,
it
stick
on
with the
the
ladies.
rails,
Keep-
James.
stay-
Come on.
I
You're the
did,
one
I'm
that
good.
usually keeps
I
us
did.
focused.
you know what this is though. This
Oh, Palmer went right to the
Wow.
front headlock and went
Yeah.
long arm and put her right on her back.
and it's kind of karma because
Stay there.
yeah, for Jamie, when Jamie starts coaching from the stands or hollering, I don't know. You might have missed his match.
My voice is ruined.
Yeah, a little fun.
I can't really yell anymore.
Yeah, I know.
Great sportsmanship by Jordan Palmer there.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Yep. Absolutely. Nice job.
Yeah. Great sportsmanship. Got some
I'll
She's
tell you what,
off and
good
running.
battles, right? Oh,
round is moving along, gentlemen. We're going to have the consolation round one.
Dang.
We'll wrap right back around to D3.
What division is Lebanon?
I hope that
3. No. Come
I
on.
just need a break.
No, they're Division 1.
That's cool.
And the boys they only
Yeah,
have
because
one.
she did
No,
have a
I'm sorry.
boy before these girls
There's
started.
Correct.
three in Division 1 for them. We already know the one's name.
Yeah.
Right there.
We could be closing in on
young lady from Minerva.
Greg Smith.
on Jackson from Minerva.
Okay.
Shout out
Way
to
to-
Greg
way
Smith.
to-
Oh my goodness.
Way to go, Lexi.
There's
And-
maroon and white coming out again.
All three. No. No, we're good. That says Ross. That's a Toledo Ross for a young lady. Okay.
Fremont. Fremont.
Yeah.
Road?
I thought it said Ross Furbeck, maybe Fremont Ross. You're right. They are also. Is that maroon or purple?
It's maroon.
Maroon.
that
If it's
voice.
maroon, it could be Rossford. If it's
I know
purple, it's Fremont.
Hey, she's out. That fast.
Oh, I need the bear.
Huh?
I need my little
Here, here's the-
nitrogen.
here's the brick.
capsules.
We're okay.
We're gonna give you.
Much more calm.
I need a
We're
brick.
gonna throw in the brick.
To the to an usher. We need a replay of this ticket stuff.
Bring out the scanner, man. I want a full scan on that thing.
Oh god.
Where are your people at, bro?
The new mom that sat down right here just said, "Don't worry, I won't be as loud as the last one, but I will yell."
The red
Well,
coats are coming. The red coats are coming.
Well,
Liam and Paul Revere are riding tonight.
Jamie, did you tell her about the competition with the best fan?
No,
No.
please God. Did we get a picture of Liam's mom?
All of them are hers. I don't know if that was really her mom. I can't even.
I don't know what to say. Well,
Well, how about the
opening round?
let's give ourselves some credit. We did not derail the first ever women's tournament. It was done to us.
Yeah,
But now we can kind of get back in the saddle and focus a little.
and derail it ourselves.
Yeah, well, yeah. By Concy's Division II, we'll do that on our own.
Oh man.
Oh, here's the
That
Toledo
hurts.
Whitmark girl. I heard that's a really, really good one. I wonder if she might not be the same one.
Savannah Isaac.
Yeah, what weight is she? Is this her? I think she's
190.
Upper middleweight.
Yeah, she is a 190 pounder. Yeah,
Yes,
24-0, undefeated.
This Savannah Isaac is one of our pound for pound best wrestlers in the tournament. She's a returning 2-time state champion, 2-time Fargo champ.
Wow. Well,
Right here,
She's
right
a real
on deck
deal.
on 7.
Right.
that's awesome.
Junior returning one for her third.
Yeah, the junior. Well, and that's, again, with our ladies, of course, have an opportunity, even though they were, sponsored, they are still considering and looking at it as a 4-time title, if you will. Unfortunately, on the boys side, because of the COVID experience, we're not going to have that opportunity for a 4-timer this year. And that's always exciting, isn't it, guys? A place just erupts when you see that on your feet, applaud.
Absolutely.
It's just so special. And, you think back when it was every once in a while, and then all of a sudden there was like that period of time where it's like every year we had one and maybe two, in one
some
tournament.
from the same teams,
Yeah.
like Logan, Hunter,
Oh my
Stever,
gosh,
and,
Monroeville.
and who's that other Martinez? Wasn't it? They had like 3-4 timers.
Then
in
the
a row.
upper weight, yeah, unbelievable.
But hey, that's the stage for the ladies this year.
Yep,
Their tournament, their state tournament was the week of districts.
Yep.
So they had their state tournament. That's why.
Absolutely.
Oh, Ray's getting excited right here on mat 7 with the Marysville girl.
Oh yeah, he
putting
is.
her away. This is about 423.
There it is, the pin.
Wow.
Nice job. Yeah.
423.
The legend, hands together. Tell you what,
Katie Hammersmith. That's
Yeah.
a cool wrestling
How
name,
about,
Hammersmith.
yeah.
How about,
28-14. She beat a girl that was 18-4.
Oh,
man,
hey guys, talking about names, I was told the NCAA's haven't looked at it
Yeah.
again, as you know, but I heard that there is a gentleman in the tournament, last name By,
Oh,
and there is another gentleman, last name tournament Pins.
nice.
Yeah, I mean, if we'd have had a forfeit, we'd had a trifecta, right? No forfeit, but
All right.
Of course, I was told that was forfait, not that was French.
This is
Oh,
the,
nice
this is the
little
Whitmer
slide
girl
by.
on 7 you were talking about.
This one is for real.
Yeah,
So take it in right now because she's not going to be on there long.
here we go.
Ooh.
Settle
Oh.
back.
dang.
Get off them knees.
Oh, she let her
she
up.
let her
She
up.
let her up.
Yeah,
She's gonna get some work
She-
in.
You know what? Yeah, she wants to get some work.
Look
in
at
for
that
sure,
nice
yeah.
little
Single
single.
leg, beautiful shoe up.
Wow.
Climbs the
Wow.
ladder.
Yeah, I had a
What
lot of
risk?
people reach out to me about this one. My people out in T-Town, the Toledo people that I'm friends with on Facebook were definitely wanting me to take a look at her.
Nice cradle. Bottom
Oh, boy.
knee. Let's sink the bottom knee. And it's going to let it sit there, but I don't know that it's going to matter. About a minute left.
Junior Savannah Isaac. Wow. Pretty impressive first minute. 10-1.
Wow, that's a lot of points in 1 minute, man. Dang.
I'm not sure I see the beat of sweat. Nope, I don't. There we go
Nice
again.
little arm bar.
Yep. Throw
She's
that
gonna attack her
across.
here.
Man, just
Let it rock.
I don't know what
release.
happened, but the environment around here just really seemed
Oh,
to
guys,
calm down.
we missed it. Mat number 8, our 235 Minerva Lion
Oh.
young lady. That's all right. Didn't take long again. She wasn't out there, but just a short period. Elena Jackson with a pin to start her journey here at the state tournament, looking for that 4th state title.
You know, I thought one of the coolest things that Chad Hilliard said when we were down there filming that In the Room episode, he looked at all of those girls, the 3 or 4 of them that were up there speaking to us, and said, you know what, one day these girls are all going to be in the Minerva Athletics Hall of Fame for what they've kind of started here, you know, and her, I mean, she's had an impressive run. She hasn't been beaten yet this year, right?
If I'm not
I think she's
mistaken,
22-0.
if I'm not mistaken, she might be undefeated in high school.
Yeah.
I think she's undefeated in high school.
So
Career
and-
undefeated.
and the young lady from Whitmer just won. So
Nice.
there's a potential that we could see those two squaring off.
No,
different.
that's 190 and 235.
190. Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
So we're
Well, you were right though, and she's getting some love from Ray
Oh,
down there.
see, Ray knows the people that are the real deal.
Yeah, that there's a tractor beam right there. You're for real.
Absolutely.
I'm for real. Let's link up real quick and then hug it out.
Hey, John, talking Hall of Fames and all that kind of stuff, you know,
Yeah.
Minerva Net. We could talk to TJ about a Stark Media Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
Right?
no, yeah. I already
I've
got a
never been-
candidate.
Oh, you already
for,
threw that out there?
I've never been in
well,
a Hall of Fame.
Me neither.
I already have a candidate for best fan for the Hall of Fame.
For best name?
No, fan.
Fan.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Okay, great.
and I would
What,
like
your
to.
future wife?
Yeah, so and I guess that would be nepotism of me to nominate her. So I'm gonna ask you, Jim, to make the nomination.
I thought. I'm sorry. I took my headphones off because I thought I heard her in another part of the gym.
I'll only do that if I get to be best man.
Oh man, let's put the heat on for the best.
Well,
man.
you know, hey, you know,
You got it, man.
Teeter-
Tap wasn't that important to me.
teeter for totter, tip for tap.
Oh, big headlock on 7. Oh, she changed her mind. She was like,
I'm in. I'm out.
I bet she's a good singer.
Well, again, our ladies 235-pound weight class moving along as well. Looking up at the big board, the Consolation Division 3.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, we got some Division 3.
she wants
so,
that headlock something awful. She gonna get it. She lost the arm.
Yeah, they got
Get to that elbow. Get to the elbow. Get the elbow. Don't just lay there like.
106 pound consolation
So
D3
she-
matches on the board
All
already.
right.
The elbow.
Yep.
Consolation round just about to get underway.
And I don't know if you can tell, but
Oh,
the
my
young
gosh.
lady wearing the mask on mat 9, that I don't know if you guys ever had to wrestle with one of those on, but it is not fun. It's very difficult.
Face mask or
Yeah, the face
Oh,
mask.
yeah.
Yeah.
I did. I took a shot in the nose and had to wear it for a couple weeks.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah.
Strange you say that, John. You were broadcasting one of those the other
I
the other
usually,
day. I know.
for my own protection, I usually wear them out in public. Follow.
Call me silly, but
Yeah.
You should.
yeah, you guys are right. It's
I was inspired by that movie, The Man in the Iron Mask. Yeah. But I gotta wear my headgear then too and protect my ears. So it
Yes.
snaps onto the headgear.
absolutely.
Yeah.
So it looks like Matt 7 might be caught up and be waiting for those 106s in Division 3. 447. What is that?
447. Yeah, that's still a ladies' match. Or 449 is what we need for our first.
Well, that was
Consi
it.
bout.
That was it. Was the United girl? Oh, that was Dakota McCracken. She's a tough one too.
Yeah, I don't. That's strange. I don't see. Let's see. 449 is on the board in the bullpen at mat number 1. But as you guys pointed out, it may be weight class 113.
Hey, I'll tell you, I just said that name, Dakota McCracken, and I was like, how do I know that name? How do I know that name? Besides the obvious.
James, how do you know the name?
Well, what it is that there's 2 sets that I'm aware of brother and sisters in this tournament, and it's the Mazdans and the McCrackens.
Moz is out of Alliance.
Yep, out of Alliance, and the McCrackens out of United. Dakota and Dallas McCracken.
Release the McCracken. Yeah.
I'll tell you guys too. At the end, as we get ready to start the consies here at Division 3, they do have dinner down there for you in the media hospitality room. I already took advantage of it. So if you guys want to take turns, pop down there. And
Yeah.
even for those looking for the lighter side of life, got a little fish down there. Got some hot dogs for the heavier, beefier fellas.
I can eat hot dogs. I just can't eat the buns.
Oh, I love the buns.
Let's keep moving.
Plenty of Chex Mix down there. I think I ate about 12 bags earlier.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think there is any Chex Mix left.
If I would have known Liam's mom was coming back, I would have brought another 12. Yeah. I think enough sodium just put me out of my misery. And
we could just all stand up.
Word on the street is she could be back.
Yeah. Nah, she's good. I think this is more to talk to John than it is to actually call a wrestling match.
All right. Good call.
She got a thing going on.
Did John pass that note? Yes, no, maybe?
Go ahead and pop that phone open there for me again there, partner.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, we had a good conversation. It was introduction, but,
real quick,
looking forward to a lot more.
As we get the girls kind of wrapped up here, we want to talk about some of our partners at Stark Media, McNeill and Sons Tree Service, located in the Portage Lakes areas. They are fast, reliable, affordable, and to leave your property in better shape than it was before. Don't let those trees that are out of reach get too close to your home and auto. Contact the professionals at McNeill and Sons. Ask for Garrett or Tom at 330-606-1126 and get a free quote. They'll consult you on your tree health and help your property maintain its integrity. I'll tell you what is the right call. When the power goes out, which hopefully the power does go out here eventually on what's in the road behind us, to make sure to contact our friends at Hilscher Clarke Electric Company. Power outages can happen at any time without warning and can leave your home powerless for days. Hilscher Clarke has partnered with Generac to bring you the #1 selling home standby generator brand, engineered and built in the USA since 1959. With a home standby generator, your home will never lose power again. Generac generators activate automatically in the event of any power loss and restore power to your home within seconds. From now until April 16th, purchase a Generac generator from Hilscher Clarke Electric Company and receive a free 10-year warranty, over $1,000 value right there alone. It's your home. It's our family. Trust only the best. Hilscher Clarke Electric Company. Also, our friends at EaglesFOE190.com. Eagles190.com. Our friends at Eagles FOE 190, located in downtown Massillon at 303 Wyrick Boulevard Northwest. Stop down and see them. They're open 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday, and 11 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Sunday. Call them at 330-832-7385 and sign up for $24 a year. Get initiated and become a member of a fraternity that donates over $100,000 a year to local charities. We'll read through some of those charities as we roll through this weekend down here at the Schottenstein Center. Remember, Jim Bostic, Jamie Fausnight, John Lowery, TJ Downing will be with you the entire weekend for the 86th annual Boys State Wrestling Championships and the inaugural Girls State Wrestling Championships. And when we call those finals Sunday, Jim and John will be featured. Jim and Jamie will be featured on that mat. John and I will kind of spread out between D1, D2, D3. We're going to be joined by our guy, Mike Hurley. We're also going to hear from our guy, Landon Jenkins. Well, we're going to hear from his dad, Larry Jenkins. He rolled in there with us. He'll come down here, pop on the headset just like he did when we did that Carrollton Minerva Dole. That was a heck of an environment when they dropped the lights down and had the spotlight over top of the mats. But you know what? It's well lit in here. And I'll tell you what, the action has been great thus far. We've had a lot of our locals that have moved on that are going to continue their, as Jim, you call it, their run towards hitting the podium and claiming that top spot. For our friends over at Lindseys Pizza. When they got on board with us, brother. And they brought that.
You didn't bring any with you, did you?
Week. John Lindsay's been known to deliver outside of his area.
Wow.
I don't know if it'll go 2 hours, but I'll tell you what, that breakfast pizza is well worth it. Make sure, located inside the Hillsdale Shopping Center at 2827 Whipple Avenue in Canton, you get a hold of John Lindsay and Lindseys Pizza. You can call them at 330-477-3800, or you can order online at lindseys.pizza.com. They're open until 11 p.m. Pizza, chicken subs, salads, calzones, and strombolis. Get it from the best. Call John Lindsay at 330-477-3800. lindseys.pizza.com. You can order there as well. Lindseys Pizza inside of the Hillsdale Shopping Center. And our friends over at CH Vallos and Associates, remember, when you're looking for your next home, auto, life, or financial service need quotes, contact a staple from the North Canton community for over 75 years. I know I already got a message coming in from them. Love the video that we put up on our different social media platforms of Jordan Palmer with her sportsmanship and, seeing that the lady that she wrestled might have been injured, helping her up off the mat, embracing her, giving her a hug. That's what it's all about. Great job, Jordan Palmer. She's going to move on in her run towards Sunday afternoon. All right. We could do it also without our friends at Simon Says Promotions, Spirit of Stark, Leathernecks Nation MC, the Sam Center, and Save22.vet. Sam Center today. Well, what is today? Today is the second Friday. They would have given out today over 6,000 pounds of food to veteran families in need. First, check that second and fourth Friday of every month. They give back to their community. Sam Center in Massillon. Check them out if you can donate, if you can support them. Also, Save22.vet. We'll talk more about them throughout this evening. It is back. It's back, Jack.
Yeah, guys, looking over at mat number
What's that,
4, about 452, our consolation Division 3, 106 pounds on the mat. Over there we have Ethan Cantrell from West Union, and he's actually wrestling a young man, came into the tournament as an alternate from Mechanicsburg, Nolan Fraley. So these two guys here trying to hang on, try to get to those 2 wins you need. You need 2 wins to get up on the podium. But again, first loss already in the books. You don't want that second. Otherwise, you're packing up that gear bag for the year.
Yeah, and you know what, though? What an honor to be in this tournament.
Oh,
all these participants, man, yeah. Just to qualify, to do what they had to do to get here, man. The heart, sweat, tears, emotions that, they had to experience to be part of this is, never calculated. But, man, when you do sit down and think about it one day, you'll learn something about yourself.
Hundreds and hundreds of kids that wrestle, every year, 16 out of a weight class get to say I was a state qualifier. And of those years ago, right, when you and I wrestled, it was, I know for me it was top 6. I don't know if they'd moved it to 8 by that point, Johnny, when you came down through. But only 6 of them ever got to say I was a placer. And, of course, only 1 gets to say, I was the champ. So, but you're absolutely right. To say I was one of the best 16 in the state in that season and that year is definitely a badge of honor to carry with you.
No, it's a character builder. You know
Absolutely.
that. I mean, look at there's a website on social media. It's wrestlers, in business, something like that.
Yep,
and,
wrestlers in business. Yep.
And shout out to those guys for what they're doing. But the reason I mention that though is I see that a lot. I've experienced that. I'm sure you have too, Jim. Where there's a promotion at a job, something like that, and your management team says, "Hey, man, one of the main reasons we like you is because you got that wrestler mentality, you got that character. That's what we're looking for. Yet, Rocky Balboa, never give up." And
that's why it's important to put that on a young resume. Let them know that you wrestled, right?
Oh, it is.
Like 100%. You're saying, the work ethic that we had to have in the room every single day.
You've handled adversity. You know what it means to be down, to have to fight back, to be able to figure things out quickly, right?
Absolutely.
You don't have a whole lot of time out there on the mat when stuff starts going the wrong way.
Right.
You better fix it quick, or it ends in a loss.
I just had a corporate America guy tell me that what TJ's saying right now. He said, "You know what? We couldn't pay somebody enough money to come out and train somebody on all those aspects of life and to get them all, skilled up on those things." He's like, that's a real blessing to be able to find somebody that already has that in them. And wrestling does that to you. It really does. I mean, if you win, every match, or if you never won a match, it's gonna do that to you.
But absolutely.
We
always said all year, right? We become part of a brotherhood. And I'm sure, of course, TJ, the same as he went through, and high-level collegiate athlete, football player right here at the Ohio State University. Of course, those guys, I'm sure, a strong brotherhood. But same thing here in the wrestling arena. And it didn't matter if you wrestled in 8th grade or, 1 year in high school. You wrestle? Yeah.
Right.
Like you're in, right? You're part of the group.
You know what's funny? It's even those conversations where somebody says, "Oh, I only did it 1 season." They have a moment, a special moment that they share that was awesome. And they'll say that. They'll say, "I tell you what, though, I'll never forget when," you know what I mean? You get to hear that never forget story.
Yep.
And that I love that. That's and it's different because it's not the most popular sport out there, but we already know that. But it's not for everyone either.
No, absolutely. We've talked a lot about that through the year. And of course, again, just hats off to TJ and JP for what they're doing here with Stark Media to being able to bring not only wrestling, but again, as TJ says all the time, so many sports that deserve those athletes, those student athletes to deserve to be recognized, in a media broadcasting radio type presentation. We see a lot of it in football and basketball. Obviously, your two big sports, your money makers for many schools, but Stark Media giving the opportunity for many of our other sports to have that opportunity and chance to be seen and heard throughout the season. So hats off to those two guys.
I believe even Chad Hilliard had told us that from his experience when he was down here wrestling, he lost his opening round match, and then he won those 5 in a row to come back and place third. Who was his coach? Was it Rocky?
Oh, at
Minerva?
No, it would have
No.
Would
have been it would have been Jeff Coleman.
Jeff Coleman,
and he kind of pulled him to the side after that first match.
No, that was I know where you're going. Yep.
And he said, "You know what?" He goes, "I wouldn't blame you." Wow, that's kind of scary.
Yeah, that's real scary.
That you just said
Wow,
that Jeff Coleman. That's like deja vu.
That's another level of nervousness.
Well, it doesn't make me as nervous as Liam's mom coming back. But
good point.
Oh,
no, I mean Coleman basically said he's like I wouldn't blame you for wanting to just kind of pack it up and go home now, because I think Chad Hilliard fought through a lot of injury throughout his career.
right.
He said, I wouldn't blame you
Right.
for wanting to pack it up and go home. He goes, but you know what we can do? We can get back down to work,
Yep.
and make this thing right.
I want to hang out with Chad Hilliard, man.
In his basement.
Yeah, no, that sounds amazing.
Except I'm just worried if we go down there that Bridget might attack us, because she's still a little pissed that we got her dad wrong.
Yeah. And we already got D3 boys action at 106 back in front of us right here on mat 7 and mat 8. And we got a hair one here, Jim.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Yep.
Double hair match.
Double hair match. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I don't know. Everybody's got their own opinion.
Oak Harbor. I'm a fan.
I don't know.
Listen,
I was kind of a fan of having the hair got cropped. That's just me.
I like the old, high and tight. I even still, rock that with the few hairs I have. I always say, what do military men say? Blood on the side, skin on the top. But,
yeah. That's one of the things they say, I guess.
But Oak Harbor program always has a good showing at the state with 3 or 4 tough kids. Man, I love seeing them out here. They got that family, the Birdmans, that kind of ignited their success there in wrestling over the years, and it's build a tradition. We're talking about traditions with all these different programs, and it's cool seeing that year in, year out, that they're still at it. Also on the camera over there off mat 8, taking some photos. Shout out to Karen Jane, mom of Eddie and Mark Jane, great wrestlers from Lakewood St. Ed, state champs. I seen Mark up on there for the 3-time state champ. But by the way,
and he was a 3-timer too.
Yeah. So yeah. Speaking on that, real quick too, we're gonna have Mike Hurley on here at some point during the tournament.
Do we know any local Northeast Ohio guys that are going to be fighting for their wrestling lives here coming up in the consies? Do we know who locals
Levi Pigeon.
Levi
Pigeon.
Okay.
Cow herder.
Dallas Ducey Curtis.
Okay. That and that's a tough draw for him. You're getting a St. Ed's guy fresh out the blocks. Not an easy thing to do.
Imagine getting Ducey Curtis first round of the consies.
Well,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Surprise.
Yeah. So there are a couple. Let me see.
Is Charles Curtis? Is he the type of guy that can rattle off 5 in a row?
Oh yeah.
Oh
Get the
yeah, man.
Cool as a cucumber.
Dude, he lost 3-0 to a returning state champ. So.
Well, that's not really. I think the question he asked is, it wasn't so much could he wrestle at that level. It was more like, can he bury that match with the shovel and bury the shovel, and then come out here and start all over. And I definitely think Deuce can do that.
Yeah, no, you can tell he got that mentality, man. He's out there on the mat. He's electric watching wrestle.
He is. It's amazing to see in the last couple weeks to actually see somebody that was that much more electric.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
Boots was a whole different level.
Yeah.
You could see it.
You can see it. Yeah.
Well, guys, our women slowly moving on. Looks like we have about 2 of our ladies' matches that are still underway. That said, looking up at the team board, Harrison right now in 4th place, Marysville in 3rd. Excuse me, I went backwards, wrong way. Olentangy Orange in 4th, Greenview in 3rd, Marysville right now in 2nd place, and Harrison on the top spot as of right now.
Marysville is a school to watch, man. I'm telling you. I was said, like I've mentioned multiple times, I have a good friend down there.
Yeah.
And last year I went to the OAC Youth State Tournament. You know, one of the parents asked me if I would coach their kid down there. So I went down and I coached one of the kids. And we happened to be in the same room or in the same hotel as my buddy and the Marysville team. They must have had 15, 16 kids. You ever take 15, 16 to the OAC? Like, that's a lot of kids.
A lot of kids.
For the OAC, I mean, that's not an easy tournament to get into. And they were placing all over the place. So, you know, it's starting underneath. They have a large number of boys. They have a large number of girls. They got Ray McDonald in there. You know,
Right.
you know, they're on the move.
The shaman is bringing them in.
Because I'll tell you, Ray brings good luck.
Absolutely.
He does. Yeah.
Love me some Ray. What a guy.
I actually did on my way to the hospitality room there. I did bump into him, give him a little hug, tell him that Marysville's looking good.
Nice.
Should have hit a broomstick on him.
I could. If he'd grab a single leg on me, you never know.
Okay.
I've seen Jamie in action recently, and man, he still got it. He still got it.
A little playful fun at pool night.
Yeah. Definitely.
Somebody wanted to try the water, test the waters.
Yeah. Young guy too. A young guy.
He until I got him off his feet.
He learned real quick.
Yeah. You got to be careful with that.
Oh, there was no malintent. It was good, clean fun. He was a good guy.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not doing anything like that if it's serious.
After 2 of his ribs got crushed. No.
It was about 25 seconds long.
Yeah. Well, you know what? And that's, you know, people always say, you know, that first start wrestling, like, man, that 2 minutes felt like 1 hour. And
Yeah.
it does when you're out. I think in this venue, in this, you know, stage, it feels even longer when you're out there, like warming up even. You get, you know.
You said, right?
Oh, here.
I got like 5 minutes. Talk a little bit.
There you go. Wait.
Scooch down a chair.
Wait, here. Everybody scoot down one. Yeah.
One here.
Oh, here. You want to
Yeah,
take?
there you go.
You just
No,
want to take
yeah,
TJ? There you go. All right.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as always, great in the house. Friend of Stark Media. Just love him. He's here, down here again. Akron Beacon Journal's very own Brad Bourneval. Brad, what do you think, buddy? My gosh.
I'm telling you, today, crazy. Greater Akron area in Division 1 went 40-10.
Wow.
You had we talked about it. You had the
That's awesome.
3
Yeah.
4 seeds beat or 4 lines beat a 1 line. It's just insane. I mean, we've already had 2 state champs go down. Todd Allen from Buckeye lost. Cole Evans from Perrysburg lost. This is nuts, man. I'm kind of used to this on day 2, but day 1,
Yeah, I was gonna say day 2.
It's a
Man.
great day 1. Yeah.
unbelievable. There's some great matches coming up tomorrow too. I mean, it's gonna be fantastic.
Or the quarter. I mean, we all look to the semifinals, but it's almost now we're looking at the quarterfinals
Right.
to a point where, like you said, now we're looking at round 1, right? I mean, yeah, I think you reported on it, the 32, 38, 44, the number of placers that are in those 3 weight classes is insane.
It's incredible, and it just makes for such an exciting atmosphere right off the jump tomorrow. You know, like I was talking to Coach McBurney about his kid, about Emmerich. Emmerich's got, Ethan Timar from St. Ed's in the first round. Well, Emmerich beat him in Central Regionals last year in freestyle. So it's not like he's going in going, oh my God, I've got the projected state champ right off the bat. He's going in going, well, I already beat this kid once, Yeah, he's a projected state champ, but
Right.
I'm 1-0 against him. So that doesn't mean anything. It's gonna be fantastic, man.
Your thoughts, Brad, as far as, again, even though as we've talked about, throughout the broadcast here so far, our women's, of course, year 4, first 3 years sanctioned by the Coaches Association. This year, of course, identified by the OHSAA. Your thoughts on what you saw that first round out of our ladies?
What was the biggest cheer? The biggest cheer was the second they stepped on the mat. I mean, it was fantastic. And then, there's going to be, and like the area coach said in the story, it's all about equal opportunity. We've been doing this for years. They should have the exact same thing, and they're not floundering down here.
What's funny is I think for all those years, it wasn't like, hey, let's keep the girls out, let's exclude the girls. I think that no one had any clue how much interest the girls would have.
100%.
It's not that, that they were, I don't know how I want to word it. Like, I don't feel like they were cheated in that way. I mean, I had a sister that graduated in 1983 that I know would be here.
Right.
She was as tough as they
Real
get.
deal.
My brother used to practice with her all the time. Like, she's as tough as they get. And I look at this and I see that. I'm like, I wish my sister Kim could have been here.
Right, for sure. I was talking to the Highland coach, Tim Maxworthy, last week. Flat out said in the story, girls wrestling is going to save this sport. And I don't disagree. I mean, it's exploding everywhere.
Absolutely. Again, our guest right now, Brad Bornable from the Akron Beacon Journal. Thank him for stopping by for a few minutes with us. Jamie, you had something there thrown in.
Well, to piggyback on that, you say that the girls wrestling can save our sport. And it's not necessarily just, hey, there's girls wrestling here now. What happens when those girls start to have kids? You look at how much important it is to fathers who wrestled, and then all of a sudden you throw the moms in who wrestled. You're doubling the amount of people. Wrestling is a very family and oriented sport, where it gets passed down in generations and things like that. And you may not see how impactful it is right now. Give it about 15 years when these 15-year-olds are 30 and their kids are 5, 6, and 7. You wait and see what those kind of wrestlers are going to look like. Those, it's really neat when both parents have lived it and breathed it and done it and sacrificed for it. It's wild to think of what our wrestling will look like then.
I'm going to give you a name to watch tomorrow, Savannah Isaac.
Oh.
She's obviously she's a state champ, but she's also a 2-time national champ.
I mentioned that.
She is fantastic, and she's unbelievable.
The Toledo Whitmer girl.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you this, because I did have a note. There's a couple of them. Elena Jackson from Minerva or maybe Savannah Isaac is undefeated in their whole high school career.
Right, Savannah is for sure.
Savannah?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't sure if it was Elena.
Elena may be also, though, to be honest with you.
Because we have 3 girls that have a shot at 4 titles this year.
Right.
And there's 2 Fargo champs here. And there's definitely some pedigree out of those girls.
And I'm telling you, have you watched her wrestle? She's unbelievable. She is like workmanlike.
Oh, she was right here.
Yeah.
I'm at 7,
Yeah, she's incredible. She's incredible. I'm really looking forward to day 2.
You're a next level wrestler when you get your back points. You belly them down like she did strategic. She could have pinned that girl.
Right.
She bellied her down, showed her hands, went right back to it, and just went back to work. You're right. I saw that.
She's fantastic.
Toledo tough, man. This is another tough kid from Toledo. That's all it is.
Love it. So,
Brad, I know you followed the team out to Fargo. I think I counted, and you do this also. You and I kind of like our stats and our seasons. I think it was 42 of the ladies that were on our national team that are here in this tournament. And that's just going to help our national team. And, obviously put that team together for many years. I've watched it grow every single year. This year will be no different. We're going to see more growth, aren't we?
Absolutely, we are. Absolutely. And I mean, they just keep getting better. They keep that's the key part. The key part is you can grow it, but are they getting better at the same time? And they are.
Yes.
And I mean, it's certainly headed in the right direction. And you got to look at the Paige Nemecks, the Olivia Shores, the pioneers in the past
they
that did
paved the way.
Yeah, paved the way. Having to wrestle against boys, that really grew the interest. I'm excited for tomorrow. I can't wait for this stuff to start tomorrow.
Yeah, this part is all like a big teaser till all of a sudden you You get your break, you go away for a little bit, and then you come back and it's semis. And then it gets really real.
That is my favorite session.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now what I'm excited about. Jamie's probably getting tired of me saying it, but I'll tell you what I like. The fact is we're going to go back to 2 mats, nothing but semis on those 2 mats, no conceded, distract.
Right.
It's boom, boom, boom. 4 mats, 4 semis, D1 to women. Make it happen. It's going to be awesome.
When Jim says 2 mats, he means 2 mats per division.
Correct.
There's 2 mats for the ladies, 2 matches for D1, 2 mats for D2, and 2 mats for D3.
Well,
and you have 8 mats going, and you can watch this. You can zero in on each weight class. Do they hold them? They do hold those, don't they? They do.
I've seen it both ways. I haven't heard what we're going to do.
I would imagine they hold.
I hope they hold them.
It just makes it easier to follow for everybody.
The best part is if you're on mat 7, 6 is right across the way.
Right.
And it's the
It's
same.
easy to follow, yeah.
It's the same.
Same division.
Sorry, I just had to drive by.
Yeah,
all
I'd
right.
like to see
You
them
handled it
hold
well.
them and keep it the same weight classes going.
Right, for sure.
Now, obviously, just per division. I wouldn't want to wait 8 matches to send the next weight class out. But
So you've told us about the one young lady that to keep our eye on. Anybody in the men's division that you're really kind of focusing on, that you're just saying like, man, I got to see that match.
I don't understand. I mean, I don't want to say I don't understand. Blake France from Wadsworth. That was the kid. He finished 3rd last week, got to the semis. He knocked a 1 off here. The kid's 106 pounds if he's got cement blocks for shoes.
I know.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I'm interested.
I like that kid a lot.
I want to see what that kid's going to do. Kind of bummed out that the Jackson Joy Cole Evans match didn't happen, but hey, you know what? D1 suddenly got interesting. Buckeye kind of fell back.
Right.
I don't know that they're going to be able to do anything with the Graham thing.
Recover.
The sales.
What a great team they have.
Absolutely.
Medina Buckeye. They won the Medina tournament. We covered this year.
They won the state duels.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. I did see that
Last
too.
match, so it'll be fun. But I got to get back at it because we're about to start what I'm in charge of here. So I just wanted to stop by and say hi.
Hey,
but-
we're glad you. Please stop by tomorrow. Come by and see us, ladies and gentlemen. Brad Bornerville, Akron Beacon Journal, one of the best of the best. We really appreciate you stopping by.
Thanks so
Brad.
much, Brad.
See you, brother.
See ya.
Well, Mr. Bostic. It's you and me in D3.
That's it, baby.
We look like we're closing in on the halfway point in D3. Remember, there's only half as many matches as the first round.
That's right. Only 4
so we
per
will
weight.
buzz through these sessions pretty quick. I don't know if we're going to be here the whole way through. TJ kind of made whatever the El Presidente decides.
Absolutely. The Matador makes the call, right?
Yeah, he drove me. So. He drove me. So if we stay the whole time, I stay the whole time. I'm happy to watch wrestling. This is one of the last times you get to really watch it for a while after taking in so much over the last couple weeks.
I'll tell you what, brother, we've had a nice run. Again, I just can't thank TJ, JP enough for giving us this opportunity. And I really believe, I hope that our fans out there that have been watching share some thoughts. We'd like to improve, keep things going and growing. And I do believe this is just going to grow for a presence for our sport.
Yeah, I'll tell you that this is, and just like Brad was saying, the girls are helping to bring numbers back into the sport. Opportunities like this to show matches on stream, or even if we just do live audio, things like that, or one day it's on the radio. I think it's just an amazing thing. I couldn't be more excited to be a part of this. I tell TJ once a week, thanks for taking a chance on me.
I do the same.
It's such a cool opportunity, and we're very fortunate that not only we are fortunate that we get the opportunity, but we're fortunate of the wrestling community to be able to offer this. So I hope that it's appreciated, and I'll tell you, I get it that we started out our first year with one camera, and we just kind of focus on a little spot. We're at the beginning of the road, and I promise you, we'll see a difference in the next couple of years before it's all said and done. How this is all brought to you guys.
Absolutely. I know as we walk through different tournaments throughout the season, there's been a lot of great accolades, thank yous given by coaches, fans that are watching and being a part of, and that just lets us know you're out there, and we appreciate it, and we're going to keep bringing it to you. So
there's definitely a buzz. I can humbly say that I'm kind of a recognizable person around these tournaments.
Yeah, you
like,
are.
Humbly, I say that.
Yeah, I know.
You can't walk me a whole lap around without 5 conversations I have to stop and have with somebody. My wife was never all that impressed with walking through a tournament with me. We couldn't get from one end of the gym to the other, but now it's a little different. It's like there are people coming up to me that I don't know that are saying, "Hey, man, I watched the broadcast. It was awesome." We've spoken a couple times this year about how many different uses we have for this. I've had college coaches watch some of the wrestlers that we've aired. I've had parents say that they've watched, for this tournament. I had a parent say that they went back and watched one of our broadcasts because their kid had one of that we aired in the first round.
Wow.
I've had multiple coaches tell me things like that. I did that for a couple of my son's matches. I went back and watched some of Stark Media's things. So, as we grow, I welcome all of that, everything that we can offer the sport by having the opportunity to give you guys a look at Northeast Ohio and Ohio wrestling in general.
That's the thing. That Jamie and I have talked to TJ about. Creating what we're kind of calling the vault, right? What Jamie's talking about, having that video available to you 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road. Who knows? How long we're. Be kind of cool to say, hey, you want to see where your dad wrestled, and be able to jump onto Stark Media, go into the vault and pull that up. So a lot of great things to come. I think JP and TJ have some great ideas, and again, we're going to keep bringing it to you. D3 moving right along here, James. D2 first bout number that we'll be looking for consolation.
I'm not positive what local kids we have that are fighting for their ability to see day 2. I don't know. I don't know where how Fairless or not Fairless, but Tuslaw. I don't know how their first round went. I do know their 106 pounder one. I did have a nice conversation with ex-Perry State champion JoJo Taze. What a great pickup that is for that school district in their wrestling program. Such a great guy.
No, Coach,
I look at him now,
Perrine,
and
right?
It's very difficult not to look at him and see his dad nowadays. And what a great guy his dad was.
Yep. Great family.
It's great to see JoJo doing a good job and staying involved with the sport.
Well, looking up the big board there, brother, about 5:05 is the first Division II consolation bout. It is on the board. They're in the warm-up on mat number 1.
Why is 500 red?
Could be an injury default or something.
That's right.
Of that nature.
It is a default when they're red. That's right. Thanks. When they're okay.
So again, it's a great tournament as it is every year down here at the Schott. And the officials, again, just a great group. Guys do such a great job. We've talked about all year out there. If you're listening, if you're ever thought about getting back into the sport in a capacity, think about becoming an official, not just on our sport of wrestling, but all of our sports. All our sports need help in the areas of officiating. We understand that, some of the reasons why maybe folks don't jump in, but try to overlook that. Think about it and just jump on the OHSAA website. Any of the sports out there, and it'll tell you how to become an official. I believe many of them you can take the courses online, become certified, and get yourself becoming active in that sport that you love.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I had a great conversation yesterday with friend of Stark Media, Jerry Tennant. Bump into him frequently outside of the wrestling area. We live about a mile and a half apart, so we frequent the same places. So had a nice talk with him yesterday, and he's very excited. He's looking to be an official for about 3 more years. He's got a young one coming up through, and that's his little game plan. And he was telling me all the good things about how they're changing the officiating, the rate of pay that the officials are receiving. Like he said, who's going to take, an hour off of work to drive to a school to referee a middle school match for $45 and get screamed at the whole time. There's not a line of dudes.
No.
That want to do that.
Absolutely
and he's like, so I think that the compensation is going to start to go up. And there's a need, it's supply and demand. There isn't the greatest of supply compared to the demand right now. So I do think that, and tenured referees where they make a little bit more money, this might be a college thing because he kind of goes back and forth between high school and college. And, it takes X amount of years to get to a point where your pay increases. I think that number is going to go down to how
Okay.
long it takes. He
Yeah.
was telling me all kinds of different
Wow,
things.
very interesting.
So
okay.
so hopefully, if you are on the fence, there are things in motion to make it a little more beneficial to be a state official. I did run out. The officials are a major part of our sport. I have some great friends out there.
Oh yeah.
You
got to have them, right?
Mr.
I mean,
Carpenter
it doesn't
right out
matter.
in front of us. I ran over and I saw Jeff Bowman before matches
Yeah.
started. He was standing there with the three guys right in the middle of mat two. And
Yeah.
I jogged right out on the mat and gave him a hug and said, hey, congratulations on your first state tournament.
Absolutely. No, we need the officials. We need those umpires. We need those folks to kind of, keep control, work through the rules. As Jamie said, sometimes the reason why we don't step there, some of the abuse to some degree can be labeled, I guess, happens. But again, think about it. Take a look. Get on the OHSAA website and find out how you can become credentialed.
It's such a good way to give back to the sport that you love. And like we're saying, it's not just wrestling. It's all over. It's such a great way to give back to the sport. If you want to get involved, if you would like to coach, but you can't get out of work to be at practice 5 to 6, 7 days a week, it's a great experience. It's a great way to still contribute. And the brotherhood, I can't speak for every sport. The brotherhood between the wrestling officials is really something incredible. I'm very fortunate that I'm a what's the term I'm looking for? Honorary member.
Honorary?
The referees.
Okay.
You make friends.
Multi-level.
Siblings are tight because they used to fight and beat each other up, and then when they become adults, they love each other, very deeply. Wrestlers are the same way. We beat each other up. The referee-coach relationship. We do go after each other, but when you have a high-level referee and a high-level coach, you understand that once that call's determined and it's over, you go back to the chair. The next call is a different call. The next match is another match. Nothing carries on through along the whole day.
No.
Now, if a coach can't separate each individual interaction in each match, there's a problem with that coach. If the referee can't do that, there's a problem with that referee. But when you have two people that have done this for a long time, they don't do that.
Right.
No referee is going to be like, oh, I had that Fausnight guy from North Canton, and I'm not his.
I remember him.
I'm not giving his next kid a good call. It doesn't work that way. The guys that do it for a long time, they do not care. Their number one objective is to keep the kids safe.
Safety.
Their number two objective is to walk out of here and nobody knows who they are. I've had enough referees tell me that. They want to walk out and nobody know who they were.
Absolutely. Well, I'll tell you what, we got a great crew down here throughout this 3 days. Again, Jeff Bowman, shout out, Star Media fan favorite. Down here at his first state tournament this year. Well, action continuing on. Some big boys over there on mat number 4. Again, we try to change the angle of the camera a little bit for you, try to give you a chance to see a little bit more of the mat area. We realized a little bit far away, but again, trying to give you the best we can at this point in time with the technologies we have. Division 2 just about to get underway. Trying to watch under there. Again, big boys throughout the area to D3.
Yeah, I apologize to the listeners at home. We don't have the greatest familiarity with the Division 3. There just aren't a lot in our area. There's only a couple Division 3s in Northeast Ohio. Where we tend to be a little bit bigger schools between Division 2 and Division 1. The Canton, Akron, Cleveland area. Which is the schools that we're trying to really feature for everyone. For Stark Media. Now, when we're here, obviously, I don't care where they're from. If they need recognized, we'll do the best we can to recognize them. And we'll get to that point, come semis and finals. And
absolutely. We chisel away, right, brother?
Right. I don't like to use terms like to cut the fat. You hear people say things like that. There is no fat in a tournament like this.
No.
There are solid wrestlers that lose first round. There's going to be a kid that lost in the round before that we just witnessed that wrestles all the way back to third. You're going to see that because we did see some district champs fall.
Yes, we did.
And those are dangerous guys.
Yeah.
Look, Ducey Curtis wrestled a returning state champ. TJ asked, we talked about it on the air.
Right.
TJ asked, what a tough draw for Curtis. And I go, imagine being the guy who sees Curtis in the first round.
How you like that round one?
There you go. You got Ducey Curtis.
Yeah. Surprise. Looking across, James, if I may, Matt, number 8, Division 2 out there, 113 pounds. So they are on the mat, moving right along.
There we go. Yeah, this is only half the amount of matches. There were 8 matches, right? 8 matches for 16. 8 matches in every weight class for the first round. Now we're cutting that in half. Oh no, that would be another round of.
No, we got 4.
Yeah.
Just 4 per. Of course, tomorrow quarterfinals again, 4 matches per weight class.
Correct.
And I'll tell you, we have got some barn burners set up for.
The gentleman just walked by and he almost went down. He got ankle picked by the step right there. His pant leg got caught on it.
I'm going to tell you what, it doesn't matter if it's the curtain, if it's the chairs, you're going to get hit with a double leg, single leg kick or whatever. Right?
Nobody's safe around here. Nobody's safe.
When I tell you what, rocking right and past Eric Burnett, legend, Elyria High School head coach.
Absolutely.
I saw him kind of hanging that left arm a little bit. Do you know if he's a little injured? Didn't see that?
I didn't notice.
I hope he's okay. Just a great guy. Again, guy that helps us out every year with our national team as we talk a little bit about that, because that will be the next step for many, many of these wrestlers. Our USA national program going to be starting up here. Actually, the first qualifier at Northwest High School up in Canal Fulton, and that'll be held on March 25th. So,
heck,
freestyle Greco right around the corner.
You're talking about not being safe. I was walking through the warm-up area, and my Matt Hammond's friend at Stark Media, he was on with us. A good friend of mine from the University of Findlay, he was on with us at Top Gun. His stepson, Anthony Crowinger, walked right up to me, double overs, latched on, was ready to throw down. I've been in the room with him and his brother. They both made it here. His brother's a 6'5" heavyweight for Jonathan Alder.
He didn't grab you.
No,
okay.
No. He actually walked by and pretended he couldn't see me.
Oh, is that it? Yeah.
Nice kids.
Yeah. One of those over the head top.
Oh yeah, right? He totally pretended like he couldn't see me. Walked right by.
Right.
Then he came back and gave me one of these.
Yeah.
And then his little brother comes up and latches right on. What a tough kid. He wrestled a Stark County kid first round. He wrestled Quentin Hancock's from Marlington. What a great season he's had. Actually, a friend of the family. My wife and I hang out with a group of friends, and his mother is in that group of friends, and we see them summertime almost every weekend. We cook out at our buddy's house, and shout out to the Holt Ravens if you're listening. Awesome. It was really cool. I went over and I stood Matt's side right before Q came over and shook my hand. And it was one of those times where I'm like, I hope Anthony didn't see that. Both boys really know me well, and I'm like, and those are the tough ones. Those are some of the hardest matches to watch. I've really never coached either boy. Okay. I've talked to him. I've sat down at those things by the pool and had a conversation or two with Q.
Sure.
I have worked out a couple times with Anthony, but it's like you sit there and you watch two kids and you just think to yourself, just hope we have a 6-minute war. I'll cheer. I'll sit here and cheer for whoever's losing.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on, get back in it. Come on, get back in it. And you just hope that both of those kids have a performance they're proud of, and they did. They had a nice little battle. It was a close match. Anthony took a little bit of a lead towards the end with a couple of turns. He's tough sophomore, man. And he's in a big boy weight class of 175, man. And I have no doubt he's going to be a placer. I predicted that at Top Gun.
Predictions given.
I definitely see him placing here.
Now looking over at Matt, number 5 in the chair there, longtime favorite and head coach, although assistant now, Robin Rayfield with Delta.
Okay.
Robin, of course, the USA Ohio. He was vice chair for many years. I'm not sure if he's still in that role right now, but I know he'll be all part of the USA program here as we begin that here.
What a historical program that is.
Oh,
Delta. I
absolutely.
remember them winning state titles.
Yep.
They were always the top 5 team. They're not currently, but I would not be surprised if I saw them poke their nose in.
And I'll tell you another thing that Robin does. A lot of people don't know. He is, a retired teacher, right? Superintendent. And he's one of the guys that's always down there fighting for the teachers at the retirement, down there with STRS. He has an organization that he leads, and he's always down there working on behalf of all of us teachers. So shout out to Robin. Great guy. I love him. Maybe we'll get him on the air sometime here, either this weekend or definitely during the Freestyle Greco season.
What am I? Why can't I find this guy's name? There's no way he's at 13. I guess he is at 13. Coming out on the mat here on mat 5, good friend of mine I'm good friends with his dad, Rocco Zarnecki, wrestling for CVCA.
Okay. Yep.
You know, tough wrestling family. His dad was a friend of the University of Findlay Roughnecks. He's a Cleveland guy. He was good friends with about 4 or 5 guys that wrestled with me. So he would pop in and hang out with us pretty frequently up there. And, the Zarnecki family are a gung-ho, wrestling family.
No,
Rocco's got a good shot at scoring here. He's stretching him out. He's got short time.
Mat number 10, is that you say?
5.
Apologies, Mat 5. Okay, I got you down here.
Little 113. We have Zarnecki and Costa.
Well, Zarnecki, a member of our national team last year.
Betcha.
Yep, absolutely.
Solid little wrestler. Fundamentally he's very sound. Let's see, took a loss in the round before to
Caden Mellett.
Yeah.
Wapakoneta.
Malloy, not sure. But from Wapakoneta. Another, I never really knew a whole lot about that school till I was at the University of Findlay. Wasn't that far from there.
Okay.
And they had their league tournament. And, a bunch of us college kids were like, let's go to a high school tournament, watch. Holy smokes. That gym was packed. That crowd loved wrestling. And it was just a school I wasn't familiar with,
Sure.
And I knew a lot of schools. I mean, my brother took me to wrestling tournaments since I could walk. And I recognized singlets, and I recognized coaches, and that was just one that I wasn't very familiar with, and it reminded me of being at like Uniontown Lake, where the crowd was hyped, everybody knew what was going on, there was knowledgeable fans in the crowd,
Right.
That's what it felt like, was a little tiny little environment like that. They won that tournament. Shout out to Wapak for their 1997 league title.
Very cool. Yeah, very cool.
But it's always fun to go to somewhere like that where nobody does know who you are. Nobody, you don't know any of the wrestlers. You just start to pick out your favorites. You watch them throughout the course of the day. It's so fun. Still 0-0. Zarnecki's in that same spot. Elbow to elbow. There, he's got it. Now he's going to get 2 there. Oh, he's in Peterson roll position now.
Gotta watch there. Got to keep those hips down and away.
Just need, it's been twice he's been in that position. Not to Peterson, but in that rip him to the hip and elbow to elbow to stretch him out. Get both elbows in front. I think next time he does it, he needs to just go for the 2 and not try to get him to his back there. He ran out of time in the period the time before. Uh-oh.
Short time here.
He got it there. That's got to be 2. That's...
The official not feeling there's control this yet.
Well, it's the second period. I wonder if Zarnecki's on time.
Zarnecki's on time. That could be. Over on mat number 3, right across, and a teammate of Zarnecki, that's Owen Nelson for CVCA, senior, coming back through. And he's wrestling.
That's a stud losing in the first round. That's not a guy you're all about seeing in this first round of consies either.
No, he's wrestling Cody Lyle from Clinton Massey.
Not that I know anything about it, but Zarnecki's a pretty small 13. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he would be a 6-pounder if
Nelson wasn't there.
Nelson wasn't in the line. He's a small 13. Look at this. Look at the length on that other guy.
Absolutely.
Shoot, Nelson looks bigger than Zarnecki.
You're right. You're right.
Definitely possible.
Well, Nelson down at 1-0. Zarnecki is up 1-0.
Nice single.
Let's see the finish. Leg is up.
Oh, going front row. He's not going to get it. He's got the 2. He's got a Turk.
Yeah, he's got a deep half.
Not a Turk, but
got to get them legs free. Just run that half Nelson.
Yeah, and he's free that foot. Get on your toes.
Get that leg out of there.
Zarnecki must have got a set it back we missed. Or escaping a takedown. Escaping a takedown is what he got.
1 and 2.
Now he's looking for his arm
bar. Got the arm bar, baby.
Tilt that up. Oh, he lost the wrist.
All right, there the legs free. Nelson's going to get some back.
Oh, he's got it. Oh, he was stuck there. What a strong dude.
Yeah, he's a little tank. Nice job. Well done, Owen.
Looks like Tomasello.
Yeah,
He does
yeah,
look
absolutely.
like physically. He's not quite the same
Yeah, I'll tell you,
wrestler.
I had the chance to coach Owen back in youth, back in the day, over at Maslin Jackson. Great kid, great family. Really appreciate. Wish him nothing but the best as he continues. I'm not sure if he's going to go on to wrestle in college and have a chance to talk to him about that. But senior year, and
He's a senior.
he is a
He's a
senior.
very small guy.
Yep.
125 is tough
Yep.
to go from 6 to 25. They tend to recruit a lot of 13s to 26 pounders.
Well, I see the Pope's back. Pope,
Yeah.
where you been, baby? Or do Jamie and I want to ask where you've been? I mean, that's a dangerous question with you.
Right. Yeah. So went and did a little soul searching after our experience from earlier.
Got your Lebanon on?
Did you find it? Oh boy.
Let's
Or
just
no,
say,
he just went and ate a couple hot dogs.
Yeah, I got a couple bratwursts, and, but while I was eating them, though, I was just envisioning
Okay.
what a life that would be.
It would be.
What were you
It would be.
envisioning?
Just honeymoon. I mean, I don't know yet. There's still. But like
There is
Jamie
love
said,
in the air.
Well, yeah, and Jamie said it's just day one. So
It is just day one.
Just
It's
day
3-day
one.
tournament.
So
Just planting seeds at this point. Right?
Good
Yeah.
point. Good point. Yeah. Don't go all in right now. Right.
Not yet. Maybe
No.
day 3, I'll bring some roses.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if anybody's listening. If you got any suggestions, but I could bring in maybe roses,
Yeah.
flowers.
What's the chat look like?
You know what? Maybe like a blowhorn or like a megaphone.
Ooh,
She would like that.
might appreciate that.
She would like that.
A little bit
Air
more.
horn and a megaphone. I think you might sweep her right off her
A
feet.
little more volume.
Somebody posted. They put JP Lowry and they put a picture. It's like an emoji of Ruckus from Boondocks.
Okay.
That's funny. That's the chat's response.
Good grief.
That's where the chat's
We got
been
some
left,
D2 guys starting now, JP.
All right. D2
Is it well underway,
action.
actually? It's well
Yeah,
underway,
well
actually.
underway, yeah. You know what I'm looking forward to is this Horvath and kid from his name is Murphy from Reading.
That'll be tomorrow. This is
this is Constellation. That's
Yep,
right.
yep,
That's
yep.
right. Thanks for that. Okay, that's tomorrow. I'm still looking forward to that tomorrow.
Oh,
yeah.
absolutely.
No, there's some quarter round bouts that are just outstanding.
Wars.
It's gonna exactly. Great word. Gonna be wars. Actually, guys, looking across mat number 8, Hunter McCluggage from West Holmes, and he's trying to hang into this tournament here, wrestling Danny Beckett from Medina Buckeye.
I think I see 3 West Holmes guys right now.
All right.
They're all over the place. What a program that is.
I
too.
just gonna say that. It's been a treat to watch them develop a real nice program here these last few years.
You got to get through. It takes a long time to get there. Have you been there lately? We wrestled
not
there.
been down.
We wrestled there this year, and there were a lot of Amish buggies you had to wait for to get around to get all
Really?
the way to West Holmes. Yeah,
That's all right.
yeah. So those types, not necessarily Amish communities,
Right.
but those farm communities are always breed a very blue collar, tough, hard nosed kid. Been baling hay his whole
Those
life.
guys are slinging hay.
Those
and-
kids' grips and
Yep.
the way they squeeze a front headlock or a cradle are just different.
Yep, absolutely. And I'll tell you what, both, Medina, Buckeye, West Holmes, you got 2 kind of very similar communities to some degree.
Yeah, exactly.
At that
Carrollton.
point. Yep.
Let's see. Where is the cow herder? He should be coming up. We need to get a friend of Stark Media, Levi Pigeon. I've called him that before.
Leroy?
That's why that slipped.
You
Yeah,
have?
well, to my son.
Oh, okay.
I never. Levi doesn't know that I call him that.
Okay.
So he is about 5'20".
Must have
He's
zipped
gotta be-
right
there he
past
is. He's
it.
on deck on 6.
I was looking at for you. I must have zipped right past it. Yep. There you go, brother. And he's going to be taking on Mike Thomas, a junior out of Madison Comprehensive School.
That's where Madison Comprehensive is where my friend Dinos Angeles sits at Marysville's from.
Okay.
That's a hard-nosed community too. Very diverse. I don't need to see.
Yeah,
I don't need to see what you guys are
yeah.
doing.
No, you don't.
We're
wanna see
talking wrestling over
it.
here.
Absolutely. He's always
Here.
running off the rails.
Will
man.
this help?
There's always an angle.
It's easier to see.
Yeah.
Always an angle.
Yeah, I was gonna say, running back, looking at those brackets.
So,
Well, again, these young men, we've said it before, even though
we
losing
go.
their second and they are out of the tournament, to be recognized as one of the top 16 in the state for this year is just a true badge of honor that these guys will carry with them forever.
only 2 wins, and it only takes 2 wins to walk out of here with a medal.
All right, I'm going to ask you. You're old school wrestler. I'm old school wrestler.
Right
Johnny, all three of us here have been around a while. 6 versus 8. What do you think?
Whew.
6 versus 8.
Six placers.
6, right? Yeah,
Oh.
because now
Remember,
they place
for
8.
years and years and years,
Correct.
it was 6.
Right.
I forget how many years
You
ago
know-
they switched it to 8.
I have no problem with it.
So Jamie's all right with it.
I have no problem with it.
All right, John.
As competitor, man, and knowing that, I don't know. I guess, like, I've been there before. I got 5th one year at this tournament, and
Okay.
that season, man, at that point in the tournament, and that point in my season, I just wanted to go home. I wanted to be done.
Right.
And so in that respect, with that said, I don't like the 7th and 8th place match because, like, come on, if my coach came up, I mean, and this is probably bad attitude to have, but if my coach came up to me that day and said, "Hey, guess what? Let's say I would have lost that match before that,
Right.
and I get to wrestle for 7th and 8th at least, so I'd have been like, oh, please,
Wow.
Yeah.
don't do that to me."
You would have known it coming in. You would have
Yeah.
known that coming in. You would have been fine with it. Today you sit there, you say that, and I understand. But you would have been proud to be be in the top 8 out of how many hundreds of
That's
kids
true,
that
yeah.
started this tournament.
Right,
It's
Obviously, you're right. I mean, to be in the top 8, but I guess for me, to say 50% of the kids come down and place in this tournament. I don't know. I'm as you guys are finding out as you're with me more and more, I'm a traditionalist. I'm a red mat, green mat guy. I'm kind of a six placer guy. I want it to be a little bit more than half
2
the
wins.
kids that come, stand on the podium. Nothing
Right.
against it. It's great. Like I'm with you, Jamie. The more it's good for the sport.
Well,
yeah,
I'm just,
well,
just
well,
asked opinions. I'm
yeah,
just showing you with mine.
Well,
That's all.
I guess what you could look at it this way is this tournament's really a 3-week tournament. So when you place the top
True
8,
that. True
you're,
that.
you're
Good
the
point.
8 from the sectional district and then your state. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's more
There's
than just
hundreds of kids.
hundreds
and,
of kids,
and,
yeah.
and to be honest, like I've said multiple times, what separates us from other states that are average? Our depth. So why not honor a little bit more of our depth? Because I'll tell you what, an 8th placer here could easily be a finalist. And I'm not going to just name a state. I'm not going to be disrespectful.
No.
But, there's only about 4 or 5 of them that I wouldn't put our 7th and 8th placers in the semis in anywhere else in the country.
Absolutely.
There's out of 50 states, there's probably only about 5 of them that I wouldn't put our 8th placer right in the semis or in the heat of it.
Just a good discussion, good old school wrestling topic discussion, just throwing it out there. Again, everybody's got their opinion, their thoughts, but always good to see. And
to bring us back to Mat 6,
what we got?
Levi Pigeon's down 4-0.
Uh-oh.
He's had a hard season. I don't think Levi is right where he expected to be at this year. I mean, every time I've seen him have a couple little letdowns. We saw him at Top Gun. Remember the one he had at Top Gun? And that was like the quarters. He was losing the whole match. He took a lead with like 5 seconds to go, and he got thrown.
Oh,
Like it was a heartbreaker. And that's what makes this sport great. That goes a different way. The trajectory of his season might have changed.
absolutely.
You start, it's super hard to gain confidence after you have just an ounce of doubt in your head. You have to believe so hard the whole time you're out there.
You know what? In
Oh, sorry.
wow,
I saw it. Did you see that?
yeah,
I'm sorry. There was a stalling call as time expired
That was nasty.
here on Mat 7 to push overtime. Can we see Mat 7?
Well, I'll tell you what, though. I'm not sure what we got with the score because
It's 2-1.
if it was, but if the red was given 1, that would be 3-1.
You got some Matt
So-
Seven.
He's saying green.
Right. I'm wondering.
He may have held the wrong finger up.
That's okay. They're talking about it right now.
Yeah, they're switching it up.
You know, I'll say this. So far, what I've noticed is across the board, these refs have been very consistent in their calls since the start of the tournament. So kudos to all the officials out there, man, keeping it consistent.
Interesting. A little conversation back here. Mr. Carpenter has things under control as he normally does.
So
going to overtime.
That one wrestler got the bandage around the face. What is that, like a nose?
Bloody nose.
Bloody nose?
You know what? When there's certain times when you can't really stop. When a nosebleed gets out of control,
Yeah.
you know, sometimes you bleed through the cotton ball,
Right.
or the
or the
nose plug.
Nose plug.
You know, you bleed through it, and if they have to continually stop the match, what they'll do is they'll plug it with a fresh one, and they'll just tape the dude's nose out.
Yeah.
He called
out of
him out
bounds.
early, man.
Wow.
Maybe one of the trainers could.
I don't like that call.
Maybe one of the trainers could do that for me later.
He called them. That's a close one.
Did the knees touch? I'm just curious.
You throw the brick.
Oh, the brick throw. Brick throw.
Brick house.
Did you initial the brick?
Yeah.
No.
Put J Low.
J Low. Oh, I got to initial the brick, huh?
Mine's real Sharpie. You might need a better
Wait,
one.
well, here's this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we got the.
So we got
Yeah,
J Low. We got
J.
Oh,
No
okay.
evidence.
All J's, right? We got the 3 J's, man. J cube.
When we first got it, Jamie said,
Hey man, I'm by the book.
What was that?
I break enough rules. I'm weird about certain ones. You've gotten to know that enough
yeah.
about me.
Yeah.
I stay in my lane.
J Low. Jamie, what's that?
That's my JF initial symbol.
Oh,
It was
okay.
the marker didn't do me
Oh,
justice.
well, no, I just checking.
That's what I put on Landon Jenkins' back every time.
Okay. Well, maybe I'll follow.
Nice.
So a little bit
JD.
like,
There you
Yeah.
go. There you go.
All right,
Alex,
there we
yeah.
go.
Dang.
It's funny, my that little symbol. I had that on the back of my Dungeon Train T-shirts, and it's funny. I went to the state tournament this year, the youth state tournament. And kids would just walk by, didn't know who I was. And
Right.
I'm like, I told TJ, I'm like, those are my initials on the back of that shirt right there.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just
funny.
pretty funny.
That's good. Good stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, looking across the way there, my friend, with the Carrollton, I think the Carrollton wrestler came out victorious over there. Mat number 6.
On mat 6. Okay.
Did he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hands was raised.
Okay.
Yep.
Maybe I had the colors wrong. That's good.
It's
I'm
all right.
glad for Levi.
Yep. He
One
moves
more
on.
win for Levi.
One more to go.
Let's get the cow herder on the podium.
2 back. 6-2 down here at mat 7. Went into overtime. And again, as we await the consolation D1, that'll be bout number 561. I see biggest bout up on the board, 559. So we're making our way. D1, first consi match about to go to the board. Of course, we'll take it through D1, and then we'll go right into the ladies. Consolation round for our women. And then that'll wrap up day number 1. They're estimating that tonight will be done around at 9:30 is what they're saying.
Yeah, 9:30 start tomorrow.
And we start at 9:30 tomorrow, correct?
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant you were talking about 9:30.
Well,
That was the
9:30 tonight,
projected time they
possible.
thought-
Yes, closing down tonight. But like you said, TJ may shut down our broadcast here a little bit as we move on.
Yeah, I think during D1s, I'd like to go back down on the floor and take a little more footage for TJ.
There
I'd
you
like
go.
to get a little close up of Ducey, a couple more of our area kids that are wrestling in the finals or in this consi round. I'd like to go get Q again and get that Marlington kid on the board on the podium. I'd like to see that.
Wow.
Oh,
The
he
boy
put him
that
on
ran
his
up
back in
7-2.
overtime.
He couldn't hold him.
That's all right. Oh, that wasn't enough.
7-6. He needed the 3.
What a match.
Oh, he kicked him. Oh, yeah.
No, not enough.
He didn't kick him.
Wow.
Wow.
Nice battle down there.
7-6 overtime war.
Wow.
Round one of contests.
Yeah, that was 2-2 going into overtime.
Right. You don't see that very often. That
Nice
many
job.
points in the overtime.
Nope.
That's a lot of points in the overtime.
That's
Well
a
done,
lot,
young
yeah.
men. Well done.
Wow. That's a blood round match right
No,
there.
you
Con.
ain't
Yeah,
lying.
man. I mean, basically at this point, yeah, these are all
521.
blood round matches. Would you agree? I mean,
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
you're,
it's,
you're hanging on for life.
you lose, you're done.
Yeah.
Your season's over.
This Claymont right now in front of us?
Yeah, that's what I was going to
Yep.
see. 521. I was going to see who this is. 521. I'd like to get a name on him. Parrish. So we have Elijah Parrish, senior, 16-4. Not a lot of wins. Or, well, not a lot of matches, I should say. There's
Right.
plenty of wins. That's a good winning percentage, but it's not a lot of matches. I wonder if he had an injury at some
Could
point
be.
in the season.
Yep. Could
Good
be.
to see him here.
Absolutely.
I like it when they dim the lights in here like that. It's on some kind of pattern where it does that every so often. I notice.
Have you guys seen on the thing where it just
Yeah.
shoots across there? That's caught my eye like 3 times where I thought something was coming at me.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, what big sponsor, Chocolate Milk, a big sponsor this year of the,
Really?
the state. Yeah.
Oh.
I'm not sure which brand, if you will, but
Yeah.
Chocolate Milk definitely a big
Oh, he's
sponsor
like a
down in the
broomstick.
state tournament.
Well, I've always been
Good
a fan of
whizzer.
good chocolate milk, man.
You're a chocolate milk guy?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Love that chocolate.
So Parrish choosing down in the second period here. Again, we're 1 minute first periods again. So 1 minute first periods through these contests. Not only do we have half the matches per round, they're 1 minute first periods. So we'll buzz through this round.
This will be a good round. See a
Zip
lot,
through.
Yeah,
Yep.
zip through. Zippity doo dah. I wonder if the Matador is listening in.
I don't know
Always.
what happened to the
Yeah.
Matador, man. I
I
mean,
thought he left with you.
You know what? I did convene with him in the hospitality.
and that's
and-
where separation happened.
Is his GoPro still sitting there? Or did he take off with it?
You know what? He may have gone around with it. He's going.
Oh, Parrish is in bad
I
spot.
don't see the GoPro.
Bad
so-
spot right
oh no,
there.
no, it's here. Wait,
Okay.
GoPro's here.
Rock and roll.
All right, well.
Yeah, I might take a walk in the next round.
Oh, there he is. He's down by Mat 5 on the floor.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
he's famous here, man. He's back on his campus.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Signing autographs,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh, dude, there was
girls throwing panties his way.
Oh, my
what the-
goodness.
I mean, what the? That's not true, Mrs. Downing. I'm kidding. You're listening, Mrs. Downing. That is not true.
It hasn't happened yet, I'll tell you that.
that has only happened in his imagination.
Those years are long past.
Oh, man. It's been nice working with you guys.
I'm the reserved one. Let's all
Well-
just admit it.
Well, I mean, the good news is we know he's not listening because we're watching him down and
Right,
take
right.
pictures.
That's a
so,
great point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so we're off the hook.
Let's
yeah.
just hope he doesn't go back and listen.
He does every one of them. It's so funny. I was telling my wife the other day, like, just out of the blue, he'll text me something bizarre, and I'm like, "Oh, we talked about that." And he's like, "Yeah." And then now that I'm used to it, I'm like, "Oh, he's rewatching our footage." Like, he'll ask me about some name I brought up or some simple-minded thing that came out of my mouth. It's so funny.
I was just a little disappointed this morning, man. I had to, change into, the nicer gear. I had to, get rid of the Jimi Hendrix.
You didn't fall in the mud, did you? Again?
No, it was another experience. It was another John. It was another John Lowry.
Another thing for the
experience.
book, huh?
Yeah,
All right.
I'll never forget introducing John Lowry to my dad.
Great. All right.
I introduced him to my dad. I was going to drive. I decided not to, but
Right.
I have my dad's truck and couldn't get the tool box open. I was going to put our luggage in there,
Okay.
and so he lives right by him. So we stopped by and hey Dad, help us get this open.
Right.
And it was an experience from
And
there.
It just went downhill from
it
there,
went
huh?
downhill from there. Yeah.
Wow.
We'll tell you that often.
Okay. Sounds good.
There was an apology.
There was an apology.
There was an
Okay.
apology.
We hear that a lot out of you, John. I
Just
mean,
to John Lowery, just day in the life of John Lowery.
another J-Lo apology.
I'll tell you what, if the broadcasting doesn't work out for you, I'm sure could do a documentary on your life. You never know what happens next.
Well, TJ's into documentaries, so maybe that's just one we're going to have to throw out. The life and times of John Lowery.
Oh my goodness. It would
I'm
be on
for
like
it.
Mad TV.
Oh, boy.
I'm for it. Comedy Central.
Jackass 3.4.
Oh, yeah.
I used to want to be on that show.
I'm sure
Yeah.
you did. I'm sure you had a couple skits that you probably ran, solo.
Well, so they
Yeah,
would
we know
say
that. We know that.
here's what they would say. If you submitted anything, they frowned on that because they had to say that, but you could submit footage.
No,
So
that's
yeah,
true.
and then, you got to think, you only had like the little camcorder or VHS recorders
Back in the
then.
day? Yeah, right,
yeah,
right.
so
right.
You'd actually have to send them your only copy. Well, I guess you could make a copy, but we weren't.
Yeah, but then you had to have two devices or something. A lot of
Right.
people didn't have that back then.
We
so.
didn't. Yeah, we did one involving a shopping cart and a sliding board, and
Really?
it was right before actually the state tournament, and I busted my elbow open.
Yeah,
And
nothing surprises me.
And you were wrestling, I suppose.
Well, yeah, I ended up wrestling still, but I had to get like a stitch in my, the gap was so big, and it was. I remember we're in the ER, and the doctor came in, and I always ask, well, how does this happen? And my buddy's like, here, I'll show you because you can watch it on the camcorder.
Oh, so you showed him.
And so they showed him, and the doctors, kind of like, didn't make a response at all. He said, hey, can you rewind that? And just, I'll be back in 1 minute. And if you could replay it for me. And it's like, yeah. So he comes back with like a whole group of nurses and doctors.
The whole floor staff.
Yeah. And he's like, all right, go ahead, play it for everybody. And they're just dying laughing. They're like, dude. Like, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, it entertained them. So,
well, it's entertaining us.
Yeah.
What can we say? Right?
Yeah, but,
seriously.
But we did submit that footage and never heard back. And we wrote back, and that they actually wrote back though and said, yeah, we can't, for many reasons, but we're not allowed to accept other, footage outside of anything that we record. So,
all right.
Yeah.
Good share.
Yeah. Yeah, it was my hopeful MTV, wish
debut.
list. Yeah, debut. It's never worked out for me.
Yeah. There's still time, brother.
There's still time.
There's still time.
Keep the dream alive.
TikTok is just
alive.
Just a button away.
Don't ever give up. Don't ever give up.
Rocky Balboa, never give up.
That's Jimmy Valvano.
That's right. Well, again, our fearless leader, the Matador, back on the mic. TJ Downing back with us.
What's funny is
what's that?
He has no idea what
Right.
we were talking about earlier.
That's all right.
So
it's a professional that he is. He walks in. Did you notice how he walked in, headset on? He's in convo. I mean, seriously.
Yeah.
Does it get any better?
Right.
Stark Media taking broadcasting to the next level here.
Look how nervous he is right now.
I told you, I hear everything. I hear everything.
Yeah.
Nothing gets past these ears.
Oh, boy.
If I'm not gonna listen, nobody will.
Right.
That one like, ladies and gentlemen, yes, that's TJ. So join him. Make it two.
Those 7 likes.
I told John.
Misery loves company.
I've been in recovery. Oh man, the kid from Claymont, he's in
earlier.
trouble.
That's what he said. I never got to that.
There
but
was a transition.
Yeah, that's what.
Do we want to know what you're in recovery from? Because it could go anywhere.
I'm in recovery from Liam's mom.
That I got you.
I just took my first glance at the group chat, and there were a couple comments about her actually.
Famous. Yeah.
Well, when you're going to become the wife of John Lowery, what do you expect?
Yeah. No, you know what? There's
Clearly no expectations.
Yeah. Right. There could be that could be another documentary, Stark Media exclusive.
Got a Marlington Duke right here in front of us.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we got 2 Minerva Lions out there. Or one had just taken Hunter Dietrich's out there, and then I believe that's Andy Strader who's over on mat number 2. Dietrich's on mat number 3. Strader lost earlier to the I believe that was Louisville's Colton Baker. Colton Barker.
Barker. Yeah.
Bark. Yeah.
Yep, lost to him. I'll tell you what,
Down
I got to mention, I'm going to put a little sum up on our social media. The Minerva Lions coaches, they get the award. Have you seen their beards?
No,
They all shave designs and patterns into their beards.
I missed that.
really.
Yeah, it's pretty intense, man. I'm going to put it up on
Yeah.
our social media for
Oh,
people
cool.
to check out. They get the award, but
So somebody got a new hairstyling cutting kit, I take it.
yeah, yep.
Okay.
Somebody, they a little manscaping going on.
Wow. I like that.
Jamie, you might want to join them.
Yeah.
Well, I doubt it.
Okay. I just want to throw it out there.
Jamie, it's so romantic though.
Jamie, you mentioned you got a chance to get eyes on Hancock's earlier from Arlington.
Yeah, and I
How
missed.
did he
I
look?
think. Well, he wrestled. The my buddy Matt Hammonds, who spoke on at Top Gun. He wrestled his stepson Anthony, and it was a good match. The first few periods, Anthony's such a stud for a sophomore. He stretched the gap on him, and I just realized that we may have missed his second match here. He's 4:45. I don't see that anywhere up there.
Nope. 445 has gone by, brother. We're deep in the 500s right now.
Or 5:45.
Oh.
5:45.
545.
That Marlington Duke just got slammed.
He sure did.
No.
And I think he's bleeding now because of it.
Oh, there it is. That
Yeah.
one.
Nope. There
That
you go.
one.
In the
Bullpen.
bullpen.
Yeah.
Bullpen. All right.
I think I might walk down there and watch that one Matt's side. Q's a good kid. I'm super. He's had a great season. He
had a heck of a
he's
football
steady.
season, man. I think he's kind of put himself as one of probably the best boys athletes inside of the Duke's hallways. I think.
you know what? I do agree. He steady climbed the rankings all year. He went at one point, he was like in the top 20. Then all of a sudden, next thing you know, my wife goes out with the girls and they're friends with, she's friends with his mom. And she's like, oh, I heard Q's ranked 12th. And then all of a sudden he's ranked 8th. And, he just steadily kept winning. He placed at Top Gun. I know that was a big deal for him. He's definitely doing a good job. He's a junior, so he'll be back.
Marlington's still looking for a head football coach, man. They got a time's kind of ticking on that clock.
Oh yeah, it's getting late.
Getting late in the game, and when you got Quentin coming back, he's going to be a leader of that team and looking to kind of finish out the winter season. Not sure. Do we know if he does anything in the spring?
I don't believe so. He's just a heck of a natural athlete.
A lot of awesome fans here, man. You know what?
Yeah.
Well,
it's been great. You're not going to get the same. You're not going to fill the seats like you will on Sunday.
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
But
it's still pretty spread wide, even in here.
What's that?
The fan base, but it's you can hear it. I mean, this crowd loves what they're seeing. It's the gladiator experience when you're in this kind of arena, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
oh boy, the Marlington Duke down there, he was pretty close. He's looking for the pin, and
I like that singlet the kid he's wrestling.
they actually they gave him the same type of plug that you got earlier. When he got slammed earlier, man, he started.
Yeah, we were talking about
blood.
that. Yeah, I had a rough one. Yeah, no, but look, that kid's singlet. What school is that with the yellow? It's like a
spider web throughout it.
I know. And what's on the back though? I can't make out what that image is. Is it supposed to be like a skull or?
Right.
Unless
Wrestling Marlington.
Yeah, Marlington, right on mat 7 here. I don't know. I like it though. It looks cool.
541. Let's see.
Is that it? Oh, that's match.
Hummel.
You got.
All right, Marlington Duke getting it done
from Bellbrook. I'm not sure.
Then you got about 551 up now, and let me see who we got on that one. All right, so this one is going to be we're on Matt Sevens 190-pound weight class constellation. Got St. Paris Graham, Shet Manier, and then he's all the way down. And his opponent, I can't make out the singlet to look him up.
Hunter Dietrich from Minerva's trailing 3-2 with a minute 18 remaining in the third period. And looks like Strader's already finished up over on there, so we'll check the board on him from Minerva.
It's cool being down here and seeing, Stark County representation, man, with these programs like Minerva, Louisville, Perry. I mean, we put our, Stark County kids put their work into it, and that's that district tournament says it all.
I think the real cool thing would be the redhead kid that you got over here from Carrollton on mat number 6,
Ben Zinda.
You got Ben. He's rocking and rolling.
He's the only senior here.
Levi Pigeon was able to get his Concy round win.
Yeah, they brought 5 guys, 4 juniors and a senior. All right, I'll be back too, gentlemen. I'm going to go down here and watch Q close up.
Okay.
I'll be back.
All right.
So it was interesting to really see, when we kind of found out that Aiden Mosden and his sister Abigail, and if it wasn't for an injury, let me pull this up here. If it wasn't for an injury to his other sister, Adeline, all 3 of them would have qualified for the state tournament. So Abigail, she's in it. I believe she got her win earlier. Adeline also wrestles, and she went to state last year. She got injured at the Hubbard tournament in December, and that put her out the rest of the season. So you would have had Aiden, Abigail, and Adeline, all from the same family, qualify for the state tournament. I think that'd be pretty cool. But
that is cool.
But ultimately, to see how they may end up, it's not going to be easy for Aiden Mosden. This tournament's never easy. It's for a state championship. But I think what we saw from him, how he kind of battled with Cody Fair from Massillon, who, Cody didn't qualify. But Aiden really, he had suffered a loss to him early.
Yeah.
He lost to him. It went 6 periods over there at the try match between McKinley, Massillon, and Alliance that you and Jim Bostic called. Went 6 periods. Aiden Mosden had beat him a couple weeks before. Then Aiden comes back. He's the first Alliance Aviator to win Top Gun in 20 years. He's here now.
Yeah.
215 wrestling. Alliance is D2.
Dude, he's you know what though? He's electric to watch for, especially for a kid, in that weight class. He can move, man. And you don't, and I always say it's the year of the heavyweight, the year of the upper weights, but it's guys like him that's why I say that. You know what I mean? And I love that he's a 2-sport athlete. Shout out to the Maslin boy. That I love seeing guys like that, football players, baseball players, wrestlers. They do a little bit of everything, because a lot of these guys, they're sticking out just with wrestling all year round. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it is it's a different kind of commitment.
To kind of update you on some of the, let's call them our T County wrestlers, Tuscarawas County. We know that Quake Beatty from Indian Valley, he just wrestled. I believe he won as well. Did not catch a score on Jackson Bircher because he has not yet wrestled in his consolation match. I don't believe we haven't gotten to 215 yet, but I say that because I brought up Aiden Mosden's bracket at 215 for the Division II boys wrestling. You've got Aiden Mosden, who defeated Ethan Hill from McLean earlier. We'll find out who the winner was. Who he's going to see tomorrow is going to be either Carter Stack or Mackay Bradley from Mansfield Senior. But when you look down a little bit further in there, in that bracket, Jackson Bircher lost. Indian Valley's Jackson Bircher lost. He came in 38-8 on the season. He lost because we know that because Akron St. Vincent St. Mary pushed all 5 of their wrestlers to victories today in the opening round of the championship matches. Bryson Getz, the 215, was able to take down Jackson Bircher from Indian Valley. Now, if you missed it last week, and Bryson Getz, when Jim and I had a chance to talk to him up there at St. V when we did the In the Room episode, the 8th one of the season on the Start Media YouTube channel. Go back and check him out if you're listening in. We see a couple of you still hanging on here. It's about 7:30. We've been going for about 3 hours here. We'll probably go for another hour or so before we wrap things up here and get ready for a strong day 2 tomorrow. Remember, in the morning time, you'll be able to catch me rocking down there in Dayton for the Northwest Indians girls. They're going to take on Purcell Marion for the D2 state title. So that's going to be fun. Then we're going to come back here. We're going to continue to get more live coverage from the 86th annual Ohio High School Athletic Association State Wrestling Tournament here at the Schott, the inaugural one for the girls. But we're going to get a chance to potentially, in this 215 bracket, see Aiden Mosden and Bryson Getz rematch from the district final. It would have been the district semifinals last week because Aiden Mosden took down Bryson Getz. Bryson Getz had to come back to finish 3rd. Going into the blood round, he handled his business. But I'll tell you what, John, when Jim Bostic and I were up there for that In the Room episode, and we got a chance to talk to Andy Van Scoy, who unfortunately he wasn't allowed to wrestle at districts because he didn't pass his skin check. We also got a chance to talk to the 106er, I believe his name was Christian, and then we had a chance to talk to Bryson Getz. And Bryson Getz, you can tell, you look him in the eye and you hear him talk, he gets it. He said, you know what? And I'm sure it had to piss him off losing to Aiden Mazda last week because we talked to him before the district tournament on Wednesday.
Yeah.
And he looked at us and he said, every time I take the mat, I have one thing in mind, and that's gold. And that's winning it all. And you could just tell there was a confidence there for Bryson, who's a hell of a defensive tackle / defensive end. Played that this year for St. V. He's committed to Ashland to go play for Coach Geiser, who just took over for Lee Owens, the legendary coach there. Longtime Massillon Tiger head football coach Lee Owens, also, I believe 15, 20 plus years at the helm for Ashland. Just completely dominated out there. That's a huge pickup for Ashland football, if you ask me. And he's a guy that could probably put on 25 pounds really quick.
Right.
Once he gets into school on the weightlifting program, the protein shakes, and living, eating, breathing, sleeping football 24/7, it just kind of happens that way once you get into college. But Bryson Getz, man, you can just tell the kid for 18 years old has the right attitude, man. You know, it was positive. He was joking around a little bit, having fun, but you could tell when it was serious time, dude would get focused real quick. He's a light switch dude.
Game day.
Yeah.
Game day athlete, man. Yeah, that I see that a lot. Not just him, but yeah, there's a lot of these kids, out here, same thing. I was watching a kid from Tuslaw warm up when I was in the hallway, and he was he had no like headphones or anything in his ears because I was just watching though, and his parents or somebody like that was trying to have a conversation with him, and he just was he was in the zone, man. He was kind of pacing back and forth, getting ready for his match, and I've seen a lot of that here today. And it's that game day readiness, man, that gets you back in it to win it. And yeah, you take a loss like he had, and that you use that as your fuel, fuel for your fire, man, to motivate you every time you get back out there to say, hey, I'm not letting that happen again.
No.
Yeah. But no, you nailed it, man. He gets it. Yeah.
All right, boys basketball, as we are in regional finals now. Boys basketball update. If you haven't seen Richmond Heights, they would probably beat most Division I teams, and they're a Division III school.
Wow.
Richmond Heights is taking on the Dalton Bulldogs tonight, and they're up. Richmond's up 37-23 at the half. I believe that's over at the Fieldhouse in Canton. Richmond Heights will most likely handle their business there, and they will move on and most likely face Ottawa Glandorf, who Ottawa Glandorf is taking on Wayne Trace, because Wayne Trace took down Central Catholic on Wednesday night. Sam Berkman and I had the call on that. You can, we'll have that up for you on our YouTube channel here shortly. That was over on 99.7 FM and the free iHeartRadio app. Again, the girls tomorrow, Northwest Indians going to play for a state championship at University of Dayton Arena. But as basketball kind of comes down the home stretch, most of our local Northeast Ohio boys, well, our Stark County boys are out of it. You got your Holy War tonight over at Kent State. Walsh Jesuit and Archbishop Hoban facing off with each other. And Archbishop Hoban's pretty good. I got a chance to see Walsh Jesuit in person. They beat the Louisville Leopards, and Louisville had their opportunity to win that game.
Man, that
Absolutely.
Yeah. Shout out to El
Had the
Jansen from
opportunity.
Louisville, man. What a great player he is. Great season he had, too.
See another one of those Indian Valley guys out of Janaden Hutton walking off the mat there. He looks like he didn't win. He looked a little upset. Not sure exactly what went down there, but we'll continue to look at the updates, the brackets, kind of plug in on them. See, our guy down there, Ryan Mitchell, got one of his Grove City guys out there in front of us. Ryan Mitchell, if you missed it, go over and check out our Facebook page. Was with Jamie Fausnight and Jim Bostic earlier today, shooting a little video with our girl Allie from OHSAA, kind of plugging you in on each session. We'll have 4 more of those that we'll do here throughout the weekend. You'll catch John, myself, Mike Hurley, Jim, Jamie back on it. We'll be working with Ryan, our guy Kent Infantaglia. Also, who's the other guy I'm drawing a blank on here? Somewhere around here. I believe that
You said Kent, and then
Kent, and who was our other guy?
There's one more. Yeah, you're right. I can't drum up the name offhand, but I think he had some wrestling coaching background or something like that also, right?
Yeah, and Coach, what did Coach Ryan Mitchell tell us? He had about 3 guys that qualified?
I believe so, yeah. That's it, yeah.
Figures. I saved my list for just when I need them, and then they disappear.
Shout out to these coaches. They're putting in lots of time, energy, time away from their families, time away from, their regular livelihoods during this wrestling season. And it's brutal, man. It's a lot of work, a lot of stress, and they're not, there's not big paychecks involved. So usually it's a little stipend or not even that. But hey, they're here for a reason. It's not to them. It's not about that. It's about being there for their passion and helping these kids out. And shout out to all the coaches in the building, man. It's for all that they do. It's awesome. I was talking about earlier. I was complimenting the Jane brothers. One high school wrestling memory. We have a dual match against Lakewood St. Edwards, and Mark Jane, he was a senior, I believe, that year, and going for his 3rd state title. And he wrestled my teammate at the time, Michael Hurley. And Mike, I believe he almost tech-falled him, and it was quite a huge win anyway. And, I made the statement before, he was way ahead of his time with his approach and his style. And that was, you see him, take out a giant like Mark Jane, and he was a freshman. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was at Ed's too. I mean, there was no home field advantage, anything. I mean, that was probably one of the greatest upsets I've ever witnessed in my life in this sport, man. Unbelievable. And I said that to my father afterwards. He wasn't there to see the match, and you know what he said? He said that would have been an upset. He said, in my eyes, that would have been an upset for Hurley to lose that match. So that was that's how he thought. His school of thinking. But I was like, oh, okay, I see. I see what you mean. But it's all about that game day readiness again, man. I love. I don't know if
Stay ready so you don't have to get ready.
Yeah, stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Oh, they put up these banners across the whole floor, starting out in back in the 50s, and it goes all the way up to current. Past champs, stuff like that. I think that's awesome. I don't remember them doing that in years past, but that's really cool.
Tom Milkovich, Maple Heights.
Oh yeah. Oh, Maple Heights had a dream team, man.
Pat Milkovich.
Yeah.
Maple Heights.
Oh, they had Joe Peroni, Maple Heights. I mean, Maple Heights used to rule this thing back in the day.
Hey, here's a throwback for you. Well, for me at least. How about Richmond Heights? Ed Podekar.
Wow.
I played football with his son here at Ohio State, who was a walk-on wide receiver, Dan Podekar.
Get out of town.
And Ed Podekar was a big time leader up here at Worthington Industries. Dan Podekar actually battled some cancer while he was very young. Right as after he kind of was wrapping up his college career. Again, walked on. I think earned a scholarship his senior year, and wow, I just saw that name kind of pop out. Ed Podekar, man, great dude.
Oh yeah.
Jeff, you see Jeff Jordan?
Yep.
Jordan family over there from Paris Graham. That's synonymous. He obviously everybody knows about Jim Jordan right next to him there. Long time state rep.
Yep.
Let's see here. If they're going to put Jim Jordan up, let's see if they put Mike DeSabato up. I don't know if they're going to put them on the same side of the fence. No, but that DeSabato family that came up earlier was talking to our girl Bugs down there.
Yeah.
And Bugs lives over in she's up in the Dublin area. And she said, hey, you spent some time out in Hilliard. She goes, do you know Phil DeSabato? I said, oh, yeah, everybody knows the DeSabato family name. And I know Mike, and I know that those guys will probably be in attendance here sometime throughout the weekend. But Adam DeSabato, longtime coach, wrestler, Phil, Mike, he was able not only to win a state championship, I believe, in the Hilliard area, but then came here and was a national champion.
Yeah.
Was won the Varsity O award. A longtime wrestling figure, Mike DeSabato, good dude. Let's see who else we got going on around here. Hey, got the Perry Panther over there, Steve Luke, on the wall.
Steve.
I believe next to him, it looks like who's that from Uniontown Lake? Is that Mike Miller?
Oh, probably, yeah.
You got Miller from Lake. You got Steve Luke from Perry right next to each other. So two Federal League cats.
Yeah.
Side by side. That's pretty cool.
That is cool.
Hey, and then just take it a little further to the right, you got Lance Palmer right there as well.
Can I let me stop for one moment. Lance Palmer, quick story.
It's cool seeing all these dudes though, because so many are familiar to you and I. It starts with Tommy Rollins, it goes over to CP Schlater, and it works its way all the way over. I think they left Harry Lester off.
Right. Yeah, I noticed that.
Some serious talent there coming from the early 2000s. Guys you competed against.
Oh man, it's I got a couple of stories real quick. One, Lance Palmer. I think this is the coolest thing ever, man. He said to the Patrick Galbencia, old news reporter for the Cleveland Plain Dealer paper, interviewed him the week of the state tournament and said, hey, how do you think you're going to do? Is this good? And I think he was a freshman at Ed's that year, and he said, you're a freshman. Are you nervous? How do you think you'll perform at the tournament? He said, I will pin all of my opponents in the first period. And he came to the tournament and he pinned all his opponents in the first period. How nasty is that, man? Like, that people talk about like manifesting your goals and making it a mental game. Dude, he hit every goal. I mean, that's insane. And then the other one, Tommy Rowland's story. A lot of people I don't know if they know his background at all, but he started out as a lightweight. He was like a small 103 pounder, man. And then he ended up growing tremendously as we know him today. And I think he won, a championship in multiple weight classes. You know what I mean? Which is tough to do, especially as you move up in those upper weights. But I was at a tournament called the Midwest Classic. I was at Worthington Kilbourne High School down here in the Columbus area, and they had like a little Parade of Champions thing, and I was in the finals that night with
I think
Tommy.
that's not to cut you off. I think that's the best thing about this weekend.
Yeah.
When they do that, when the lights come
I
down
love
and they
Parade of
shoot off the
Champions, man.
fireworks
Yeah.
inside of here, and then the dudes come out, and you got to look at the cat that you're about to square off with. That's a pretty cool deal. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, it is. Well, we were about to do that process, and we're like in the, staging area waiting to come out, and he came up to me and started talking to me, and he said, "Hey, man," he's like, I gotta tell you. I said, "What's that?" He said, "I'm a little jealous of you." I said, "You're jealous of me?" I said, "Dude, I'm jealous of you. You're, the biggest name in this tournament." And he said, "Yeah, but you got the cool hair, bro."
It's all about the hair, man.
Yeah.
Did you see that match down there?
No, we were waiting for you to come back up here and update us.
It took me a second to get over it. He was up 14-3 and got pinned.
Oh.
It's a heartbreaker.
Oh, but that I hear you guys talk about that so much. That's the is that your ultimate equalizer?
That's the best part of the sport.
It is the best part of the sport.
You don't find that anywhere else.
That kid that he wrestled had one weapon, and he tried it, and he tried it, and he tried it, and Q scored off of it multiple times, except for the last time. The old cow catcher cement job,
Yep.
He just had that chin in the underhook and chucked it one time, and it didn't work for him.
It was funny
It
that
didn't work for Q. It did work for the opponent there.
Will we get a chance to talk with Mike Hurley a little bit tomorrow in the middle of the day? He kind of said that about Ryland from the sectionals because he didn't win the sectional tournament. He ended up taking third, and he was leading like 7-2. And getting deep into the third, and he screwed around, and maybe he said he got too high.
Yeah.
And the guy snuck one on him and pinned him. But then he comes back, he wins the district championship. He got a victory today, but it just goes to show you, I don't care if you're number one ranked, who you are, if you're a senior or a freshman, you can get you're capable of getting snuck anytime.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
And I got to think, I wasn't a wrestler, and
there's
when that happens to you, it's got to frustrate the living hell out of you. Knowing that you were winning.
It hurts your soul. Yeah.
It hurts your soul.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially here, at that point when it ends your season, it's so tough. I'm sure he's a mess up there, and I walked by him. I gave him a little handshake and a hug before the match, but when it ended, that's time for his coaches. That's too soon. Right now I would talk to him, but we got Ducey Curtis with a 2-point lead on mat 4.
Ducey is I tell you what, man, he's one of the most exciting. His match against Van Dyke at the district, in my mind, was one of the best matches at the district tournament last week in North Canton Hoover, man.
It got Ducey, our Hilscher Clarke Electric player of that day one. That was day one, correct, that they wrestled?
No, Van Dyke.
Van Dyke. Boots
yeah.
got it for beating Deuce.
Yeah.
Deuce got it at Perry Graham.
Right.
Yes, gotcha.
Yeah, so but still, I mean, that was a little taste of.
And do we remember who was the Graham kid that he got?
I don't remember.
You just seen them littered all throughout here. I mean, I got to think they probably what your rough estimates they said probably at least
14 out of 14 weight classes. I gotta believe they sent 11 minimum.
Something
Wow.
like that, yeah.
That'd be my
Minimum,
guess.
Yeah.
Jim had all those stats.
Man, you're sending almost 75% of your squad. That's strong.
That's strong, man. That's
and
super.
in your mind, you guys mentioned who would be the one team that could really push them in the team standings. I know you said after the 5 wins for St. V, they were sitting at like 3rd.
Well, here we go. It'll come up on the big board right
So
now.
Division 1, you got St. Ed's with 38, Brecksville 26.5, Perrysburg 24.5, and the Perry Panthers sitting at 4,
Yeah.
22.5. Wadsworth's at 5 with 18. Olentangy Liberty's at 16.5. They're in the 6th seed. 7 spot, Springboro.
Nordonia up there. There's Graham.
DeSales.
So DeSales,
DeSales.
yep. St. V's still in 3rd with 18.5. DeSales got 20.5. Graham local. St. Paris, they got 28.5. Buckeye.
17.
Buckeye, we got a chance to see a good bit of them up at
Top Gun.
Medina.
No,
Medina, right?
Yeah,
They were
Medina,
dominant up there.
Dominant, yeah.
Wasion's tied for 4th with Buckeye at 17 points. At 13 points, number 6 is Watterson. And then 7 is Jonathan Alder for Division
Barnesville
3.
took the lead in D3.
Barnesville at 20, taking over Legacy Christian with 19.5. Archbold, John's favorite team, 14 points. They're at number 3. Milan Edison's at 4 with 13. You guys were rapping with a Milan Edison cat earlier, weren't you?
Oh yeah. Yeah, so
Sonora's at 5. Liberty Center is tied at 6 with Troy Christian, 11 points.
well, that Legacy Christian, it's a numbers game, they brought a lot of kids in this tournament. So did Troy Christian, Archibald obviously got a whole crew here. They're sitting behind us. It's all about those traditional programs, man, and getting them developed. You'll see those teams again next year.
Yep. Deuce has an 8-point lead with 1:30 to go in the 3rd period over on mat 4.
Yeah, you know what, and you nailed it earlier, Jamie. He's gonna rock it
that.
back into this tournament.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Sometimes that happens.
And it's tough to do, especially at this thing. Very tough to do.
So I think, guys, we're saying goodnight to Jim Bostic. I think he's signed off for the evening. Said he's going to finish his night down on the mat. He said worst case scenario, he's getting a salad and he's going to bed. The life.
My night's not going out like that.
You ain't going out like no Buster.
I think I'm gonna,
Right.
A simp.
Oh, my wife will love that.
Oh, Jimmy B. Gotta love him, man. Great job. As always by Jimmy B. Helping out here with Wrestle One. What a great setup here. The mats.
everything.
New mats.
Yeah, they did a great job, man. This tournament always, like I said, I feel like there's always something new, something better about it. But the main thing that gets better every year is competition here, man. Sometimes I say that to people like from my generation wrestling, and they get real upset about that, and they disagree with me. And I say, hey, when was the last time you've been to a match? You know what I mean? I say, come in and watch Stark Media or see what's going on, because you'll say the same thing after you experience it. You get that a lot, Jamie, from guys from your generation. You start saying stuff like, well, wrestling's evolved, it's a different game, and then they go, oh, nobody was tough as us back in our day.
Oh, you get that. I mean, everything does evolve. I mean, you look at my brother's era, the early '80s. There was, and then you get into my era where we were a little more technical than those guys, but we street fought really hard. These guys are so technical. Guys like me who knew wrestling inside and out coached these guys when they were little kids, and they're just taught a different level. We were taught very basic stuff and good basics that everybody needs, but the level of, you go and watch those youth tournaments now and you see the techniques that they're hitting, it's amazing to watch. That OAC state tournament is like, It looks like this tournament, except somebody left it in the dryer a little longer. Everything's just a little smaller, you know.
Right.
You know.
Stark media analogies 101. These guys just look like they were left in the dryer a little too long.
You know, they're just tiny guys, but they're doing all the same stuff. The technique is no different.
Well, not to really squash what John just said there about the great thing about this tournament is a competition, but to what you kind of said when we were driving down here today, that, you know, when you see a ton of freshmen that have qualified, do you worry that it's going to be as strong of competition? Because, yeah, they're still just freshmen. Although they qualified, yes, great, you know, but do you feel like this is a better tournament when it's deep with seniors and juniors?
Freshmen can be better.
Freshmen can be, yeah.
You were at districts last week. If a freshman got out of that district, you know he's a hammer.
Oh, yeah, for
you
sure.
know what I mean? It wasn't because that weight class was weak. We didn't have a weak weight class. And our district wasn't that different than
right. Liston's a total
many of them.
Liston's a total hammer for what he was able to do getting out there as a freshman.
Yeah. He won it.
Yeah,
you
right.
Know? You know, there's freshmen that you know, if there are a lot of freshmen here, it means that there's a serious freshman class coming through Ohio. You know, I don't think of it as that it's a weaker tournament.
You know, well, you know, I always say it's that new blood, man, that pushes the old blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what keeps them on their toes, man.
Young bull, old bull.
Yeah, no, and obviously experience matters, but you get a lot of these kids that came in from their 7th and 8th grade career, they might have rocked out 200, 300 matches.
Yeah.
Across the country at big tournaments.
Yeah.
So
they're ready.
They're built ready for this. They've been here, done that, even though they haven't. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's not their Super Bowl. You know, Jamie always says that. Hey, this might be that kid's Super Bowl.
Yeah, because a lot of kids, they don't respond after a huge win or a huge accomplishment. They then all of a sudden they're like they reach their goal and then you don't see their best after that. That's my he won his Super Bowl in that one. That's my analogy for that, you know. And you see that at districts, you see that in finals matches a lot. You know, they won in the semis and that was their Super Bowl, so you don't see their best finals match.
So, correct me if I'm wrong here. That's the same milk that was over at Glen Oak, right? Over here.
Yeah.
Okay. Pat.
No.
Tom. I'm sorry,
yeah.
Tom. Okay.
Yeah.
So that is really a cool banner that they've done with all these state champs, Jamie. We were kind of talking about how cool it is that you got Miller from Lake right next to Luke from Perry. You've got Lance Palmer and all those guys kind of draped right around each other. Pretty cool for the Federal League, you know.
Yeah, they're in order, you know, going around here.
But they really kind of just they picked a select guy, and then I see
they're 3-timers and above.
These are 3-timers and above. Okay, cool. So that's why I see the monster over there from St. Francis de Sales, Luke Fickle, the new head coach in Wisconsin. Look at the head on that thing. Look at just like the traps on Luke. It's just a young high school kid who ended up after that ends up setting the start record, the all-time start record for Ohio State with like 51 starts. Came in, started right as a true freshman. Dude played in the Rose Bowl against Arizona State with one arm. Had the other one strapped down because it was dislocated. And was taking on double teams. I mean, that's a wrestler type mentality. That's like, I mean, you've got to know how to play with leverage if you're playing with one arm down in the trenches.
Absolutely.
Might be one of the all-time great feats in Ohio State history that doesn't get talked about.
Yeah, no,
getting after Jake the Snake, Jake the Plumber.
Yeah.
Jake the Snake.
Yeah, I've watched that game many times. That's a great game.
Yeah. That was
Pat Tillman was in that game.
That was Pat Tillman was in that, and that was post Eddie George. So that was 96. And I want to say that was Pepe Pearson, maybe Pepe or Michael Wiley. But
I don't remember. I DVR all.
They still had Orlando Pace.
I DVR all Ohio State football games and that, you know, those hour-long football games. That one pops up every once in a while, and I watch it.
It really doesn't matter who you have running the ball. It doesn't matter if it's Eddie George or it could be Archie Griffin. I don't care who it is. If you're running behind Corey Stringer
Or TJ Downing.
and Orlando, no, screw that. Screw that. Orlando
Hey,
Pace,
No,
maybe the
listen,
greatest lineman in history.
Hey.
And those guys, it doesn't matter who's running. You're going to probably pick up 100 yards easy.
It was a long time ago, but I ran behind TJ Downing, and let me tell you, Taft Middle School,
Damn it.
and I could have been the worst running back, and I would have scored on those blocks he was laying.
I have no doubt
Cats
about
out,
that.
man.
Imagine
Yeah.
if he wrestled. Imagine how tough he would have been.
Oh, dude, he you know what? He
terrible. I wasn't flexible. I'd have been terrible.
he never was really feeling the wrestling thing.
I would. I peaked late.
Yeah.
My wrestling peaked late. I would have been better when I was in college. I had a better mindset, so to say.
Yeah.
Wintertime, I wanted to party.
Yeah.
Coming off of football season, I wanted to go to the basketball game, sit in the stands, and then have fun afterwards. Again, coach from Grove City down there, Ryan Mitchell walking past. Wasn't sure if we got a chance to see his did his kid get a victory? He was just sitting here in the Concy right in front of us on mat 7. I think he said, did he tell you they have like 3 dudes?
Yeah, he had 3.
Pretty cool. Shout out to the wife tuning in, listening to us. Shout out to my girls, Liz and Rosie, back up home, checking out a little Stark Media YouTube
What's up,
channel.
ladies?
Hey.
I told her, I said,
The gorilla guy. I'm the gorilla guy.
Yeah, the gorilla guy's here. I told her, I said, John Lowry's a mess already. I said, it's 8:30 and he's a mess already. She said, honey, just clean him
In the
up.
morning, you just clean him up and
Clean him up. Like,
give him clothes.
she said, I can hear you. She's texting me now. I can hear you. No, like literally, like it's almost like you need to take. Like, if you remember, Tommy Boy, where he gets all muddy after cow tipping, and Rob Lowe spraying him off. He's I'm a baby, and he's like, did you eat paint chips when you were a kid? like John Lowry totally ate paint chips when he was a kid. 100%.
I'm gonna eat more than paint chips, bro.
Oh man, I think like some embalming fluid fell inside of the paint can. And he survived it, and that's what's wrong with you now. You're half dead. You're half mortal.
Oh my God.
Half man, half immortal.
I get offers every day from science labs trying to. They like to do a full study, on the survival of how I made that happen.
Meanwhile, something that was kind of drawing on me as I was riding up to Bowling Green the other day. I looked up and saw one of the signs said Macomb. Now, when we were over at the Iron Man, I believe, they had a really good showing. Didn't they? Is that the same Macomb or is that a different Macomb?
It might be a different one.
Different one.
Okay,
Yeah.
not from Ohio.
Out of state.
Okay, I got you. Wasn't sure because I hadn't seen any Macomb guys here, and it was kind of befuddled. I'm thinking you had like 4 or 5 hammers from
Right.
Macomb at the Iron Man. They would all be here.
And it only takes 4 hammers to put your name on that board.
Right.
That's right. Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
True that. Yeah, man. Look
Look what St. V did. 5
Yeah.
of them. They all won. You know.
especially I would say in the back in my day, my generation, I used to see in Division III a lot teams bring down 4 guys,
and place in the top 5.
top 5. Yeah.
We were 10th on the board at one point with just Sonny Marchetti here.
Wow.
Ken was it was like after the quarters. We were in 10th place for just a few minutes with just Sonny here.
That's awesome.
Hey, how about an update on Vic from Jackson, who's wrestling for Virginia?
Oh,
Marcelli?
Marcelli,
I
yeah.
recently
Tough kid, man.
I recently reposted something on our Twitter. Make sure to go over and check out @Start Media Team on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram. Give us a like, share, follow, spread the word, subscribe on the Start Media YouTube channel. But I reposted because it looked like, I'm guessing that would have been a Division I regionals. That he
did he qualify?
he was there and he
Nice.
got a victory in the first round. I don't know how he finished out, or maybe you guys knew or not.
I
But
don't know.
Vic with the victory. No, that
yeah.
makes sense. Well, he had a good season last season too, man. He trying to think. I think he had some like an injury, leg injury. He favors that one knee always. I know he's just walking around on it.
Any word, Jamie? I don't know. Did you get a chance to go up there and hang out with the guys in Loge 36?
I have not since not since before they first started wrestling.
Benny Pazook with Army.
He qualified.
He qualified for nationals.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, it was cool, that thing he sent over about 2 or 3 weeks ago about, I believe he was wrestler of the week in whatever.
Yeah.
Was it the conference they
I
were
think it was
in?
the
or-
conference.
Okay.
Yeah. What a
Pretty cool
great kid that is. And Marcelli. They're, you get to when you get to a top tier type of athlete like that, you meet a lot of super quality people. It took a good upbringing, it took a good work ethic, it took a lot of good things for them to get to that spot. And Benny and Aiden are both that type of kid. Ken Pazook, I talked to him here. He's helping, with the coaching, and he just raised 2 outstanding boys.
One of the most amazing things to me when we went down there, we got a chance to rock with Larry on the headset, Larry Jenkins, and we saw those banners up there from Aiden and Ben, which was 2017 and 2019.
Yeah,
and the stat he dropped that there was 25 state runner-ups for Carrollton before they actually got it done with the Pazook brothers.
yeah. I don't know how accurate that, because I saw
Or maybe
a
25
It might have been
qualifiers.
25 placers without a state
okay,
champ.
25
Because I
placers.
looked at it and I didn't see 25 runner-ups.
Okay.
But I knew they had like some sort of a record for, just a prestigious team that hasn't had a champ. And Benny was a 4-time finalist. He didn't win it until his senior year, if I'm not mistaken. And Aiden was a 2-time finalist. He had Alex Marinelli for the first final, and he had a war with him. And who was a multiple-time Big Ten champ from Iowa. I don't think he ever won a national title. I think Marinelli ever won a national title.
Wait, Marinelli? Yeah, I think he did, man.
He's a couple-time Big Ten champ.
I think he did his COVID year.
Google it.
And who is the dude I had a chance watching the I don't know if you guys ever check out the Big Ten channel, the Big Ten 60-minute deal with wrestling.
Yeah.
Is it Spencer Lee from Iowa?
Oh yeah.
Dude is an absolute freak.
Monster.
Right.
He won it like.
See, you guys are rubbing off on me. I'm watching wrestling
with
at nighttime now.
ACLs. He had 2 torn ACLs and won a national title.
Crazy.
He's the best wrestler in the country right now.
Wow.
Good, TJ. Good.
Got me watching wrestling at nighttime.
Dang,
Usually I
man.
throw on like Terminator or Commando or something. Get like an old Steven
This
Seagal
is
movie.
just you watch Spencer Lee, you're seeing the real thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You're seeing the Terminator. Yeah, I think we're 2 weeks away from the NCAAs.
Yeah, it's about that. Yeah.
Unless it's next week. It'll be next week.
And you guys were watching last week. That was the former guy from Penn State,
Bo Nickel.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
We actually missed it.
We missed it. Yeah.
From transitioning to my house when we left, because the fights were on and we started talking about it. And
Yeah.
we left. Cody Garbrandt, Claymont wrestler,
Yeah.
won that night too. Ex-UFC.
he's been a
champ.
UFC champ, man. That was pretty cool when he first did that.
He did
He
his
was
press
coming from
conference.
Claymont.
Did his press conference in a Claymont shirt.
That's awesome.
He totally did. Totally did. Shout out to No Love Cody Garbrandt.
There was a show called the Drew Carey Show.
Oh,
And
yeah.
It was, the environment was Cleveland, Ohio. And one of the characters on it used
Always
to wear
rock his soul and wrestling
soul
shirt.
and wrestling shirt. And then he had a St. Ed's shirt on also as well. So, yeah. I don't know how he, got the shirts, but
We got some ladies coming out now.
yeah.
We're getting close to our last round of consolation for this evening. The ladies are going to close out the show. Oh man, John Lowry.
Yeah.
We are wrapping up day one. We're wrapping up day one. We got us about another 45 minutes to an hour to get through the ladies. And get geared up for day 2, man.
I'm pumped, man. I'm already looking, ahead at some of those
Oh, some of these
championship
quarters.
Yeah, there's a lot of good round 2 matches to come, man. A lot,
Yeah.
and you still got these guys, getting at it in these consolation matches. I mean, they're literally wrestling for it all.
Absolutely.
And then we're gonna get to see the girls come out here do the same thing for their consolation matches.
Trying to place. These are the character rounds.
Yeah, it really is.
These are when you put that loss behind you and come back and you go back to war, man.
This is the pumping tires, Jamie Fausnight moment.
You're right. Yep.
Yeah.
This is exactly it. They lose that first round. You gotta
pump
their tires and get them back in the game, man.
That's the best thing.
It's true.
It's true, and it's true. Yeah, it's 100%.
Check coach with the bow tie on down here on mat 7.
Both
coaches have bow ties on.
The bow tie killer. Oh yeah, they both do. Yeah, that's cool. You know what? And people will always remember that state tournament 2023. This coach with the bow ties. Yeah, that was me. Yeah, I like that. Something unique. That's a good little twist on it.
Looks like we may have had a St. Ed's kid go down here in the consies. Not sure. Match 6.
Wow.
Let me see here.
I think that was Medina. Was that Chrisman from Medina?
I'm not sure.
It looks like it may have been with the green and gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, they rock that same color, green and gold like Ed's. The man. Barnett, man. There's a wrestler. Actually, I think he went to Finley. Jimmy Pycraft. He was a Lyria kid.
Down. Maybe after
way after you. Yeah, it would have been after you. More my time, but I used to work out with him. He'd come down my way, or he invited me up. I went up to the barn. They used to call it the barn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've heard of that.
It was like the dungeon, but Illyria's version of it.
Right.
And it was cool, man. They had the practice for that the one time in a boxing gym with a boxing ring.
Yeah.
And I never forget. I remember seeing some kid just get tossed right through the ropes. I was like, "Oh, that was so awesome! Can I do that?" Like, no, we're not doing that today, man. But it's cool to see. We talk about tradition programs. That Lyria program came a long way, and still produces
absolutely hammers
studs,
every year.
Every year, yeah. But yeah, this is the true test. It's to test your might, man.
It looks like that's a wrap on Miller for Lake here.
Is that yeah? Well, hey, came, he saw, learn from.
He got an opportunity.
Yeah, an opportunity. He fought the good fight to make it, man. What a tournament he had in his district. Yeah,
he won his Super Bowl last week.
He won his Super Bowl last week, right?
And it was an incredible win. All right. Let's see here. Let's pull up the ladies bracket. And let's see what we got going on. We got 2 mats with the ladies on it. Over here on mat 6, we have. There, it did that again. Catches my eye like. Let's see here. 622. We have Lease and Distal. Lease is from Worthington Kilbourne. 9-5 record and got in here to this thing. That's a cool accomplishment. Maybe she was hurt. Maybe she had some JV matches, or she didn't have a solid or full varsity season.
Right.
She showed up when it was time to show up, and she's got Charlie's Distal from Arcadia, 21-10, sophomore.
Got the boots in.
Yeah.
Working did she get swipes yet, Jamie?
Yeah.
She already got her 5. Let's see.
This might be another set. She might be putting her away here.
Yeah, there it is. No, did it tap it yet? Ooh. I don't know.
There's another set. I'm glad all the Lebanon girls won. Oh, I'm the only one on the mic here. John didn't hear that clever joke. Well, this has been quite an experience as the ladies all start to take over all the mats. Physical wrestling, the technique has grown. It's really cool to see the level of the wrestling that is going on with these girls, from the last couple years to where we are now. The technique, the quality of wrestling has just gone up quite a bit, and it's just from the years of training and things like that. There wasn't 4 or 5 years ago, there wasn't 3 other girls to practice with or 6 other girls to practice with in your room. Those girls were the only ones, and they were wrestling boys, and they were taking lots of lumps.
Lots of lumps, yeah.
And it was very frustrating for them. Now it's like it's really happening where there's camps for these girls, there's colleges for them to go to, just so much opportunity for these ladies, and it's just awesome.
Right. Well, I even told my own daughters. I said, hey, because they've been exposed to the sport, they've seen it enough, with their experience as being part of my family, and my daughter Gabriella even said, hey, Dad, whatever you do, if you want a kid to win, do not write their name on your shirts and wear it the next day, because he did that with Emil, and he lost. And we did. That's true. And I thought that was cool. She remembered that. But it's stuff like that, though, that, I tell my daughters, hey, because they're getting to that age where they're starting to look at colleges and, what they want to do for college, or, and they're looking at expenses, and they'll say, Dad, this college costs this much money to go to. And I want to go there, I think. I don't know yet, but it's my top 5 list. I'm like, yeah, you got to have, maybe something you can do to get a scholarship, get that money. And I always tell them, I said, you guys been around wrestling enough. Ocean's first year with the tournament. Good time to jump on the bandwagon. And my oldest friend was over at the house the other day and didn't even know that, I did this, or, didn't even know that I wrestled or anything. And my daughter said, hey, yeah, my dad has to go do the state tournament for wrestling. The girl went, oh, my goodness. I live in Minerva, and we have a girls' team.
Yeah.
And I already know, and she starts telling, my daughter about and she got, my daughter said, you know what?
That sounds cool.
We should do it.
Yeah.
And I said, you girls should. I said, yeah, why don't you? And so I think hopefully maybe this, the summer with freestyle kicking in with the girls, maybe they'll get out there on the mat. So I'd love to see that. And,
yeah, that'd be a cool time to start too in the summer where it's not so serious.
Right. Perfect timing. Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of catch them up to speed and then get serious with it.
Yeah. Well, and I said, what a great program to, they got that Samurai Club. I was like, yeah. So if you guys start doing that, that'll be great. So hopefully that, talk is cheap though,
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So
last week you told us they wanted to be Venus and Serena Williams.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah. We saw that movie, the one on Netflix, and the next morning I woke them up early. I said, all right, let's go train. Like, not that committed yet. But no, it's cool. That's story of my life too, man. I used to want to be a NASCAR driver one week, and the next week I talked about being the guy from Cheers.
Yeah. Sloan. Well, what was it?
Sam
I
Malone.
knew it was something like that. I combined both names. I called him Stallone. Hey, we got our Mogador girl here on mat 7. She's just took the lead. I had her name here a second ago. Kai, and I couldn't quite say it. Couldn't figure out how to say her last name. Giatons is how I'm going to try it. She's 23 and 12. Freshman out here wrestling. Olivia Olive from Harrison.
Oh,
That's a cool name.
Yeah, she got her
Like it.
fans right behind us. I heard them yelling. You know, Harrison got the coolest singlets, I think, in the
They are
tournament,
cool
man.
singlets. I do like
The
hers. They
boy-
have her name on the
Yeah,
back.
well, the boys have cool ones too. Remember that one earlier that you pointed out to me? You're like, that's something you would rock. Man.
Yeah.
That was the Harrison boys.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
out scrambled her there.
That was a sick scramble, man. And this is if you're watching in, we're watching this match up on mat 7 right here, and that is the first one closest to the camera angle.
Mogador in green and Harrison in black, white, green, red. Filthy little singlets. Those are cool.
Hey,
I love the hair.
Guy from Mogador. He was involved with the youth wrestling there, middle school, high school. And his kids are older now and growing up. But his name was Michael Smith. I don't know if you ever I'm sure you crossed paths with him at something because you were always involved in North Canton. But I just thought about him. Shout out to him, man. He was always instrumental in paving that way for that program over the years.
I'll tell you, Mogador always. It's a prideful community. Love their football.
Oh,
they care,
man,
they love their wrestling.
Yeah.
They produce tough kids.
They do. Yeah. Yep. Here's a cool Mogador story. My high school days, our quarterback, he was third string quarterback on our team, and we were we were a good team, but we were trying to. If you had a pulse, you could play kind of experience. We didn't have that many guys that came out for football at Walsh back then. And anyway, he was very good, very talented. I think he was kind of like overlooked by the coaching staff maybe. And then when he'd finally get his chance to shine, he didn't really have much time to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he got mad mid-season, left our school, transferred. He was from Mogador, so he just went back home. And next thing you know, dude, next year,
state title at Mogador.
State champs. He was the most valuable player in the state finals game.
Yeah, Mogador is no joke.
Like 2 years in a row. And I'm like, hey, it's one that opened my eyes to Mogador's passion for being great at sports over there. And then 2, I was like, man, that's one of those things that just you don't know until you know it.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's deep.
Look
at the flexibility
though.
The
flexibility
is. Man.
She needs to settle back. She's too high. She's not going to get that.
She's too close. Yeah.
She needs to put that knee in the side and rake it.
Rake it across. Yeah.
That never gets old.
That never gets old.
That's a technique that'll live forever.
Yeah. I like that.
It'd be one of the first things I would teach your daughter. Rake it, sink it. They need to know how to sink a half. Everybody, not just girls, all wrestlers.
You're right. Yeah. There's college wrestlers that need to know that, man. Yeah. Seen them.
Oh. Atta girl. Nice win for Kay.
You know what? In the sportsmanship of these girls today, man, has been awesome. They're really great sports out there. There was an injury on the one mat earlier, and the other wrestler went over, and I heard her say something like, "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" So
they don't always realize how dangerous it is.
You don't know. Well, that's
but
why
it's about taking.
that's why
the rules are in place, and things that don't feel right. When you get to a high level, guys know when they're out of position or they're not.
Well,
the safety of the other person is in question.
We're
all about beating each other up,
right?
But we're never really trying to injure someone. I don't care if I hurt somebody,
right?
Bang them up a little bit,
right?
But we're not really trying to break any, end anyone's season or anything like that.
And that's what you train for. You condition your body for that experience, man. You got to be, battle tested. You got to be tough. and doing all the training wrestlers do is what makes them tough for those moments.
Yeah, that's nasty over on. Oh, they finished on that 8.
That, yeah, on
oh,
that 8. Oh, wow.
that was brutal.
That was.
These girls, they're tough, man. They're gritty. It takes that grit to be able to do this. And they are. Again, these girls are all trailblazers at their schools. Not every girl out here is has 8 kids on their team, or some of them like Jordan Palmer from North Canton. Yeah, like I said it earlier in the little soundbite. I didn't say her name at the time, but changes in our equipment closet. She don't have a locker room,
right?
You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
For 3 years now, she's changed in the equipment closet, and then she comes out and she practices with the boys. She had a nice win in the first round. She's got herself a tough one in this round, but it's not like she doesn't have an unbeatable person. It's a winnable match.
That's good. Seen some out when I was in the media hospitality room earlier. I saw, I think,
this girl over here on 10's for real. 464.46. Who is that? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I'll tell you what, she came out
swinging
with a really nice.
I saw the end of it. Yeah,
I think it was high crotch, maybe a fireman's, and then just put her right on her back with it.
Well, I was talking about. I seen 4 college coaches, NAI schools, women's team coaches. They're here recruiting, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're in Ohio. They heard about our official tournament.
King from Lakota West, man.
Yeah.
She's filthy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to put the action back on her.
Look at that, man. She's brutal.
She is amazing out there right now. Look at that.
Get her head up.
Wow.
There you go. Sink that half. It's not totally sunk. It'll work. Sunk enough.
Maybe Matt McIntyre is helping her out over at Lakota West. I know that's what I was thinking about earlier. I don't think he's with the Marysville squad anymore, but some of my intel told me that he helps out at a team that we talked about today a little bit here on the broadcast called Lebanon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that's your in.
Yeah. Yes. So
got us as Jimmy B says, we have a Minerva Lioness out here on Mat 5. I love that. I kind of do love that.
That is
not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm a little jealous. Jim came up with that and I didn't.
Oh, she's in a little bit of trouble right now. 6:31. Who we got here at 6:31?
Jamie Fausnight, myself on the 1s and 2s, rocking the mics.
Oh.
We got the El Prez, the Matador himself, returning to the action. Getting the GoPro ready, warmed up. We got it warmed up for you. And you know what? He's not listening in right now, so we can say anything.
That's Sarah Spoon for Minerva.
Okay, right here on Mat 5.
Yeah. She's
all right,
a tough one.
I'm gonna take the action over because that action ended over on Mat 10.
Right up.
Yep. And let's get the Lioness.
0-0 score going into the second period here.
You know what? Minerva girls got some cool singlets too, man.
Stat of the night for Greater Akron, Canton, Division I wrestlers. We have 50 of them down here. We lost 2.
Wow. That's a good, yeah. That's a, thank you. So we just found out
we just got a quality stat here that our area, the greater Akron, Cleveland area, they brought 50 wrestlers down here. And as of right now, only 2 are eliminated.
Wow.
So 48 moving on to day 2.
Dude, this kind of piggybacks on what I was saying earlier about our
Not
area.
sure if that included the ladies because we still got some of them going.
Dude, Are you see what I'm seeing? Look across the mat there, running behind mat 2 and 4. Is that a coach?
With a kilt.
In the kilt, yeah.
You saw that?
Yeah.
You saw him running with the kilt?
That
Must be the
is-
Scots from somewhere. Who knows? Let's check
Sweet-
it out. Let's figure it
Is
out.
that, is that Sweden?
Mat 6? Yeah, maybe. No, they don't wear kilts there. I don't think. I don't know.
You know what?
6'2".
Edinburgh University wrestlers have a tradition that they wear a kilt.
Well, they're the Fighting Scots.
Yeah, when they like their senior season, they have a dual rivalry match where they all rock them out. But so I'm just thinking maybe he used to be a Fighting
I
Scot
doubt it.
for the
I doubt it.
Edinburgh.
I'm sure that's probably what their team is. Let's see, 6'2". 6'2".
Well, Baumgartner was the AD there for years. Did you realize that?
Yeah.
It's crazy. Edinburgh's program, that's the only D1 program in that school. The place looks like a middle school in its size. Yeah. They got D1 wrestling.
Well, it's either Menor or
It looks like Mentor with the red.
I gotta figure out what school that is.
You know what?
Sherman.
I got some intel here. Hold on.
Cardington Lincoln. Those are the two, is Menor and Cardington Lincoln, which I
Cardington
don't know what
Lincoln? Okay.
Cardington Lincoln is. We'll call them the Fighting Scots if Coach has those killed on.
Yeah. Well, you know what? There we go. That's a school we were taught. Jim was saying earlier. You learn about new schools. We're learning some already.
Yeah, I don't really know if that's really what they're called, but
okay.
Or he's just a Irish guy that's here for war.
Against the resistance.
Yeah, right. He watched Braveheart yesterday, and he's like, "That's a good idea."
William Wallace.
If William Wallace coached female wrestling, he'd be on mat 6 right now.
I'm gonna go up to that guy and just tell him, "You're Braveheart, man.
You're brave.
You're brave.
That's for sure."
William
No,
Wallace.
that's cool if that's your culture. That's cool. I'm not making fun of him.
No, me neither. You know what? And I think that's awesome to share your culture that way, man. Self-expression and represent your background.
Those are cool socks. Is he on camera? Can you see that guy?
Yeah, you
Okay.
can see it. Yeah, you know what? And those are rocking socks, man. I love those socks he's rocking. I used to do that too, man. I used to wear the ski socks that were like neon yellow, pink streaks in them, things like that. I used to like to not intimidate my opponents, but make them think that I was just some
weirdo.
Yeah, or
didn't take it serious.
Yeah, like a fish. Yeah, like man, look at this dude, man.
Chode.
Yeah,
look at this chump.
Yeah, and I don't know if anybody actually ever believed that or what, but it really didn't. I had I was in my own little zone usually.
We got some of our last bouts on the board. We got some idle mats. We are wrapping it up.
I see that. Yeah. They're idle over here on mat 9. They were just on 10, and I think they moved the mat maybe. Is that possible?
Something interesting about the ladies that I think is ridiculous is I was talking to Anthony Hilliard, the other day while he was brushing me up on some girl stats. He said that the fear for these heavyweight girls, they may not get recruited because there is. Oh, I saw that from here on mat 3. It was an illegal headlock. Is the heavyweights won't be heavily recruited because the highest weight here is, what is it, 235?
235, yeah.
And the highest weight class in college is like 190 because it's the same as Olympic weights.
It ends there?
It's the same as the Olympic weights, which I think is just asinine.
I don't like that.
I think everybody knows that the Olympic weights are stupid.
Right.
It's only like 5 weight classes. It's nuts. Give us 10. Give us a wide range. Let us watch our athletes, man.
Yeah, I don't like that if that's true. Yeah, that's
The thing about wrestling is the sport for everyone. The smallest guy in your hallway and the biggest guy in your hallway.
Right.
That's the cool thing about wrestling. And then you're gonna create weight classes that are 15 pounds apart, and guys have to cut crazy weight to get into weight classes or wrestle up, and then you create these log jams with guys like David Taylor wrestling Kyle Dake for an Olympic spot, which both of them could be gold medalists. You know what I mean? And it's like that in other countries as well. You know, it's just not right.
I just looked that up. Well, I can't find nothing yet. Yeah, that's one of those things that they may want to petition. You know, get the heavyweight class for the
At
women.
least for college. You know, I won't ever change it won't ever change those Olympic weights. Someone else, somebody has. Look at that tank right there on that 10. Goodness. Little squatty girl, man, she is built like a tank.
Is that Lebanon? That is, I think. Lebanon wrestler, is it?
Oh, that's the little girl I walked past that lost when I left to go get a
earlier.
to eat. Yeah.
Yep.
Good for her. Good for her.
Yep, that was it was her Guerrera. She's a senior, 20-18 record. She just won that match.
Nice.
Yeah. She beat Raspberry. And let me see who we got here on this mat in front of us.
Down to our last 30 matches here.
So Minerva Lions getting the pin on mat 5 with a 2-0 lead in the second period.
Yeah, that's a new lioness. That's not the same one. I think that match ended.
Oh.
She has different singlet on.
Yeah, that's Schaefer. Yeah.
She got her.
That's Schaefer from
That's a wrap.
Minerva, 36-12. She just pinned Kim. And that was awesome. She was up 2-0 and then got that pin. Glad to see that. And then we've seen them in the dual match, right? When we did the Carrollton and Minerva.
We saw, Carrollton had, and I was talking about this the other day, I mentioned it a bit ago that we just didn't know the interest that girls would have. Carrollton's the prime example. They just made an announcement at the school, hey, we're going to have signups. Did you hear the story? We're going to have signups for girls wrestling. 22 girls showed up. They didn't see that coming.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't see that going.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's what happened at Carrollton this year. Something crazy like that.
Well, that's a good story to share with all these other schools that don't have a program or, it's, what's crazy is, okay, Carrollton, Minerva, and, they're thriving with the girls programs. But then I look at some of our Stark County, more populated, like North Canton, Jackson, Perry. And I think they could easily do the same thing if they asked that question. Would you agree?
What's that?
If they put an announcement out and said, hey, we're having a meeting for women's wrestling program. Anybody interested?
Where
we
at?
have an interest meeting at Jackson, North Canton, Massillon Perry, Massillon. I mean,
you never know. You never know.
I think though that's a good story to promote that though with those schools, man. They you don't know until you ask.
Hey, shout out to Coach Nicole Jackman and the Minerva Lions getting a victory down there.
Heck yeah, man.
That was pretty cool. That was one of the girls that got a chance to talk with Jim on the In the Room episode. She was excited, finished it off. Was up 4-2, finished off, got the pin.
She got the pin.
Yeah.
Lioness.
Yeah. Handling business. Now, the other thing that was tough, over on mat 2, you had the young lady from Alliance who ended up, she comes back, ties it up 4-4, had been trailing, and then she would get pinned. But you know what, man? Those are the emotions, It's tough when you lose. Tears are going to flow.
Well, and it's
but those
right back at you. You know what I mean? You're going to do that to somebody next week or in your next tournament. It's gonna be you doing that to your opponent. So it all comes back to that. And you were talking about the wrestler earlier that how he learned from that one loss, man. Rocked him enough that it motivated him to the wrestler he is now. He's down here at the state meet competing. So that sometimes it's all it takes.
Those losses and those tears create different practice habits.
They do, yeah.
That's where nobody just wins the match here.
Don't want to feel that way again.
Yeah, exactly. And then that's the same in all sports. Big locking hands call on mat 9. to tie the match and to give up the lead. Oh, that hurts.
I had the opportunity to. I used to work security down Churchill Downs, Kentucky, and Kentucky Derby time.
Who made that horrible decision?
Yeah.
TJ, you beat me to that. Yeah. I kept that in on the inside. I'm like, man.
Well,
you know how many people got in through for free?
Well, so knowing that would have happened, they put me up in front of what's called the Turf Club, which is where all A-list celebs and people like that hang out. It's like
the story is getting worse on the decision makers.
So my job,
you're fired.
Listen, my only job was to make sure nobody messed with Michael Jordan. And he had a nice loge.
I'm sure
right
he had
there.
people that he paid to do that.
He did. They were inside there with him, but my job was to make sure if anybody came over that like was a celeb or something, they thought because they were who they were, they could get in. The first, be that first line of defense.
So you were like turning away guys like Michael Jackson. Like, no, Mr. Jordan doesn't want to see you.
I turned down Serena Williams, and she wasn't happy about it. And he finally, I told her, I said, hey, if you're really cool to do like you say you are, can't you like text him or something? Anyway, I think they did it because there was so I was on the outside, and it was a little patio there you could smoke. So he came out to, I think, talk with. I don't know. I can't remember if it was her or somebody else.
He does enjoy a cigar.
Yeah, and he was, a cigar. But while he was out there,
something's got to give on that 3. Sorry, keep going.
While he was out there, he was talking about, one of the things I could talk about a lot is, the best
there you
ability.
Go. Something just gave.
And he said, people hate to lose. He's like, and that's why the best ability is winnability.
Oh my God, that was a long story to get to that. Your ability point,
right from Michael Jordan, though, man. Like, and he's right. Like, people hate to lose, and that's what drives you to win. Is that idea that bothered you? That hurts.
Yeah.
And you carry that with you until you win again.
Oh, what do we got here?
Uh-oh.
What do we got here?
Oh.
What in the world?
He's out.
Were they teasing?
I'm not sure. I think so.
Yeah.
It's all good ribbing.
It's all right. We got it all on camera.
Well, guys,
get it together down there. All right,
about time we wrap this thing up. Call it an evening here because we're gonna have a long day at this thing tomorrow. So
let's do it.
Ooh, I'll tell you what. Not a big fan of these chairs. Almost just lost my pinky.
They are very sharp on lots of places.
Yeah, and if you come down on top of there, man, you can take yourself out. Tell you what, I last time I messed this pinky up over here, it was playing for this university. My first bowl game started against Oklahoma State in the Alamo Bowl. A little nervous. I drank some Pepto-Bismol before the game. Went out there, I barfed it up everywhere after the opening series. Next series, I go out, tore the tendon in my finger. I'm like, okay, I'm going to match it here in the Schottenstein Center today. We figure we had to take Lowery to the trainer earlier. I'm going to end up with
it takes you a bowl game, to get it jacked up, and then one state tournament.
We need a trainer behind Matt 7.
All right. Well, hey, listen, everybody that tuned into us here tonight on the Start Media YouTube channel, all afternoon with us, all evening here with us, spending the night with us inside of the Schottenstein Center. We've got 2 more of those evenings coming up for you over the next 2 days. Myself, TJ Downing, John Lowery, Jim Bostic, Jamie Fausnight. We're going to hear from Mike Hurley. We'll get a chance to hear from Larry Jenkins, proud daddy, as his boy Landon's going to advance in his deal. So we'll keep our eye on him tomorrow. We'll get out here, get started pretty early in the morning, get you guys rocking and rolling, and get you plugged in here on day 2 from the 86th annual state wrestling tournament for the boys, inaugural one for the girls. Shout out to our friends at the Ohio High School Athletic Association for having us, using us, putting us to work. Appreciate everything that you do. Appreciate you for having the Start Media team on your mind as always. Want to give a shout out to Allie hooking us up. Tim Street also taking care of us. Again, tomorrow, remind you that the Northwest Indians, the Lady Indians, will be taking on Purcell Marion for the Division II state championship over at University of Dayton Arena. We'll have that for you on the Start Media team YouTube channel. Also want to shout out all of our great partners here. Hilscher Clarke Electric Company. Make sure to check out their website at www.hilscher-clarke.com or check them out down at 519 4th Street Northwest of downtown Canton. IBEW and Nika Contractors, 330-452-9806. If you know anybody looking to get into the trades, industrial, commercial, residential, and specialty market, electrical contractors with more than 100 years of experience, reach out to our friends at Hilscher Clarke. We're going to tell you more about some different things that they do all weekend long as we continue to broadcast live here from the Schottenstein Center on the campus of The Ohio State University. We'll tell you about those Generac standby units. We'll tell you about the EV charging stations. We'll have some more stuff to plug in on for our friends at Hilscher Clarke Electric Company. Our friends at Eagles FOE 190 got more messages coming down the line for them, a group that donates over $100,000 a year to local charities. If you're looking for an event center to host your next business party, any type of family party, function, holiday party, whether it's a market vendor type deal that you want to set up for whatever cause, charity-wise you may have, contact our friends at Eagles FOE 190. Their website's eagles190.com. Check out the Jimmy Keeper Scholarship Fund. There's some other scholarship funds that we'll tell you about that they donate to, the different churches, Toys for Tots, fire department, police stations. We'll update you on everything that the Eagles FOE 190 does. Remember, you can call them at 330-832-7385. For just $24 a year, man, you can become a part of a great fraternity. Drink specials, food specials, all types of great events. Great gambling over there. You got the pool tabs. You've got the Queen of Hearts. We just found out one of our friends just won 28 G's the other night. Somebody called Jim Bostic and said pick a number, and they won 28 G's. Come on now. You can do that type of stuff over at the Eagles FOE 190. I think last told, theirs was up to like $68,000. So head over there, become a member, $24. Be a part of a great group. They're open until 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday, 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday, and 8:30 on Sunday. Finally, HereOhio.com. We'll talk about them. We talked about them here today. Chris McCready's and his group do a great job. They've got over 30 years of experience. Go to finallyhereohio.com. If you or someone you know struggles with hearing, get a free hearing evaluation. McNeill & Sons Tree Service, 330-606-1126. That's the number to get a hold of them. They're in the Portage Lakes area. Contact Tom or Garrett. Tell them the Stark Media team sent you. And make sure when you're looking to get your next quote, as springtime is around the corner, get some of those rotted trees from the wintertime, ones that are getting too close to your house as they start to grow green again. Got to get them cut back off the crib before take out a window, take out something on your vehicle. But you know what? If you forget to make that call, and you should, call McNeill & Sons Tree Service, 606-1126. But if you forget, and you do bust something up on your property, call CH Vallos and Associates, a staple in the North Canton community for over 75 years. Call my guys, Chris and Jimmy. Great dudes, man. Home, auto, life, and financial service needs. I use them. My family uses them. 1302 South Main Street, North Canton is where you can find them. Call them at 494-2776. Again, for all your home, auto, life, and financial service needs. They take care of not only your residential needs, your local consumer needs. This is a nationwide company that represents a lot of big businesses, trucking companies all across the land here. So one of the AM best companies by Forbes magazine. Also, your auto owner's insurance, A++ rated, best insurance available. CH Vallis and Associates. This broadcast also brought to you in part by Spirit of Stark, Simon Says Promotions, and the Tiger Store. Make sure to check out the new rebranded Checkered Flag Building at 256 Erie Street South. Check out Allie at Studio Vibes when you're looking for that next hairdo. Get your fade done. Go see Allie at Studio Vibes at the rebranded Checkered Flag Building. Copeland Paint's in there as well. If you're looking to get your house painted, rooms painted, call Copeland Paints. Also, Spirit of Stark. They're on the back end of Erie Street, up on the north side, 409, custom embroidery, digital printing, sublimation, screen printing, all of your posters, vinyl posters, banners, anything you need, clothing-wise, Spirit of Stark gets it done, man. Great group of guys over there taking care of the community, Northwest. I know they printed up a bunch of shirts for them. They got a bunch of Tuslaw stuff, Jackson stuff. Go in there and check them out. 409 Erie Street North. Also, check out what we got going on over at 59 Lincoln Way East. Got the Tiger Store in there, Stark Media, Stark Market, all different types of things. You got the Stark Market vendor hop coming up here in April. Make sure you get over to 59 Lincoln Way East. Our guy Simon Says Promotions, JP. He's got the Massillon community downtown cornered. Check him out. Lindseys Pizza. Yeah, It's 8:53. You can still get some pie from over there. Pizza, chicken, subs, salads, calzones, and strombolis. They're open until 11. They're located inside the Hillsdale Shopping Center at 2827 Whipple Avenue in Canton. Call them at 477-3800 or order online at lindseys.pizza.com. You will not be disappointed.
No. Breakfast pizza, man, that was the bomb
They
last week.
are the bomb. Let me tell you who else is the bomb. As we rolled in here and they had that big Marine sign up on the scoreboard here inside of the shot. Our friends over at Leathernecks Nation MC, David Cunningham, Tim Arnold, all those guys over there. Hacker, my boy Jason Rutledge. You know, these guys get it done for us, man. So we want to shout out the Leathernecks Nation MC, Sam Center in downtown Massillon, Fridays throughout the month, giving back over 6,000 pounds of food to veteran families in needs. And it's crazy, too, because it's like really good food, like crab legs, fillets, strips. You know, they take care of their veteran families as they should. The ones they need.
Yeah,
you shouldn't go and serve your country and come back here and want for anything when you've made that sacrifice, when you've seen the things that you've seen. You know, and as we talk about that, the battle for those veterans continues even after they return home from war, fighting those PTS and health battles, suicidal thoughts, and more, because every day 22 veterans commit suicide and they lose their battle against their demons. Guys like Tom Indor, founder of Save 22, our boys over at Leathernecks Nation MC, and our friends at the Sam Center, Dave and Brian Bowman, along with Lucia, they stand up for their fellow soldiers. Save 22 Veterans founded in Carrollton. As we talked about Carrollton all evening, we're going to hear from Larry Jenkins tomorrow. Carrollton boys getting it done. Levi Pigeon got a victory in the Consies. We know that the rest.
Did you miss the stat that was given to us? That
did I miss Kel Snare? What did Kel Snare
won?
do? Kel Snare won.
I do believe
I got a cool little picture of the redhead dude.
Ben Zinda.
Ben Zinda had the jack. Somebody made some shirts down there for him with all of the 5 guys that they brought down here. Pretty cool little deal.
We got a stat that the greater Akron Canton area brought 50 kids and 48 of them are still in the tournament.
Wow.
I think that was the boys' stat, I do
right?
believe, because the girls were still wrestling.
The greater Akron area.
Yeah,
Brought
Canton
down.
Akron.
Yeah,
Greater Canton Akron area.
Brought 50 boys and 48 are still in.
that's amazing.
Wow.
What an accomplishment, man. You know, Northeast Ohio gets recognized, but I always say, you know, Stark County does bring it to the table. And you see
the
that
Stark Summit,
yeah,
you know, I mean,
you see it down here. Yeah, Stark Summit. Yeah,
you know, and I would imagine that's Mogador, that's Manchester, that's St. V's, that's
Rootstown.
Rootstown.
Are you finally warmed up yet?
Yeah, that's awesome.
You ready? Here you go. That's it.
Oh.
I passed the microphone. You took a step back. Are we going to see you all weekend? Are you going to be right here taking care of us? Okay. Hey, we want to give you guys a shout out, all the Redcoats. You guys do a great job. You really do. You guys do a great job. I got to see my old professor from Ohio State, Ken Hill, down there. You've been awesome. Bugs has been awesome. Our guy, Jimmy B. Yeah, Ken Hill was my professor back in 2004, 2005, because I took the easy classes, and he taught the easy
clearly.
classes.
I heard what it was, like, you know, introduction to softball training or something.
Don't you remember when
I forget what you said.
Don't you remember when Andy Katzenmoyer had to stay eligible? He took like golf class and like sex ed. Yeah. So yeah, Ken Hill taught those classes, but hey, listen,
Somebody's got to.
We know that there's a need for officials. There's a need for officials around the state of Ohio, around the country, you know, and there's a need for sports and leisure studies as for some of us who don't master in kinesiology, you know.
Were those the classes that Clarke was talking about?
Yep. So no, great job, Ken Hill. You, all your Redcoats, you guys do a great job here. Can't wait to rock with you all weekend, and we'll get like some Whitney. Yeah, we'll get some Whitney Houston dialed up for you or something. I feel like that's kind of in your wheelhouse. Shania Twain-ish or what?
Eliza Minnelli.
Feel like a woman?
Eliza Minnelli.
All right, guys, we're going to wrap it up here. As we mentioned, don't forget about our friends. As we talked about our military friends and our Marines. Just make sure you go over and check out Save 22, a veteran rug organization. Offers a number of veteran therapy programs, from professional racing, fishing, camping, and outdoor adventures, or a shoulder to lean on, ear to listen. They are founded in Carrollton, serving as a resource for veterans, first responders, and those in need alike, focusing on veteran suicide prevention and awareness locally and beyond. Go get more information on them by checking out their website at save22.vet, or follow Save 22 on social media by searching Save 22-Veterans. All right, we're all caught up here. We'll get ready to rock and roll tomorrow morning. We'll be back with you. For my guy, Jamie Fausnight, for John Lowery, for Jim Bostic, who's eating like a rabbit right now, munching on some salad somewhere. We'll catch up with him. Appreciate everybody tuning in to us tonight on the Stark Media Team YouTube channel. go back. I'll put some more stuff up on our social media platforms this evening. Got some of the girls stuff, the Carrollton stuff that I talked about. We'll plug you in. So go over there and check us out at Stark Media Team on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And until tomorrow, we bid you a farewell. Good night. Have a great rest of your Friday evening now, as we're no longer still kind of confusing that it's not Thursday, Friday, Saturday, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that when I used to come down here, that was always what it was. But Friday, Saturday, Sunday, man, it's the weekend. Enjoy it, everybody. We'll be back with you more tomorrow. Have a good one.
See you day 2.
Deuces.